Norway Karting Center, just a stone's throw from Chicago, Illinois, is where we get things started once again for round number 3 of the Route 66 Sprint Series. And we kick things off with KA100 Masters. Corey Dominic alongside Nicky Coelho on the front row. Adam Kreppen from row 3 will start on the inside of Dean Lyfett. Randy Kilmick in P5 will be on the inside of Christian Vermeer. Bill Vorpagel on the inside of Nathan Williams. And Ryan Hammond on the inside of Brad Britton. Your top 10. And in the commentator's booth, it's Jackson Lambros on the inside of Kyle Cuthbertson as we get started here for another day of Route 66 action from Norway to the tram lines. Big opportunity for Adam Kreppen, and the drive back to the front starts right now.
Good start by the front of the field. Looks like Corey Dominic is going to get the lead over Coelho. Ooh, big contact there. Into the back of Coelho. They make it out unscathed to turn 4. The field is clean. It looks like Kreppen lost a spot, two spots actually, back to 5th. So we'll see as he goes to the inside. He loves to make passes here in Monza.
Even in the slicks, some major commitment there from Adam Kreppen, who's able to get it done in the slicks. In the slick condition, shall I say.
Nicky Coelho sets his sights on Corey Dominic. Now,
great exit there.
Just takes a little bit different of a line. Dominic took the wet line around the outside, Coelho to the inside. You don't want to get caught out. I mean, the wet line is the outside lane, but you don't want to get caught out using as a rolled black flag goes to, I believe that was to Kreppen.
Maybe using a little bit
of a warning there.
Too much of the cart there. As Coelho trying to dig on the inside of Corey Dominic, the Technocart machine in the lead, the red, white, and blue car versus the black of Nicky Coelho. And now you got Randy Kilmick up into the podium spots once again in the 409.
A bit of a different choice of line here between Corey Dominic and Nicky Coelho. Dominic choosing to use the wet line. It looks like Coelho is just going standard, just trying to get down the inside, and that's worked for him in some places, but others, such as the Monza, it's kind of been advantage to Corey Dominic.
So Dominic already starting to build a little bit of a lead here, and interesting enough, you see Adam Kreppen on a little bit of an island right now. Will he be able to close this gap to Kilmick and Coelho? Further back, what's Christian Vermeer, the other Technocart, have potentially in store to make this a 5-cart battle? As we start to get into a little bit of a 3-car peloton here for the lead, and already I think we're seeing some guys break into pace. Everybody all the way on the outside of the Monza. That's big-time commitment on the high line.
Yeah, big-time commitment. I mean, there's less rubber out there, so in the wet there'll be more grip, but that's still riding the line of being very sketchy on the outside of the Monzas. And Coelho's going to go to the inside. Ooh, doesn't quite make it happen.
Dominic able to roll all of that momentum through the high line as we worked over the tunnel, and will lead for 4 laps now. But Coelho hot on the heels of Corey Dominic.
Looks like the top 3 have kind of left Adam Kreppen behind a little bit. Guys, the podium streak this year in every heat qualifying main event for Adam Kreppen is in jeopardy right now.
A little bit of a sidestep there from Coelho as he works his way back through the Monza. As you've got to tiptoe on the throttle, the curbing in these kinds of conditions sometimes can have grip, but more often than not, feel like it can be very slippery in these conditions.
Very slippery. I mean, the rain yesterday definitely helped kind of pause the rubber buildup and the the changes this track's going through, but still the outside lane is going to have better grip. You are going to be able to, as Corey Dominic's kind of proven, it is really the preferred line.
But again, more often than not, we're really going to see a lot of guys, especially in the more smaller categories in size, prefer to stay off the curbs just because that drop is very significant still. The new pavement put in this year, giving a significant raise to this track, and it's a pretty significant drop-off. We've seen guys essentially board slide their frames trying to get on the curbing.
Absolutely. As we take a look back now to Christian, believe that is Vomir.
The Technokart 483 right now, leading Bill Vorpagel, the 2120 Motorsports driver from West Bend, Wisconsin. Your battle for 5th overall. Brian Britton not having the weekend he wanted. Brad Britton, not the start to the season he wanted after he ended the reign of terror that Adam Kreppen had for nearly 2 years here in KA 100 Masters.
Yeah, issues for Brad Britton yesterday. Today is going a little bit smoother for him in the wet as he's now eyeing the rear bumper of Vorpagel. Making huge strides through the Monza to get to the back of the 402.
I know the warm-up is mainly where you're going to have your learning experiences, Kyle, but how much are you using this as a study session for the final to see where you can maybe get moves done when it really, really matters, when you get the big chunk of points coming your way?
Yeah, it kind of changes in the wet, right where you can pass, and especially the different lines. But, you know, like we said at the start of the broadcast today is, we're expecting showers to come in and out throughout the day. Don't ever expect it to get dry, so the track progression is really going to change. And, for your final, we could come back and the track could be soaked, or it could be kind of drying out, and we could maybe see a little bit of, just a drier line through the track. So it's really going to change throughout the day. But, yeah, this is the first time that you've had race running on a wet track, so trying out different spots and what works and what doesn't is very important right now.
How about Corey Dominic in the Technokart USA machine? Has not really had a big weekend and really showed the pace during qualifying. Made the jump over to the slicks and showed everybody the way in the drying track with the sun coming out. And now doing the mad science, doing the high line through the opening loop there. And has been fending off two very, very fast guys.
And Dominic just went purple a couple laps ago, so the track is getting better. It is getting faster, and Dominic really is figuring out the correct way to get around here in the Wes. We were looking back again at Brad Britton still trying to get around. Ooh, big save there at the second half of the Monza. Ooh.
Big slide. Somehow, some way, has enough opposite luck to keep it going, but a big moment there for Bill Vorpagel.
Yeah, it was a big moment. Just managed to keep it on the tarmac, though. No harm, no foul. Lost one spot out of the deal, but, lived to fight another day.
Back to the front with Dominic. Over a half-second gap now over Coelho. And Bill Vorpagel going to rejoin in P7 now. So free spot for Brad Britton in the process, who's now going to try and get a radar lock on Christian Vormier.
Yeah, through the middle part of the as we see a replay here, there's Bill Vorpagel
That inner right was all the way up.
Yeah, I just sent it a little too deep there. Fully opposite lock to get it saved and get it, out of the grass. That's the other thing is when in these conditions, right, when you get stuck in the grass, you're stuck in the grass. It is now mud and water. And, a lot of these guys in KA Masters, they're working on their own go-karts. You don't have a mechanic. So if you go in the mud, you go off. You're the one cleaning it, right? Don't want to have that happen.
Does feel like the grass in these kinds of scenarios almost speeds the kart up in some cases. So that adds to that level of bravery and respect when you see these guys just run so close to the outside in Monza, which makes so much sense as it's high up on the track where the water isn't, but still some massive, massive bravery from these guys, as you're getting some pretty big hang time, feels like, if you're going a couple inches further up.
Yeah, right on the edge in the Monza is that's going to be cool to watch throughout the day as we continue to go. Not a dry line forming for sure, but you can definitely see where the line is right now, where the most spray has kind of created a bit of a racing line here in the wet, which is always kind of cool to see. My favorite part of rain racing, honestly, is if we do start to get to dry conditions and we're still on wets, I love watching the guys try to find the puddles to save the tires.
Just to try and save it. Is it a heat thing more than a grip thing?
Like there's a crossover point in the track, right, where the dry line will start to heat up and build temperature, and those rain tires are so soft that you want to try and cool them down almost, and kind of save the rubber down a straightaway when you don't really, you can kind of afford to go through the puddles. But it doesn't look like it's like raining right now, but it doesn't look like a dry line is really forming either. I mean, it kind of is, but it's still wet.
Randy Kelmick Tokyo drifted that Jaybird mechanical machine to start lap number 12. I feel like if we do get to that puddle type scenario, I think we're going to kind of start getting back to that existential crisis of, do I stay on the wets or do I make that move back over to the slicks? But then if you're on the slicks, you're almost weaving your way out of those puddles. Over to Adam Kreppen, who is slowly but surely chipping away here to P3 of Randy Kelmick.
Yeah, Adam Kreppen, a little bit slow to start the session here, but he's starting to claw his way forward. Is it too late, though, is going to be the question. We'll see, but we've seen in wet conditions before that, we call it the great equalizer, but in other ways as well. I mean, I've seen guys range in speed where you can be 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster on some laps. Just the lines vary so differently, and you can find something one lap that is completely different from the lap before.
All the way to the outside of the curbing there in the run into the Monza for Adam Kreppen. Just massaging that kart. And again, another one of the unattached drivers this weekend. As we go back over to Randy Kelmick. Home state race for the Springfield, Illinois native. As we see the twin sticks here for Corey Dominic. Started on the front row and has not looked back.
Purple last time by for Corey Dominic. He continues to get faster, and the pace that the leader is set in this race at a 57.7. Nicky Coelho about a tenth behind with a 57.8. If you go down to Kelmick and Kreppen, they're running 58.3, so the pace that the top two is set is far and away been above the rest of the field here in the wet. Corey Dominic's really figured out this track in the wet. It's funny, Nicky Coelho was the one yesterday on the first session of qualifying of the day that realized that the slick tires in the changing conditions were better. So as the heats are progressive,
was so interesting to see after that. All of the 206 sportsmen in the pits see that change, and then everybody kind of jostling to make that switch over. So whether he's wanted to be in that position or not, he's kind of become the mad scientist to kind of test these conditions and really test these lines in race circumstances. All the way to the outside, Adam Kreppen been trying to chip away at Randy Kelmick, but the pace has gone back to the 409's way And it looks like the Jaybird Mechanical driver will stand on the podium for heat number 2. Just a few sets of corners to go here for the 422 of Corey Dominic. Rain or shine, it's been Dominic domination here in Illinois. Heat 2 goes to Corey Dominic.
Excellent run for Dominic. See Kreppen going to cross the line in 4th. He was a little bit closer to Klimek than we saw a few laps before. He started to make some inroads to catch him there, but the streak has ended. No podium here for Adam Kreppen.
Lot of major streaks ended this season in the KA 100 Masters. First Heat 2 in the books with the 206 Sportsman on deck. It's Sunday here at Norway Motorsports Park for the Route 66 Sprint Series. Stay with us.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
.206 Sportsman, presented by Mac Paving, out on track for heat number 2. It's Will Feidinger on the inside of Dominic Gaddis in our 16-car second heat here. Great start to the weekend so far for Feidinger. We're going to see if he's going to be able to continue that momentum on to the tram lines. Can Gaddis return to his dominant form? Can Tory Dangerous Daniels get back on the podium for 2 heats in a row? Let's find out. Let's go racing once again in 206 Sportsman.
Much better start than yesterday for Tory Daniels. See a little bit of rustling through the middle of the field as the 2 MPG Motorsports entries of Will Feidinger. Ooh, we got a spin.
Oh, big trouble.
P3, that's the 213 of Barr.
Arlo Barr.
Very unfortunate there for Arlo Barr. He was one of the top contenders in yesterday's heat.
Second incident of the weekend.
He's high-sided.
For the Merlin driver, who's got that thing pretty beached.
Big story yesterday in 206 Sportsman was Austin Taylor in the lead, spinning out in turn 1. Started towards the back in this heat.
Already up into P12. In the 240 machine, side by side. A little bit of a look there from Grant Heckman. As we see the replay, looked like a little bit of contact there. Believe that's Corrosis who got into him.
Didn't look like there was, I don't think there was any contact there. Looks like Arlo Barr just lost it. mid-corner, which, I mean, you'll have that in the wet, right? Mid-corner, just, wrong place, the wrong time there, and just spun around.
Grant Heckman putting the pressure on Tory Daniels, the 222, coming into turn 7 and 8. Trying to dig with the low line there, but unable to close that gap. Some great defense to open here from Tory.
Yeah, great defense. We saw Tory start defending towards the end of yesterday's race. You don't want to let Dominic Gaddis and Will Feitinger get away. As we see, Heckman's going to go to the inside of Tory now down the straightaway. Let's see how this goes into turn 1.
Another move
Gets
further
it done.
back as it looks like Taylor continues to be a big mover. One cart off as Colton Gross goes for a little bit of an excursion. Now goes to the outside and drifts that thing to the back of Carosis.
It's a great save by Colton Gross there. That's a very tricky thing to do if you drop a tire off on the entry to turn 1. We've seen it a couple times now where guys have been caught out by just dropping the right rear. But Austin Taylor there got the 2-for-1 special at Kmart into turn number 1 and now is right on the heels of Tory Daniels. And there he goes.
A little bit of a bump and run is bit more trouble for Carosis. And a back-end move there from the 205 of Caitlin Daly. Not sure if that was self-induced or what brought that chaos out. But how about Austin Taylor already up into the top half of this field? We're not even a third into Heat 2 here. And Taylor's looking for a podium.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping, as we see a replay now of the spin. See, that's the 204. Ooh, just wrong place, the 205 of Daly.
It looked like, was it pivoting maybe? Hooking that in that front right, dropping, yeah, I think it's dropping the front right there.
And the 205 of Caitlin Daly, just nowhere to go at that point. You get on the brakes to avoid it and get looped around in the wet, just wrong place.
So you look at some of these guys like Arlo Barr and Carosis who have absolutely had the pace, but Lady Luck has just not gone their way so far here in Illinois. So still plenty of time for them to prove their worth with a 20-lap final coming up here in the afternoon session. Third in, Dominic Gaddis over Will Feitinger, becoming a two-cart breakaway as another excursion.
That was Will Feitinger. That's second place. Second place issues in turn number 1. We saw Feitinger have a couple issues yesterday throughout qualifying at the same corner. That'll put Heckman up to second, Austin Taylor up into third. But, I mean,
Taylor's been phenomenal so far, but got to mention Grant Heckman up 8 positions as well here. So 2 major movers in third and fourth. And the commentator's curse strikes just a little bit there.
Just a little bit. Yeah, Will Feitinger had a good enough gap to where at least, he's going to be able to catch Heckman and Taylor and try and reclaim that second spot, but just a little bit more work than I think he would have liked at this point.
Still all Gaddis out in front.
And Dominic Gaddis continuing to go purple. Ooh, just again.
Wow, what a save.
It's so easy to get caught out the entry of turn number 1.
Here's
See a
that
replay.
Yep.
And an alternate angle there. Didn't quite show the whole thing. I reckon it's probably the same thing. Probably coming in to turn 1 and just dropping a tire.
Going just that little bit too wide.
Like we've been saying, the curbing here, with the new pavement is just about an inch lower than the circuit itself. So when you drop a tire, you're basically just on ice skates at that point with no control.
So when we thought that the high-speed left-handers of Monza and Martinsville were going to bring the chaos, it's been that turn 1 entry complex, whether it's getting caught out in the rain. Some guys being a little bit over-ambitious and forcing guys to the outside. Been some big moments here in the opening loop in the preheats.
We've seen it spread out and close up a bit more because of the wet. Yesterday, you were a bit more flat out in every corner, a bit more of the same, so you were bumper to bumper. But as we just saw in that first complex of corners, Heckman got a little bit of a gap on Austin Taylor, but Taylor was able to reel it back in as Heckman then made a couple of little mistakes. So, and you saw the same thing when Gaddis and Feidinger were up front, where I think maybe a little bit more rain experience could be from Gaddis. They were able to make a gap. They weren't really pushing each other and working together like you would see in the dry.
Right.
So it's kind of changed up the game in the racing in 206.
Starting to close up here between Taylor and Heckman. As here comes Heckman with a look to the inside. Coming into turn number 1 will be a done deal as Taylor going to try to fend off here, running the high line. Gets that position.
Got it done into turn 1. That's a tricky place to do it. He's able to get a good advantage into the corner as he goes a little wide.
Big dosage of counter steer there as he runs that kart all the way onto the curbings, and it's still very much a 3-kart race here.
Heckman right now in an MPG sandwich between Austin Taylor and Will Feidinger.
How about Will Feidinger getting back into this picture in the 210, despite his major mistake earlier on? Everybody fanning out just a little bit now. And so much counter steer there coming up and over the hill. As around goes both. Double contact there.
Yeah, Heckman looped it around, and it looked like Feidinger just wrong place. I mean, just got hit in the left side.
Here comes the freight train further back.
Yeah, that's going to bring Tory Daniels back to Heckman. But see, that's super tricky to spin like that and just down the whole straightaway. You've lost all your momentum, and there's nothing you can do. And now he's going to have to hold off Tory Daniels. I think he got it back squared together in time as Daniels drops a wheel.
Major slide there for Tory.
See, there's the
and
replay.
That's going to give Johnson an opportunity to the inside as, Feidinger just nowhere to go there.
Yeah, that was a matter of inches. Feidinger's just 2 inches farther up the track. That doesn't happen. That's a 1-kart spin, but just, again, wrong place.
How difficult is it managing oversteer in these conditions?
It's pretty difficult. I mean, because the puddles and where the water is a little bit unpredictable, right? And it changes each lap and where the water lands and where it is. That's the biggest thing with wet racing is the track will be different in every corner and every place, and you have to manage that and stay on your toes.
These aren't lazy slides. These are extra spots of water kind of catching these drivers by surprise and a little bit less grip than expected. 297
Ooh.
Trying to get a move there as the over-under.
That was amazing. That was a great set of corners there. Just Heckman just didn't move him out of the way, but just got on the back bumper, kind of sold him a dummy out of into turn 1 and got him in 2.
Textbook move there for Grant Heckman as Evan Leach going to take that position from Tory Daniels for P6.
Yeah, Tory Daniels down a couple of spots. Now she goes behind Evan Leach in the 207. As Evan Leach now goes to the inside of Rhett Johnson. Gets it done.
Good stuff from Evan Leach. 2 cars in just a couple of corners there. So Leach up into the top 5 now. We'll try and get up to Feidinger and Heckman.
This is one of my favorite parts of rain racing is everyone's going to be taking a wider line, trying to get out of the rubber and get the most grip. But if you're feeling brave, you can stick it down the inside and kind of treat it like dirt racing, right? You have multiple grooves in each corner, and you can kind of go for the slide job. Ooh, Tory Daniels once again
really testing the limits there on the outside. As just in front, Rhett Johnson trying to close that gap. Back on Leach.
Leash now pulling a little bit of a gap here on Rhett Johnson.
Dominic Gaddis and Austin Taylor on two separate islands here for first and second. Battle for third rages on, though, with just a handful of laps remaining. And we talk about some great drives to the front of the field. Not just Austin Taylor, but, man, have yourself a heat, too.
It was a very unfortunate run for Austin Taylor yesterday, but I'm sure he's going to be happy getting into P2, albeit Dominic Gaddis has created a 17-second gap. And I'm sure Austin Taylor will be happy to be back in that second spot and be in a good position here to try to win it all for the final.
Rhett Johnson with a radar lock on Leish, who has been attacking so hard. Now he's got to be the one to defend this position, but is already putting some significant gaps, already about a 6-7 car length advantage now over Leish.
Looks like Leish is going to set his sights on Will Feitinger now, who has lost a bit of ground to Grant Heckman after that amazing pass we saw in turn 2, or turn 3.
Pack becoming the most diluted it has so far this weekend for the Sportsmen. And when rain has kind of become the grand equalizer, it's allowed some guys to have some incredible drives forward. But outside of the mid-pack, very, very spread out here at the front of the field with the twin sticks out for Dominic Gaddis.
And Evan Leish just continues to reel in Will Feitinger. Last lap, about 3/10 quicker. Let's see what he is this time. About 4/10, another 10th versus the lap before. He's going to get right to the back bumper of Will Feitinger at this rate. By the end of the lap, he should be there. Yellow flags in turn number 1. That's Tori Daniels.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, she's
such
stuck.
a phenomenal start to the weekend. And a big mistake.
Evan Leish, that's around the outside of Feitinger.
Great move there from Leish. Hanging it around the outside going into the Monza.
Unfortunate for Tori Daniels in turn 1. She's stuck. That'll be the end of her day, or her race.
So it'll be back of the field then, with the way these progressive heats work. So towards the back of the pack then, unfortunately, for Tori for the final. As we watch this move now from Evan Leish, who carried all that momentum into the outside. Pretty much a done deal. Had the bumper ahead here before he got to the apex.
Great
Or the
job.
turn in.
Just had it done. You see still a yellow flag for Tori Daniels.
Are they at a point where they could push her back on? But I'm not sure.
I think it's a rule you can't do that. But I think at this point they'll probably just leave her and get her going after the checkered. As Dominic Gaddis around the final corner, 20-second gap, takes the win in heat number 2. Dominating performance in the wet for Dominic Gaddis.
The defending 206 Sportsman champ has absolutely dominated to begin and set up for the final here at Norway. Austin Taylor just now getting to the checkered flag, but boy, what an improvement from yesterday for the 240 driver who finally gets that podium finish he's been jonesing for. A little bit of a drag race to the line here for P3 as Heckman manages to fend off Leish and Feitinger. And in the production crew predictions, oh, big moment once again there for, I believe that's Daly. As she gets that to the line, another little bit of a drag race here. Further back, Lucas DeMario and Arlo Barr side by side at the line. DeMario going to get P10. Vincent Clavatier in P13. And Tori Dangerous Daniels leads the best of the rest, who failed to reach the end. It's Gaddis versus Taylor on the front row for the final. Still some big names trying to get back to the front of the field as we set things up for KA100 Senior here. Third heat of the day coming up here from Norway. Austin Olds getting things started here for the KA100 Seniors alongside Shane Reddy. Brendan Lemke in P3, Wyatt Leslie alongside him in row 2. Cale Zimmerman in the 908 in 5th. It'll be Oliver Gaffer in 6th. Alexander Kardashian P7 with Braden Zervas in 8th. It's Blake Sarkia in 9th with Quentin McPherson rounding out the top 10. Christian Kendler on the inside of Voldemir Verkiv. Let's try that one more time as we get to Aaron Bromberg alongside Chaz Variale. Lane Gibbs on the inside of Cash Perkins. Mason Schuringer on the inside of Dylan North. Charles Robke alongside Tyler Goldberg. Elias Baker to the inside of Lucas Kilmick. Christian Kendler alongside Voldemir Verkov. As we round out this massive 20-something car grid. We're green for heat number 2 for the KA100 Seniors. Clean start through the front row, not so much. One cart around, it's the 9-12 of Ropke, who immediately gets that going once again.
It was the 972 of Brumberg in the DR. As Austin Olds with the lead. Brandon Lemke around the inside for P2. Underneath Shane Reddy. He gets it done. He's the P2.
Zimmerman tried the move as well further back on Leslie, but couldn't get there. A little bit wide there as we watch the replay of that turn 1 incident. Quick recovery there.
And Brandon Lemke now builds a little bit of a gap on Shane Reddy as he sets his sights for Austin Olds. He saw what Austin did yesterday as we see one driver go a little bit wide. Cale Zimmerman thought about making the move, but he tucks back inside. That was the 916 of Gaffer. Gaffer now in P4. Cale Zimmerman all over the rear bumper. See, there's Alexander Kardashian in the 955. Brandon Lemke right on the back of Austin Olds. He's made a lot of headway through the first sector. There's a problem for Gaffer.
Further back. Troubles for Gaffer. Kardashian with a move on the inside of Zimmerman going through the Monza, but major issues for Alexander Kardashian as he limps that thing through the high banks at Monza. Here's the move for the lead, potentially. A look there from Cale Zimmerman, but can't get it done.
Can't get it done. Brandon Lemke to the inside of Austin Olds. Doesn't quite get there, but he's still all over the rear bumper of Austin. He's probably going to try and get this move done as quickly as possible. As he's going to
Trouble
dive
for
to the
MPG
inside.
driver. Here he comes and gets that move. Great stuff from Brandon Lemke.
Yeah, I don't think Austin saw any reason to really fight it there. Brandon Lemke, huge run as he's now going to gap him even further.
Shane Reddy further back in the 924, leading a hard-charging Kardashian, who's able to get that
Ooh, we got a spinner.
going once again. Trouble further back as 2x2 through the Monza. Everybody able to line it back up with Lane Gibbs at the back of this pack.
I could
Great
be wrong,
close
but
quarters racing there.
Austin Olds was looking back quite a lot, and he's lost a bit of time now to third place. As you see, Brandon Lemke is now built up quite a gap in just one lap over Austin Olds, and Austin was he's been looking behind him quite a bit. So I'd be curious if something's wrong on the 950 machine of Austin Olds. He's going to continue as of right now. Alexander Kardashian now up into the top 4. He'll be in 4th position, trying to get around Shane Reddy. You'll see the experience, the kind of the older drivers here in KA Senior charging to the front right now in the wet. Just that extra bit of experience around a track like Norway that we haven't been to since 2019, and just in general the wet weather experience really playing a factor here.
Cale Zimmerman standing by further back in the VLR machine, just behind this battle between Kardashian and Shane Reddy. And another card off. That's Christian Kendler.
See Shane Reddy still trying to hold off Alexander Kardashian. Cale Zimmerman is in the mix.
Kardashian looking to the inside of Shane Reddy. Will make that a done deal by turn number 1. Maybe not, as a look to the inside from Shane Reddy now gets back in line. Another look further back than 979, and McPherson wants a little bit of this action. Big swing back there from Zimmerman, who keeps trying to clear Shane Reddy as they go back and forth trying the over-unders in every opportunity given side by side. A little bit of hand gesturing there from McPherson. And somehow, some way, we're in the same order as when this thing started.
Yeah, I don't think Cale saw any reason to go side by side from McPherson into Monza there. That would just lose both of them more time, because he wants to stay with Shane Reddy and Alexander Kardashian. Try and keep himself in the best spot. I think he knew that by trying the inside in turn 3, that really hurt him, and that's what let McPherson get around.
Pace finally really starting to uncork now for Kardashian, who kind of seized the moment there from those 3 battling one another and has put a pretty solid gap on that trio behind and gets himself up into the bottom step of the podium. Back over to Reddy versus McPherson. Late apex, Reddy in the grass, and that's going to make this a fairly easy move here for McPherson on the inside. Reddy going to fight big time, though, but still not enough.
Not enough for Shane Reddy, as now Cale Zimmerman's going to be on the back bumper of Shane. As he's going to give him a little nudge. He gets to the inside. They're side by side. Cale backs out of it. No, he doesn't. He's still outside.
Just gets the bumper to the side pod all the way around the outside. How about that? Cale Zimmerman over the hill. Some nuclear stuff from the 906.
But it's not done yet. Yeah, it is. Shane Reddy slots in behind Cale Zimmerman. That was impressive stuff over the hill. Haven't seen that side by side over the hill in the wet. Crazy stuff.
Nuclear moves from the VLR driver as he works himself up in to P5. Great stuff.
We're now looking a little bit farther back behind Shane Reddy at Cash Perkins. Looks like Zerva's going to look inside. Didn't quite make it happen. Going to lose a little bit of time there in the Monza.
Here's the replay of that phenomenal move all the way around the outside for Cale Zimmerman, and kind of turned that into the over-under as they worked by the tunnel.
Phenomenal stuff. That was so clean. That was textbook over the hill in the wet around the outside. Good stuff from Cale Zimmerman.
Zerva still trying to dig here on Cash Perkins, who has been making that 963 as wide as possible. The Franklin Motorsports driver holding on to P7.
Cash Perkins and Braden Zervis still going at it.
Perkins, the Bristol, Wisconsin native, is no stranger to these styles of track, shall we say, but is, like many of the KA100 seniors, still trying to get used to this track. Further back in the field, Freddie Gibbs advances over the 926 of Dylan North to get himself up into 9th.
Austin Olds now falling into the clutches of Alexander Kardashian. That's for P2. Yesterday, it was Austin Olds with a dominating run. Today, it's Brandon Lemke and Austin Olds falling back now into the clutches here of Alexander Kardashian. Let's see what Kardashian can do. He looks pretty strong right now in the wet. Austin Olds probably didn't want
Here
the
comes
wet weather.
Kardashian.
Kardashian now around the inside of Olds.
Through Martinsville and over the bridge.
Yeah.
Same spot we saw that move from Zimmerman just a couple laps ago.
Made it look a bit easy there for Alexander Kardashian. That EOS is hooked up right now for the 955.
Noticing how much these guys are leaning to the outside of these cars right now, trying to lift that inner rear.
Yeah, just trying to get some type of rotation in the center of the corner there. As now McPherson's going to be all over the back bumper of Olds. I don't think the rain is what Austin wanted to see today, and that's huge for the championship. I might add to Kardashian taking P2. You know, Lemke with a huge points lead right now. It's not great for anybody else but Brandon Lemke, but, you know, Alexander Kardashian definitely doing all he can do. Is McPherson's now going to get to the outside of Olds, over under to the inside.
Has to
Austin
back out of it.
strong around the outside.
Already a phenomenal drive here in Heat 2 for McPherson. 8 positions gained and is looking for number 9 right now.
Austin Olds struggling right now in the wet. He's right now in protection mode. Just no rear grip in the 950 Kart Republic for Austin Olds right now.
He's leaning more than anybody else right now, trying
Yeah,
to get that thing to pivot.
Doing everything he can do. You see Shane Reddy just dropped a wheel in the dirt behind, 2 positions behind. Austin Olds, he is doing everything that he can to get some grip into the 950.
Olds circling the drain right now as McPherson tries to tack on another one.
Let's see here in a replay. Just watch the body language of Austin Olds through the corners. Watch the hands. You'll see him. You'll see the right arm pretty much straight, just cranking the wheel to get everything you can into it.
Pato Award style oversteer reflexes there from Olds. Here's the look to the inside from McPherson.
Ooh.
Side pod to side pod. Big contact there.
But Austin's
As
not going to
Olds
like
ramps
that.
it up off of the curbing. A look back like, really, dude?
Yeah, I mean, it is something to be said. You know, Austin's struggling right now. I don't think McPherson has to really fight him that hard. I mean, Austin is kind of says, you see, Austin's going to go right back to the inside.
Can't get it there.
Yeah, no, you can just see no rear grip in that thing. He tried to take a tighter line and just had to correct it. The rear end just stepping out.
Now,
Yeah,
now Zimmerman going to try and get by.
You just watch the front wheels in any tight corner. When you see the go-kart kind of lift in the center, you know, that's just, you shouldn't have to put that much wheel. Just watch the hands of Austin Olds compared to Cale Zimmerman here going into turn number 2 as the curled red black flag goes to Quentin McPherson for that move.
Ooh, big trouble there.
That's the 933.
Christian Kendler.
Cale Zimmerman on the back bumper of Austin Olds. Yeah, you can see Austin just putting way more wheel into it than Cale is. See
Are we
Austin
going to see
playing
a
with
late move? He thought about it.
Austin's playing with the needles right now. One-handed through the Monza in the wet. That was incredible. Oh,
Big
issues.
lift from Olds. There might be issues for the 950,
Yeah,
or maybe a little bit of a surrender there.
I think that was a bit of a surrender. I know Austin's struggling right now, trying to fix the carburation, struggling with handling, just not what Austin wanted to see.
Major hats off to Austin Olds for not only managing this very oversteery kart, but being able to go to the toolbox.
Here's the
and
replay
try
of
and fix it.
McPherson.
Late lunge into T1.
Yeah.
And a big dose of side pod.
It doesn't look intentional. I mean, that was just a big send that probably didn't need to make, because that was a little aggressive. And Austin was struggling. McPherson was quite a bit faster. So if you just a little bit of patience there, I think would have been the key. But obviously both Austin and McPherson made it out of there unscathed. So no harm, no foul.
Twin sticks out this time by for Brandon Lemke. And McPherson going to try and close this gap to Kardashian. Nobody home out front, though, for the 901 of Brandon Lemke.
What a run for Brandon Lemke. 10-second gap over Alexander Kardashian, the Wisconsin Wonder Kid. The 901 making it happen once again. Big points lead coming in already. Setting himself up nicely for a front row start in the main event.
18 national titles, over 25 regionals. The Wisconsin Wonder Kid trying to tack on one more regional trophy here at Norway. And he's set himself up perfectly here for the final.
Said coming into this race that the target kind of felt like there was a target on his back. Well, you don't have to worry about it when you're so far up front. Brandon Lemke gets the win in heat number 2.
Gets all the way to lapped traffic as well. How about Alexander Kardashian able to finally flex his muscles as he goes a little bit wide here, and we might have a little bit of a drag race with McPherson. I believe that's actually lap traffic involved, but McPherson going to come home in 3rd with Cale Zimmerman in 4th. Austin Olds able to limp that machine home in 5th. Shane Reddy in 6th. Cash Perkins comes home in 7th.
Yeah, Austin Olds, good run to finish P5 after the struggles he went through throughout the race. Really could, he really could play zero offense the entire race, you could see. And, after a full 15 laps to get back going for the final, I was outside in between sessions there. It's sprinkling a little bit, not really raining, but no signs of drying. So, you use that session to learn. P1 and a P5 in both your heats. I mean, Austin Olds will live to fight another day. But, the story of the 2 heats, Austin Olds and Brandon Lemke in each of them. Big gaps, big wins, and it's all going to come together for one final.
Doubts were starting to come out after a deep finish at Wisconsin. But it is the Millwright man who finishes out in front for heat number 2. Brandon Lemke alongside Alexander Kardashian for the final. Going to step away for just a minute. 206 Juniors coming up here from Norway. Heat 2 for the 206 juniors. Theodore Gaffer out in front alongside Braden Dumont. Ethan Leroy, P3. Evan Benoit is 4th. Jack Faber in 5th with Colin Eddy in 6th. Brady Shad out in 7th alongside Pearson Golseth. Kalen Siagla out in 9th alongside JC Moeller.
Through the rest of the field, Tyler Katra, P11, Joseph Wilson, and P12, Alyssa Eddy, P13, Case Reth, P14, Peyton Coralini, 15th, Bartos Bagzini, 16th, Benjamin Howe in 17th.
So one of the larger grids here for the 206 juniors. And Gaffer, a little bit of a dark horse coming in heat number 1. Dumont on the outside. Is Gaffer going to be able to hold on to that? Let's find out. Back to it. Nope. Waved off. So we'll re-rack him and try once again here for the 206s. Maybe a little bit too much pace there being carried.
You see a little bit of dirt there on the track.
Everything being dragged out from the chaos of the KA Hundos. What a weekend so far for Theodore Gaffer, though. In the 303, has not really flexed his pace so much this season and has really gotten off on the right foot here in Norway. Let's try that one more time. Dumont on the outside of Theodore Gaffer. Ethan Leroy alongside Benoit. Now we get the green flag. Good start there from Dumont on the inside. Gaffer trying to carry all of that momentum but can't get it. Front 2 already going to line up as we're 3 wide going into turn number 4. Big gains in the whole shot there for the 365 of Brady Shad.
Great start there by Brady Shad. See, pointing to go forward. They're still side by side further back. Going to Jack Fiber, about to make it 3 wide.
To the inside. Good stuff there.
Yeah, almost 3 wide there. That was sketchy. Almost wide there for the, I believe that it was Ethan Leroy, the 373. You'll see Benoit and Leroy in identical karts as teammates.
Second year in karting for Braden Dumont, the 12-year-old, the former indoor karting champ, has come out of the gate absolutely swinging and is looking to take this lead away from Theodore Gaffer. Bumper to bumper, a little bit of contact. I think the chrome horn was used a bit there to try and move him out of the way. But the over-under for defense there on Gaffer works, and he'll hold this lead.
Great over-under textbook
Benoit
stuff.
going wide a little bit there. Coming onto the back straight, used a little bit too much curbing. Here comes Shad to the inside through Monza, and Shad going to get on the podium.
See a little bit further back. Brady Shad was side by side with Jack Fiber. You saw, or I think that was Benoit. But as we see, he's now side by side for the lead.
Big slide there from Dumont. Trying some big moves here to take the lead away from Gaffer.
And Dumont's been trying to take the lead. I mean, at some point you have to realize and just think, you know, you guys have a decent gap to the guys fighting behind. I mean, maybe Brady Shad has kind of figured it out to run some qualifying laps to get to them. But at this point, the top 2 kind of broken away. So all fighting's going to do at this point is bring the rest of the field back into it.
Good run there coming across the start-finish line. And you've got to wonder if Dumont has that level of running. Once again, lap traffic already. And here comes Dumont to the inside of Theodore Gaffer into the Monza. Will finally take that lead.
And finally gets to the lead. your winner from Road America, Braden Domont.
As big-time lap traffic already here for Gaffer and Domont.
See a little bit of a bumper there further back. 399, almost lost 2 positions.
That's Colin Eddy.
Colin Eddy almost saved it. Almost lost 2 positions. Only lost.
Now looks to the inside coming out of the final corner side by side. Tried to get to Fiber. Couldn't get there. 2 positions lost that lap there for Colin. And now you got JC Moeller right on his tail. Back to the front. Boy. Keep on thinking that's Benoit. That's actually one of the lap traffic cars that keeps running very, very wide there.
Taking a look further back now. Looking at Eddy, who lost 2 spots last lap. Now Mueller looks like in 320 is going to try and make a charge here.
As now Moeller gets thrown back a little bit. Catra looking for a move further behind. Some big gestures out in front there.
Lots of hand gestures this race from the 206 juniors. Either signaling to let someone by or trying to move forward.
Looks like a little bit of frustration there.
You see Jack Fiber now looking to the inside of Evan Benoit.
Believe that's Joseph Wilson on the outside there in P11.
I believe that the number ends with a 5. I believe, yes, that is Evan Benoit.
So Benoit leading Fiber over the hill here. And Gaffer, not a lot on the table here for Braden Dumont, who already has tacked nearly a second on halfway in. 2 very, very different lines there between Theodore Gaffer, who's now trying to fend off from Brady Shad. Big move to the inside there. Very rare we see the move coming in the run, the corner before the Monza. But Brady Shad gets that spot and says, let's work together.
Throughout this race, I think Brady Shad has been the most animated driver that we've seen on the racetrack.
He's been animated in every class he's driven, and he's always the one to say, let's move forward together. Let's kind of do that power of friendship.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes as a driver, you mean that. Sometimes you just don't want them to pass you, right?
Right. And unfortunately, I'm not sure what Gaffer's got in that 303 to keep up as... Ooh, big moment there in the grass. And a shake of the head knowing that was a pretty big mistake. But Benoit, or excuse me, Dumont already nearly 2 seconds up now from Shad and Gaffer. And I'm not sure if Gaffer is going to be able to keep up with the 365.
The 365, Brady Shad is just on a run right now. See if he can get up to Braden Domont. Just 1.6 seconds behind last time by.
Looks like potentially some issues for Brady Shad, who's looking to have potentially some issues with his visor.
Yeah, you saw the hand up right there. We'll keep an eye on that, see if he messes with it anymore. Yeah, you'll see either pushing it down or wiping it off.
I want to say wiping it off. I'm not sure what other kind of issue that would be, maybe potentially being pushed up.
I mean, so in the rain, obviously in these conditions, fog is a thing. or just, water in general. I mean, like you've seen the movie Rush, right, where they put the holes in the visor at the start of the last race. Ventilation and fog is a really big thing here. And, yeah, I don't know. I think he is just keeping it down. Great pickup from our producer, Emery Lida.
Tell you what, that tap of the head was telling me maybe something's kind of getting loose in the hinges of the visor itself, and it's trying to be popped loose. What has gone on here?
Side pod. That's the 398.
If found, please return to Callum Kiagla. So that'll be the meatball for sure coming to the Leslie Racing driver.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see.
So now a further breakaway for Dumont. As Shad continues to hold off Gaffer.
And some more intel.
Big
wheel
off there for Dumont.
Ray Dumont, that's not going to help his case right now in defending Brady Shad, but he did open up the gap a little bit. Some great intel from our very talented camera crew is that we've noticed from boots on the ground is Brady Shad has a little crack in the visor now to get some ventilation in to help with the fogging. You'll see Braden Dumont rolling with a clear visor right now. That's typically what you'll do in the wet. You'll, there's been some funny games, some things said about clear visors over the years, but in the wet, it's mandatory.
It's borderline mandatory.
So Brady Shad putting a little crack, a little ventilation there. Shout out to Michael and Hunter out on the scenes in the camera positions, doing a great job here braving the wet. And, yeah, our cameramen are very talented individuals here at a Kart Chaser, and they're the brave souls out there in the wet right now. We're going to try and get a closer look at the visors to see if we can see that.
How difficult is it with the tint here in the wet?
It's mainly difficult, I think, because when you have one of the mirrored visors or one of the tinted, it's just different materials, right, as well, and some clear visors will have like the double plastic as we take a look.
Clear visor of Dumont out in front.
Yeah, there's a little crack there. Just get some air through the visor of Brady Shad there.
And with the rain picking up once again, that's going to be absolutely necessary here for Shad to stay on target. How troubling is it when you have something, you're trying to be so locked in on this race, and you have something, whether it's a loose belt, a cracked visor, something like that, or a fogged up visor, something like that, throwing you off your rhythm?
Yeah, I mean, that was something like on Friday when I went out and I got to do the first 3 sessions into a 16-year, and the gas can, like, I think everyone's had it happen at least once where the bolt on the middle of the gas can will just be a little bit loose. But like when you're out on track, you can adjust that. You can tighten that.
Joseph Wilson versus Tyler Calitro we're watching right now for P9 with Eddie right in front there. So 3-car freight train here calling Eddie leading all 3 of them.
Yeah, to answer your question, it is distracting. It's a little bit distracting. You're trying to focus on hitting your marks, getting the line correctly. See now there's going to be a pass. That'll be Eddie getting around the 320. Gets it done. But it's
JC
not
Muller
over
trying
yet.
the over-under there and can't get it done. Maybe one more attempt as we come out of turn number 3. Unable to get there. Great stuff there from Leroy.
Yeah, 340.
Guy we haven't really talked about, Ethan Leroy, forced to the outside now by Muller, as it looks like Katra trying to go with him. Can't get it there. Great defense so far here from JC Muller. What I love about the entry lists is there's always a little bit of info that's up to parents or whoever's running them as we get the twin sticks out. Whether it's team, chassis, a little bit of info. All I've got for JC Moeller is Bunny Girl. That's the only intel I've been given on JC Moeller in the 320. So we will hopefully get some further emphasis on what that means for JC. If anyone in chat would happen to know, feel free to let us know in the booth. What I know she's doing right now is continuing to defend big time from Colin Eddy, excuse me, as once again defends through the middle there. Good stuff there from Moeller, who's kind of trying to take the middle line, making that cart as wide as humanly possible, and force kind of a rough decision there as Katra now clears Colin Eddy. White flag out.
What a great run here for Braden Domont. Winner of round 1. Looking to make it 2 in a row this weekend. He's definitely got the wet setup figured out. 4.2 second gap over Brady Shad. Tyler Katra, the 340, getting around Colin Eddy. There's our leader, Braden Domont, through Monza. Coming down to turn number 8. Incredible run. Had a little bit of a battle with Theodore Gaffer earlier in the race. But since then, since he took the lead, he never looked back, and here he is.
Home race for the 12-year-olds in the INS Robotics Kart. Over the hill for the final time in heat number 2. And he has got all the right stuff for the final. Domont dominating so far, and will take heat number 2. Brady Shad getting it across the line, the 365 for Coyote in P2. With Theodore Gaffer going from first to third. Pure car of Jack Fiber coming home in 4th. And didn't really talk about Pearson Gulseth that much this race. But the Merlin driver with a solid finish, P4. P5, excuse me.
Yeah, obviously these heats were progressive, and we'll have the lineup for the final, and probably going to be a good starting spot for Brady Shad. Braden Domont definitely on the front row, and definitely probably going to be on the pole. And yeah.
How disheartening is it seeing a guy kind of run away with a 4-second gap like that? If you're mid-pack or maybe fighting for the podium.
It'll play in your mindset a little bit, but you at the same point you have to remember there's still one race to go, and the last race at the end of the day today will be for all the marbles. There's still a final up for grabs, and yeah, it's always it sucks to give away those points, but the next race, the Heat 2 isn't the one that gives away the hardware, right?
Anything can happen in the final, and anything can happen in the minis and micros, and it usually does. That's up next here from Norway. And here come the Micro Swifts for heat number 2 from Norway. It's the 4 of, well, Liam 4 out in front alongside Dylan Braun. Austin Taylor from 3rd alongside Evan Leish. Harrison Apple in 5th alongside Darius Zaremba in P6. Then it's Caitlin Daly in 7th with Cameron Apple rounding out the field. Smaller of the Swift karts. Less power, a little bit lighter. But it's always pack racing style here with these karts. Never a dull show with these two classes, Kyle.
Yeah, never a dull moment in the micro and mini categories. I mean, yesterday in Road America, it was Liam 4, a kid from Wisconsin. Austin Taylor there in the 1. In the 37 of Dylan Braun. Don't forget Evan Leish in the 17.
The rapid refuel driver from DePere, Wisconsin. As again, genuinely, it feels like anyone's got a shot in these heats with how tight the field is and how close everyone is at the start.
See the puddles there on the track. It looks like it's raining quite a bit, actually.
Was getting, I was getting some more nonverbals earlier. If we look over at the pits, I think we should see some umbrellas out as...
a little sprinkle. You see the puddle, see the little drops in the puddle. That's how we can tell here from the booth. So, yeah, dry track is not in question today for sure.
So should be wet weather racing all to the end here on this damp Sunday. To the tram lines and to the wave off, as I feel like more often than not, it's always the micro and mini guys that just want to get on the gas just a little bit too early for the starts.
Yeah, you can see the rain definitely starting to pick up a little bit here, trackside.
So we'll re-rack them and try that one more time. But man, it's really starting to open up once again here. And if we're talking about karting being chapter 1 of the racing journey, this is absolutely one of the first pages using the IAME Swift engine 60 cc's with these karts about 225 pounds with a 16 millimeter header to restrict the power for the younger ones. Youngest kids in here alongside the Sportsman, as young as age 7, as old as 10. Back to the tram line. Once again, Marshall's really telling them to wait before they get on their giddy up. And we're back to it. Forward to the inside, immediately breaks away as there's some pressure from one of the MPG karts. And an immediate breakaway from Liam 4, but Austin Taylor right there in second.
Yeah, great start from Liam 4. Austin Taylor still right there, though.
Evan Leish there as well in third in the 17.
Get a chance to see here who's strongest in the wet after lap 1. Coming here to turn number 8.
2 spots lost in the whole shot for Dylan Braun, who now looks to be defending from Darius Zaremba.
especially at this age, rain experience does matter. I mean, I know growing up, maybe I was misfortunate, but I did not get much experience to race in the wet. And so I'm sure these kids have more rain experience than me, even though I raced for 15, 18 years. So rain experience here does matter. You'll kind of see some of the shakeups in the order from just experience alone, especially in these younger categories.
We are quite possibly watching some of the first wet heats that these young drivers are experiencing. What was that experience like for you, learning how to race in the wet and really getting that trial by water?
I did it one time, and steering is hard. It is hard. Like, it is difficult. I did it in road racing at Mid-Ohio on a big track. It is hard. It is difficult.
It's that combination of, well, when there's no grip on track, the car wants to both oversteer and understeer, right? So trying to manage that on all aspects.
And you'll see, we saw the rain picking up, and you can tell with the spray now too.
Big moment there.
Austin
Taylor.
That was
bad luck once again
place.
As he tries to limp it back on track, and has beached it, trying to wave the marshals over to get him going once again. Still signs of life spudding from the Swift engine, but going to need a little bit of help to get back on there.
Ooh.
That marshal putting all the elbow grease in to try and get him back out. But that means no threat now for Liam 4 out in front.
We get a replay of that, see what happened. Just out of frame. Man, I almost, as we see now on the left side and on the live.
More trouble.
That was
for
Evan
life.
Leash. So, as we see now, the replay of Austin Taylor, yeah, it just looks like that was a weird one. He almost maybe did high side it on the entry, like we've been seeing, just putting a wheel off. But while we were watching the replay, Evan Leash, who did take over second place, spun as well.
And in that replay, it was already a close call for Leash coming into turn one, who had a big moment, had the car step out under braking.
Seeing double here at Norway. As you can see, they did get Austin Taylor back going, but yeah, they'll cycle him down all the way back to 8th place. But a shout out to the corner workers for getting Austin Taylor back on track.
So it'll be back of the grid as they stand right now for the final for Austin Taylor, who's going to try and stop that bleeding and try and get to work here on Caitlin Daly in 7th. Nobody home for Liam 4 out in front.
It's an incredible run for Liam 4 these last 2 rounds. As we're going to replay. The crew's getting,
some frustration there. How's that for a shot? Out one goes, and around goes another.
Great work. Their cameraman Michael out in turn 1 getting that shot.
And another one. I believe that's Caitlin Daly.
Yeah, Caitlin Daly all the way out in the bowl.
That's going to be a harder rescue.
Yeah, that's a little frightening to go out like that in the bowl.
Big off at Monza. Hopefully not too much hang time.
Interested to see if we got any angle of that from the back of the bowl. We'll be checking on that. Right now, there's Liam 4 trying to.
Corner worker trying to go for the pole method here. And I believe that is going to be all she wrote then for Caitlin Daly. Corner worker trying to tell everybody to slow down here.
Man, pulling that cart in that long of a poncho, that's impressive.
That's big time effort.
That was huge. Shout out.
So Caitlin gonna try to get it refired. There it is. And now the push from the corner worker. This is tough with the heavy angle, but there's the rejoin. Kate Daly's back in it. Podium battle here. Leash just a little bit further up ahead, but Zaremba all over the back right now of Dylan Braun.
Ooh,
Another big moment for Evan Leash, who's been sliding that thing all around so far this heat. Still umbrellas out in the paddock, which is telling us that the rain is indeed still falling.
Yeah, the rooster tails are still pretty tall, and it's
Definitely taller
continuing
from
to come
earlier.
down here in Norway.
I think one of the big curiosities for me, who's relatively new to the kart world, how difficult is it to make that jump up from the micros to some of the bigger karts once you reach that age, whether it's making the move straight to the KAs or going over to the Briggs?
Yeah, it's a big difference, going from the cadet chassis to the larger chassis. And, most of the time when you first move up, there's a few years of progression there because, with the age gap between the mini Swift and the juniors, when you're starting out at, say, 10 or I think at the age is 12, if you start out at 12 and then you're racing against the kids who have already been there for 4 years who are 15.
There's that big Evan Leash moment on your right.
But yeah, like some of the kids that have already been in junior for 4 or 5 years at 15, like they've grown. They're a couple pounds, heavier than say a fresh, 10 or 11-year-old. So half the time you have to use the pedal mounts, kind of get the pedals as far forward as you can, and also, in a go-kart, you're using a lot of your body weight, right? So if you're, on the younger side, it'll take a few years until, you've just in general grown to the point where, you can actually utilize your body weight and having, maybe having to bolt lead on the kart or, even your feet being at the right position to be at the front
right.
end.
Home race for Darius Zaremba in the number 3 FMS kart. Was thinking about a move going into the Monza on the 37 of Braun, but thought smarter of it and got back in line. But has been consistently occupying the mirrors and a little bit of a nudge there. Now another look to the inside, back in line. Kate Daly right in front is lap traffic, which could spice this up just a little bit.
Yeah, lap traffic usually playing a factor here in some capacity in the mini and micro Swift classes here at Route. See Dylan Braun is going to have to fight to get around Caitlin Daly. Ooh, problems for the 3.
What's happened to Zaremba? Hand is up. There's something mechanically wrong for Darius Zaremba, who limps that thing onto the grass.
Yeah, just immediate hand up out of that bowl corner before the hill. Issues for Darius Zaremba. He's out of the go-kart, and that'll be all she wrote for his heat race number 2.
So some big names out here in Heat 2 for the Micro Swifts. The drama for Austin Taylor. Kate Daly's big recovery at Monza. And now potential podium finish for Darius Zaremba's gone away.
I mean, this is impressive from Liam Ford, especially, when we mentioned that it's been raining as hard and frequent as it has. Just the track, because when it's raining like this, the track you're not making a dry line, and usually the track progression will go that the dry line, the more karts that go through each corner, it'll get drier and drier. But in this case, with 8 karts on the racetrack, it's just going to continue to stay wet and even get even more wet. So, you're just guessing going to each corner what you're going to be going through. And Liam 4 has been about a second about half a second faster than the rest of the field. I mean, it's impressive. He's built a 10.4 second gap with 4 laps to go, 3.5 now.
And it makes sense when you look at the docket for Liam 4, who at just 8 years old has already become a Kid Kart Club champion, a CKNA North and South runner-up, and is very active at the national level outside of route, running in SCUSA, USPKS, and Stars in the cadet karts.
Yeah, very impressive resume already at 8 years old for Liam 4.
An incredible 11 lap gap right now, separating the 4 of Liam 4 and Evan Leish, as he just now comes in the view in the run into the Monza, who, despite having some big-time moments here, is still going to be runner-up and look to start alongside Liam for the final in the Rapid Refuel Kart.
We take a look now at Dylan Braun running P3 under the MPG Motorsports tent, the 37. 15 seconds back right now. But, you know, he's had a very quiet, very clean heat race thus far. I'm sure he won't be too upset about a podium finish to start his day.
2024 Junior Summer Series champ Dylan Braun trying to get back to the front here. Road America regular.
Here's Harrison Apel in the 18. Kind of fighting the wheel through turn number 4 there before the long straightaway going into Monza. So look behind, we'll see Cameron Apel in the 24.
Brother in the 24. The duo from Slinger, Wisconsin.
We're looking at Liam 4 now on his final lap. About to go into turn number 4, head his way to turn 5 in the Monza.
A little experience in the wet can go a very, very long way when it's a new track for so many. And it is paying off majorly for Liam 4, who's still on the limit, mind you. A major slide there coming out of turn number 9. But a major dash of confidence is coming the way of the 4 on his way to the final. Checkered flag is out. Heat number 2 going to go to Liam 4. Domination thus far in the Micro Swifts. And just into view now comes Evan Leish. And it'll be an 11.7 second gap, first to second. Dylan Braun next to top MPG kart. Apel brothers up next with Harrison beating out Cameron. And that's the end for the main pack.
Austin Taylor, a mishap in the heat race, comes across the line in 6th. Made up 2 spots from the misfortunes of Caitlin Daly and Darius Aremba. So we see on the grid now the mini Swifts, one category higher than the micros, just a little bit more power. See Cam Johnson starting on the pole. Different helmet today for Cam. You'll see that sometimes. You don't want to get the nice, shiny, painted helmet all wet and messed up, as we're already rolling.
So 20 more pounds, no restrictor, and 1 more year of experience for Mini Swift eligibility. And it's Cameron Johnson who is going to get things started. Dominic Gaddis hops out of the 206 Sportsman, runs back over to the Cadet chassis to roll off in second. Will Feidinger in third in the 100 Kart alongside Simon Klein. Camden Clay in fifth alongside Mark Sheridan. And it's Vincent Clavatier in row 4 alongside Yakov Sheridan. Rhett Johnson P9 with Rodvin Sarafi in P10.
Take a look at the rest of your field. Getting going here, it was all Cameron Johnson yesterday.
A couple of big names at the back of the grid here, though. Tori Daniels and Sapaka, who was showing so much pace but got caught up in some trouble. So what is he going to be able to do here from the Snake Eye spot? Up in 13th.
I believe we had one scratch from the weekend, as I don't believe Eric Wojciechowski is here this weekend.
Cameron Johnson for Team FMS in the 110 comes to the line on the inside. And I believe it's another waved off start there. The yellow was out. So we're going to try that one more time. Again, always feels like the micros and minis so eager to get on the loud pedal for the start. And no full lap. They'll just send him around through the inner loop for the restart, which saves us plenty of time. So Cameron Johnson on the inside. Big MPG presence as well with Will Feidinger in the 100. And Dominic Gaddis, as it is the Franklin versus My Parents Garage rivalry here in the minis. Simon Klein in the midfield, also trying to bring the heat for Franklin as well in the 132. All right, take two for the start. Green flag is out. Heat 2 for the Mini Swifts underway. Great start there for Cam Johnson. He'll arrowhead everybody going into turn number 1. A little bit of a look from the inside and some big contact there for Simon Klein and Tori Daniels. But already the MPG guys charging hard right now. And a little bit of a reshuffle between the two of them. Still Cameron Johnson out in front.
Cameron Johnson with a big gap through lap number 1. See the white helmet there of Dominic Gaddis, followed by Will Feidinger in the red Leclerc helmet.
I would love to see a poll of the entire grid and who their favorite driver is, and just split it up by name, by discipline. Feel like you're going to get a lot of Charles Leclercs in there. I don't know if Lewis Hamilton at this point is maybe a little bit too old for the taste of some of these guys.
Oh, don't say that.
I don't want to say it. I know it's true, though. Kyle, who's your favorite driver?
Fernando Alonso.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
2017 Indy 500 changed my perspective on him.
Exactly.
Big favorite.
As we
Big
see, there's a change for the lead. Dominic Gaddis over Cameron Johnson. Dominic Gaddis has been very strong in the wet conditions here today.
And Gaddis going to try to continue that 206 Sportsman domination in the cadets to put the gap on Johnson. Championship leader Danny O'Gara, who won the opening round. Unfortunately, a no-show this time, will stay in the championship fight with a drop round.
Yeah, it's all Dominic Gaddis in the wet today in both the 206 Sportsman and the Mini Swift. Cam Johnson's going to keep pushing to try and catch the 114 of Gaddis. See, there's Will Feitinger and Simon Klein just behind in third and
Becomes
fourth.
the battle for third, as Feitinger with still a pretty good gap right now to Simon Jack Klein. How about Supaika from last already up into sixth, 4 laps in?
Zupaka was another name that yesterday was very strong. Had some misfortune in heat number 1 that had him starting at the back today. 3 drivers in the back deciding not to take part in the racing today. Vincent Claviter in the 166 and Tori Daniels. And Eric Wojciechowski was not able to make it for the entire event this weekend. So 10 karts on the racetrack here for Mini Swift. Taking a look at Will Feitinger in the 3rd position, being chased down by Simon Klein.
So it's last to 5th so far, though, for Michael Supaika, who might be looking to tack on another one.
Big battle here for the 6th position between the 111 of
Sheridan
and
I
Brett
believe
Johnson.
that's Brett Johnson.
Still seeing Rhett Johnson try to catch Shirev.
Gaddis still out in front to complete lap number 6. As further back, Sheriff still holds off Rhett Johnson, one of the closest battles we have on track right now. Did you ever ask your parents for the wet helmet?
No.
Big shake of the head there,
Well,
yeah.
I've driven in the wet once. I mean, it just
It
just
didn't
never
make
happened.
sense, yeah.
It's very unfortunate. It just never happened.
What was the
Never got to do it.
coldest you ever karted in?
About 50 degrees, 40 degrees. It was cold. There's been some cold ones. We'll get that in the tri-state area. I mean, that's a part of it.
Right.
Especially when we start getting into October, November. Yeah, even when we go to Las Vegas here in November,
Oh, yeah.
it's cold.
Gets
Wouldn't
chilly out in the
expect
desert. No,
Cold.
absolutely.
And no signs of the rain stopping today, however.
Continuing to go down here. We can knock on wood here, but no lightning to be reported as of recently. So
It's
no
still-
delays.
Still sprinkling outside, continuing to just wet the track. As we get the halfway signal from the flagman.
Still 2.5 seconds for Gaddis over Cam Johnson. In the middle of most likely the biggest cell of rain we'll have for the remainder of the day. Another little bit of a burst around 2 p.m. here. That should be in the thick of the finals.
Will be interesting to see, you know, if the rain does go away, if it doesn't rain anymore. I don't think we're going to get any sunlight today to really speed up the drying process like we saw yesterday with, you know, the high humidity and the sun. Just, you know, the track can dry in a matter of 20 minutes if you just give it enough sunlight. But, you know, even without sun, if it's cloudy and wet, where will this track be by the time we get to, say, 206 senior or KA junior at the end of the day in the finals? You know, where are we going to be at? So, that's what's going to be interesting about the progression of the track today. Even without sunlight, can we get to a dry track at some point if it quits raining? But we've kind of just been at this like miserable kind of sprinkle all day, right? Like you're not raining, but it's also not raining hard, you know. So you're kind of just stuck in the wets. Which it is fun for us.
Going out to 5 laps to go here in Heat 2 for the Mini Swifts. Jackson Lambros alongside Kyle Cuthbertson, as the field has diluted very heavily here in the Minis. It was Johnson with an early lead, but Gaddis put the pressure on with about 5 laps in and has not looked back since. Further back, Feidinger in P3. Still in a little bit of a duel right now with Simon Jack Klein, looking for his first podium finish of the weekend. Michael Supaika with an incredible comeback from last to 5th. That run to the front has kind of been blockaded at this point. But will be interesting to see if he'll be able to grab any more and close that gap to Supaika, or excuse me, to Simon Jack Klein, and join that battle for the overall, for the podium.
Just over a second behind Simon Jack Klein. Supaika on the Techno Kart. He's been on a run this heat. Let's see, there's Dominic Gaddis, and then farther back you'll see, I believe there's lap traffic in between Dominic and Cameron Johnson. And then it'll be Will Feidinger in P3, Simon Jack Klein, and then Michael Supaika rounding out the top 5. About a 14-second gap is what stands within the top 5.
Now, Dom Gaddis wasn't necessarily born with a steering wheel in his hands, but he got there pretty quickly. Had his first ATV race at 3 years old, first UTV race at age 5, then wanted to get more competitive at 8. So parents gave him the shot for karting and has not looked back ever since. The defending 206 Sportsman champion, and had doubleheader wins last year at Road America in both the micros and the 206s.
Told the social crew at Route 66 last year that track he was looking most forward to this year was, in fact, Norway. Well, we're here, and Dominic Gaddis has been making the most of it this weekend. Just absolutely sensational performances today in the wet conditions. You know, it takes a lot, especially at this age, to be this good in the wet, and Dominic Gaddis has just been sending it. He's been making it happen.
Tell you what, I think that UTV and ATV experience certainly helps get you that experience, at least.
Oh yeah.
In loose surfaces, and it's that kind of Kyle Larson approach to driving, where if I'm able to drive in the dirt, the minute there's something wet on the racetrack, I'm going to be able to manage it.
Yeah, for sure. I think a little off-road racing never hurt. Trying to get better on the wet, you know. A little bit of a different discipline for Dominic Gaddis.
Oh,
but,
absolutely.
Very cool.
I mean, you look at some of the biggest names in racing, though. They ultimately started off at a very young age off-roading. Jimmy Johnson, a great example. Even Carlos Sainz Jr. was put in cross karts before the actual karts.
That was a big save by Cameron
Major
Johnson
save
there.
from Cameron. I think it was getting up on the curbs there that upset it a little bit.
Just absolutely sending it over the curbs. And, in the rain, it's kind of, with less grip and not as much stopping power to get through the corner as fast as you can. Sometimes you just got to send it through. You just got to send it through the curb and hope it sticks. Hope you don't go too far off. And I think that was actually pretty calculated. I'm not going to lie.
Well, it's being able to kind of anticipate those moves and get on the counter steer, kind of be one step ahead of the kart and knowing what's going to happen. And the wave around there for Cameron Johnson.
Can you see there?
Man.
Yeah. Where it looks huge from the outside, I'm sure from inside the seat for Cameron Johnson.
A lot less dramatic.
That was a lot less dramatic than it looks.
And does the exact same thing.
About the same thing, just got on the curb a little less there, right? I think that last lap was probably more what Cam Johnson was intending. Turned in a little bit later to turn 8, but yeah, that was. I don't think it was actually as dramatic as it looks from the outside. As we see the white flag, 1 lap to go here in Mini Swift. Dominic Gaddis with a 6.8 second lead over Cam Johnson. Just you can see Dominic Gaddis in the background of the shot of Cam Johnson getting through turn 4.
And Dominic Gaddis in a completely different time zone here as he works his way out of Monza. The double duty experience really, really helping him out here to get to the front of the field and put on one of the biggest gaps we've seen all weekend long, regardless of class.
Yeah, it's an absolutely amazing performance here in the wet for Dominic Gaddis. See, the rooster tails are flying. It's still raining. Rain is still being persistent. The checkered flag's out. Dominic Gaddis dominates in Mini Swift Heat number 2.
Cameron Johnson now comes across the line to bring it home in second. Vitager in third. Simon Jack Klein with a solid P4 finish. And an incredible 8 positions gained there for Sapaika, who will be right in the thick of it for the final.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us.
Skies have opened up for the 206 seniors as we get set for heat number 2 in a very, very heavy rained secondary heat. Green flag and a great breakaway there from Shane Reddy on the inside. Big move there from Yoshikawa, who's going to challenge in the Sodi, go all the way down to the inside. A slide job further back, some big contact, but everybody through in one piece. And now the swing back from the Coyote machine.
Lots of movement there on the start. Aiden Leiber, great start on the P number 2. And it is raining now. As you see the spray, it's hard to see the back of the field. There's Jerry Fandry just trying to probably see where he's going into the Monza, because it has come down. The floodgates have opened. We were talking earlier about not seeing much rain for most of the rest of the day. It is coming down right now. It is. We can hear it at the top of our bus right now. It is pouring.
Quentin McPherson trying to move there on Yoshikawa, but gets back in line as everyone trying to make the most out of this prime time. 4 movements as we come across the stripe to complete lap number 1. Shane Reddy still out in front. Leiber gets the promotion up into second. Yoshikawa was looking to really maximize that whole shot. He's been fantastic through this opening loop. And he is right on the back of Leiber. 3 wide coming out of turn number 2.
It's a huge move, 3 wide. Gets it done, makes the most of it. See, there's Jerry Fandry just looking.
Still on the move. Phenomenal drive in the first heat. Had some issues during warm-up. Almost some contact up ahead as the podium battle continues. A big move there on the inside from Leiber as we go back and forth here.
You can see McPherson gets around Yoshikawa. Now he sets his sight on Aiden Leiber. You'll see Leiber and Yoshikawa, the 2 orange carts. It's Leiber in the VLR Bobby Krug machine, and it's Yoshikawa in the Sodi. McPherson's now going to look inside.
Can't get there.
Can't quite get there.
But now does a big lunge to the inside. Can he park it on the middle there to try and hold the middle line? He can, up into P2 for Quentin McPherson.
As you can see, the spray, the rain is coming down. Each lap, the track is going to be completely different each time around. Is why Leslie puts a little bit of the dirt in there.
Big off further back.
Not happy
Owen
there.
Oler with a big off in the Prime 4 machine as
And
it's
in
one
the
of the
air.
Leslie carts all the way to the outside going through the Monza. One of the TVs on the inside. Or no, excuse me, that's one of the Merlins.
It's Jackson Barr in the 530. Oh, big spin.
Big moment.
Leslie. That's Wyatt Leslie going around in the 541.
From P5, a major moment there for the 541.
Spot. Another spot for Barr. Another spot for Jerry Fandry.
But Quentin McPherson clearly has the pace. He's gotten himself to the front, overtaken 3 cars already. Can he get himself to the bumper of McPherson, or excuse me, from Shane Reddy and take this lead? More movement further back. Jerry Fandry is absolutely in it right now. Some pressure further behind from Sutton. Now an over-underdone there by Fashing.
Yeah, you'll see Jerry hand up in the air, not really happy with what's going on around him. He's in front of the 511 of Connor Fashing. See Jerry kind of putting the hand up to the visor, probably blocking some of the sprays. You'll see docking out for a pass here. It's another one of the VLR Bobby Krug machines.
On the inside of Angelina Vasquez there in the 522. As James Mann tries to go through as well. Major squeeze.
Xander Clements will make the most of it, gaining about 4 spots there with that big checkup out of Monza. Big moves there from the TB Kart of Xander Clements.
Kart Chaser Showrunner making the most out of these wet weather conditions. And what has proven to be the great equalizer. Here he goes once again.
It's going to the inside. Can he make it happen? And he does.
Again, always sketchy as that we have another kart off going into turn number 1. As that will need a tow back. But big moves so far for Xander Clements. Who was not having a great time yesterday in the dry conditions, but is certainly making the most of this. Another look to the inside from the fellow TB Kart.
That's Zach Rinker looking to the inside of Max Janowick. That's for the 16th spot. Or sorry, yeah, that's for the 16th spot.
All the way around the outside. Is this the battle for the lead? It is. Shane Reddy is heavily defending now from Quentin McPherson. Here comes Quentin to the inside across the stripe. Side pod to side pod. Done deal by turn number 1. Are we going to see the over-under? Here comes the Coyote of Shane Reddy. Constant switchbacks through the opening section. Some brilliant moves between these two.
It's not over. McPherson to the inside again. Shane Reddy looking back at him. Let's see, through 4. He's going to do it again. Look under Shane Reddy. They're
Plants
side by
it and
side.
launches on the exit side by side.
Oh,
they're
they wave to
waving
each
at
other.
one another. Oh, my goodness.
Great stuff.
Reddy on the inside finally gets that done. It's the power of friendship, and it's absolute cinema in 206 Senior.
Man, you just love to see it.
So Shane Reddy gets himself back to the front of the field, and Quentin McPherson, have yourself a heat number 2, my friend.
Yeah, McPherson is just purple for the last 3 laps, bettering every lap. It was kind of easy to see it coming that he was going to take the lead from Shane Reddy, and I think Shane knew it too based off that reaction, right? We might need to see a replay of that. That was you know, there was something similar to that at CK8 last year where they shook hands.
That was one of the more, like, in the middle of the heat.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, yeah, that's what it's all about, man. That was, that's cool.
One of the more interesting interactions you're going to see here on track as Barr continues to be under attack here. Here comes one of the TBs. That's one of the Bobby Krug machines. Aiden Leiber losing that spot to Jackson Barr in the 530.
Here's a replay of that. See Shane Reddy just looking over and giving Quentin McPherson
that's
a wave.
Incredible.
Oh, that was a moment.
Jackson Barr in the Franklin machine, getting that move on the 507 further back. As Yoshikawa continues to be on the move here, put the pressure on Leiber.
See Yoshikawa messing with, looks like the air filter on the back of that 598. They
is that at risk of potentially getting flooded?
Yeah, it could be. Man, I think he's the cover's still on it. I think he's just covering it up. I think he's scared of it coming off. Which one-handed through the wet in the Monza. Impressive stuff here from Yoshikawa. But yeah, so in the wet they'll run. It basically just looks like a cup that you drink from over top of the air filter on the back of these 206 engines. But I mean, there is a bit of room for these things to.
Here comes Miles James and Kyle Lomar trying to get through.
That's Jerry Fandry actually in the 537 making his way through the field. Jerry Fandry up to, I believe this would be.
This is going to be 6th.
P8. This is yeah, whoa, P7 for Jerry Fandry. Fighting for P6 over Yoshikawa. This is a great run for Jerry. He's started in the 33rd position yesterday, and the heats are progressive. I got that wrong this morning in warm-up, but he got to start in the 13th position, and now here he is up to 7th.
So staying on the side pods as Fandry is pedaling right now. Now looks to the inside of Yoshi and gets that move done.
Yeah, I don't think Yoshikawa is as fast as he'd like to be right now. If you look back now to Xander Clements, who's made huge headway throughout this heat, he's up to, I believe he would be around the 12th position. So great run for Xander, who started 32nd alongside Jerry Fandry yesterday, making a run through the field.
Cycle then right now right behind Owen Oler and Jack Sutton.
Very nice stuff for the only 2025 TB karts in the Midwest right now in the region. Now actually put him up to P11 over the 585 of Owen Eller.
Would you almost want a softer kart for these conditions? Maybe one a little bit worn down with more flex?
I'm not really sure. I'm not the rain genius when it comes to chassis, especially new chassis. But I would imagine. See, Jerry Fandry's now made huge headway over Yoshikawa. I think Yoshikawa, with his issues in holding the air filter down, I think he's a little bit slower. I mean, obviously he's driving with one arm, right? So it's not like he's having an issue per se, but you're just not going to be going as fast as you possibly can with one hand on the air filter.
Aiden Leiber up ahead, under pressure right now from Miles James. James in that plain white Red Kid racing car. Home race for the Sandwich, Illinois native. Yoshikawa continuing to try and minimize that bleeding further back. You made a great point yesterday about how rare it is for us to see a Sodi outfitted with a 206. Let's kind of emphasize on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a chassis that's been kind of newer to the United States. I would say, like, it was not exactly new, but it made a resurgence 2 to 3 years ago in the United States, and we've just been seeing it more and more. But it's a rare chassis in the CK&A ranks and here around 66. See, Aiden Leiber is doing the same thing, checking the air filter, making sure they don't lose that cup, because that would be detrimental to lose that and have an issue. See some side-by-side action. Jerry Fandry's going to try
right there
and take advantage of Aiden Leiber
giving a little
and
bit
Miles
of a push
James.
to James.
There's still
use that to get ahead.
Still 4 laps or coming to 3 laps to go in this race. So I mean, Jerry Fandry's going to do everything he can to get 2 more spots. I think a 4th place starting position for Jerry would mean everything.
Xander with another spot now on Yoshikawa.
Yeah, Xander with a big run. That'll put him in 8th position for Xander Clements inside the top 10 after an abysmal weekend so far with not a lot of track running. Xander's probably had about 3 sessions on this track, so shout out Xander. That's big moves.
Some bigger moves that we haven't really talked about for Oliver Gaffer, who had issues in heat number 1, started at the tail end of the grid. He's gained 18 positions. Xander's up 22.
Wow. 22 positions for Xander.
So 2 really, really big movers here in the top 10. McPherson still not looking back.
He's looking for 7th now on Oliver Gaffer in the 5:16. And we're going to have 2 more laps for Xander to get this done.
So 2 of the hard chargers collide here with 2 laps to go. As turn 1 with this added rain starting to become a prime spot for passing. And Clements really looking for a spot to get it done there.
As he's going to go to the inside here.
There it is.
Let's see. He doesn't quite get it done. Side by side into turn 4. I think Xander has the advantage. He lifts off. He's going to get a better exit. Let's see what he does going into 5. Not quite the run I think either of us were expecting it to be side by side. Yoshikawa still dropping positions. 5:26 of Kyle Omar gets around him.
In the Redemption Racing Kart. So loses that spot further back, or further up, shall I say. Big move to the inside from Clements, hand up from Xander.
I think Xander thinks he might have hit him a little harder than he did. It might have been a little tap, but he definitely is pressuring him as he goes to the inside.
Through Martinsville, and we'll get that done. Here's the slingshot on the inside. Some great side-by-side action here.
Gaffer fought for it, but that'll put Xander Clements up into P7.
Big duck right now, trying to punch as tiny of a hole in the air as possible in that TV kart. And now Jerry Fandry trying to move once again. Sets his sights on Miles James.
Can Jerry get one more position?
Here comes Xander with a good run as well. Here comes Fandry.
Both of them in unison, both the TB karts into Monza, getting it done. Jerry Fandry to P4. Xander Clements up into P6.
Unreal moves here from the TB duo. And definitely not a position that either of these drivers were expecting to be in after a chaotic Saturday. And it'll be the white flag.
That's P2 for Shane Reddy. All by his lonesome. Quinn McPherson as well. 3.5 seconds up the road, also on his lonesome. Xander Clements is going to make another move around Miles James. That's for the top 5.
Here he comes to the inside through the first loop. And a little bit of a dig back being attempted there from Miles.
Ooh,
Can't
little
get
bump.
there. A little bit of the chrome horn being used.
As we pick up Quentin McPherson, about to finish the perfect heat race today. Had a great run in Road America. An extra great day in the wet conditions here for McPherson. Fastest in warm-up this morning. Made his way through the field, made it look easy.
Big shot across the bow for the remainder of this 206 senior class. Checkered flag is out. Heat 2 going to go to Quentin McPherson.
See, there's Shane Reddy, P2. Xander Clements still in the 5th position following Jerry Fandry. The TB boys made their way through the field from last to 4th and 5th for the final. Great run for Jerry and Xander.
Xander pumped up, crossing the line, and he absolutely should be. An incredible comeback drive, 28 spots. Totally unreal, and Yoshikawa going to come out. How about this drag race? Further back from with Lomar and Zervez as Yoshikawa going to park it there. Look at the airbox.
Well, it broke at the right time. He finished 12th. You know, drove one-handed the entire race, basically. Lost a few spots, but hey, brought her home 12th, crossed the line before it failed, and, you know, we'll take that.
So big moves for our friend Xander Clements, who gets a P5 finish, but everybody looking out for Quentin McPherson. KA100 juniors out on deck. They're next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
John Antonino leading off here from pole for heat number 2 for the KA100 juniors. He's alongside Brady Shad. It's Landon Buer in row number 3 on the inside of Ascend Romola. Venev Abernathy trying to recover from P5. Ryan Mort in 6th. Easton Kabinski in 7th on the inside of Trucker Trieb. And it's Ariaki on the inside of Jacob Majeski to round out your top 10. To the tram lines, is anybody going to be able to touch Antonino? Let's find out. Let's go racing in Heat 2 for the KA100s.
Brilliant start by John Antonino there to take the lead. Abernathy making it three wide.
Trying to hang it all the way around the outside. Gets to the bumper of one of the Millwright carts.
Brady Shad gives Brady Shad a little bit of a push
big
ahead.
lunge further back.
Slots
One of the
himself
MPG
into
carts.
third. I believe that'll be Ryan Mort in the 812. Ace Dromalev looking to the inside here in Monza. Gets it done.
Good stuff in the opening parts of this race. And still plenty of dicing from 5th back.
Ooh,
major
little push
contact
there.
further back. 3 wide on the exit.
Looks like Mort just barely got into the back, and there's a battle there. That was Brady Shad in the dirt a little bit.
And that's major positions lost, I believe, for Tristan Trieb. Or Tucker Trieb, excuse me.
I believe that was Landon Buer battling with Brady Shad. As we see the curled up black flag going to, it was one of the drivers further back that we didn't quite see. Maybe the 838 or the 807. It was one of the 2 or 3 in that scrum in the midfield.
Easton Kabinski in the middle of a knife fight right now with Brandon Tiaraki.
Brandon Tiaraki fighting for a top 10 spot here, just running 11th on the 807 of Tyler Johnson.
Attempted move there going in. That was, believe, Siraki trying to get that move done as Kubinski now puts the pressure on Tucker Trieb, the Ryan Perry driver.
Yeah, the 822 Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart for Tucker Trieb. So we're looking now at the Techno of Ace Dromalev.
Just behind Kubinski, finally making that move on Trieb to advance himself up into P number 8. As more side-by-side action into turn number 1 was attempted by Siraki in the Franklin cart, but backs out of it.
And Siraki poked the nose in. And there he's going to have a shot around the outside in turn 4. Let's see, possible crossover move here.
Over under on Tyler Johnson. Will he get the launch to be able? There's big trouble further back for one of the Merlins as we're 2x2 going into Monza. And the Franklin cart going to be able to get that move.
Tyler Johnson also gets the move done on the 822 of Tucker Trieb.
Some bold moves here through one of the fastest corners on the track to get things started in Heat 2. And up front, John Antonino, the KR factory driver, completely untouchable.
See a move there. There's Landon Buer going on the inside of Abernathy. Hits the curb.
How about Abernathy being able to hang that momentum all the way around the outside into turn number 1 and now goes middle to block.
See Landon Buer just sending it in there. A lot of steer. Ooh.
Side pod to side pod, major contact.
Little hip
further
check.
back. And now here comes Buer once again.
Ooh, down the inside. That'll put Abernathy on the outside. They make it through. Abernathy holds P2.
Lines almost merge coming out of the Monza and into turn 7. And Buer continues to put the pressure. Buer got to be starting to feel hot under the collar right now, trying to get this move. He knows he's got the pace in that MPG cart. But Abernathy making that cart as thick as possible and putting up as big of a fight as possible to hold P2 and keep himself on the front row for the final. And John Antonino absolutely making the most of this, battling further back, and has set for open road with a 4.5 second gap to the rest of them.
Brady Shad, Ace Dromalev, Ryan Mort, and then Jacob Majeski.
Late move there. Late flick to the inside from the 819. Saraki in the white.
Jacob Majeski lost three positions that last lap with the contact with Brady Shad. He makes up another spot on Ryan Moore. He'll look at Ace Dromlev as Boer back to the inside of turn number 10.
Is he able to fully clear him? Yes, he is. P2 finally, but now potentially the low line for Abernathy. Can't get there. P2 across the stripe finally for Boer.
Steve Dromlev ahead of Majeski now.
Oh, big moment and around the 79. Oh my goodness, major moment there.
Goes from
Jacob
bad
Majeski
to worse for the 878 there. Off track in turn 4. Some contact with Brady Shad, and then just an error in turn number 1 on the entry.
What's the bumper looking like for Brady Shad? Will there potentially be a penalty coming his way? It doesn't look fully aligned, but it might still be on the hinges. Further up, Landon Boer still trying to fend off. Abernathy is still right there.
Yeah, let's take a look at Brady Shad. Everything seems to look okay from what I've seen so far. It looks like the bumper might get a better look down the straightaway. Yeah, everything looks to be intact.
Visor fully up. Look to the inside from Trieb there. Coming into turn number 1.
Yeah, Brady Shad's been running with like a chrome metallic visor, and if we get a better look, we'll see the eyes of Brady Shad. I think he might have switched to the clear.
I think that's the move. There's Brady with the black and orange helmet.
Switch to the clear visor. Might have just realized his mistakes during 206 Junior, and yeah, interesting change. You know, you have those in the wet.
Dromlev looking to find a way around Brady right now. And the Techno. Now launches himself away right now in the battle for 4th.
Taking a look now at Ryan Mort.
Field finally starting to dilute as we're halfway home in heat number 2. Here's your replay of this drama right now.
Yeah, we've
just the
seen
curbing
it so many times. Just, you know, issues entering turn 1, just dropping a wheel onto the curb. Not only is the paint of the curb slippery, but the drop off from the new pavement to the curbing is about 1 inch. So, you know, just really upsets the kart. And yeah, easy, quick spin there. But he got back going, and he's sitting P12, so just outside the top 10. Let's see how many positions he can make up with about 8 laps to go now in this heat number 2 for KA Junior.
So it'll be a factory reset for the driver from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. And Saraki going to have to start this thing from the back of the pack for the final. Back up to the front, though, as
Ace
finally
Dromlev.
moved. Dromlev, this one's been brewing for a little bit.
Ooh.
Here's the over-under now. Attempted from Shad. Dromlev trying to carry it around. Now launches for the over-under. So many times have we seen this over-under.
Oh, here we go. He's
and
got
Dromlev
the advantage.
trying to carry all of that extra energy around the outside. Major side pod in the hip check off for Dromlev. Shad has his hands up. I'm not sure why, as we're 2x2 going into Monza.
Yeah, I think Shad just...
Oh, big contact!
Big moment there for Brady Shad. As now it looks like he's going to try to get back around.
Scary rejoin there, broadside, but immediate karma from another driver for the hip check from Shad after getting into Dromlev.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing that again, but yeah, it looks like at turn 4, Shad just kind of clipped the inside curbing, maybe turned in a little early and then got into Dromlev. That didn't look malicious, but
no,
there is history there between Brady Shad and Dromlev from USPKS, and you know, that's definitely something to take into account in these types of situations. But yeah, it just looks like he clipped the curb. Dromlev goes off, and yeah, he wasn't very happy about it. But then into Monza, I mean, it just just kind of slid up, and yeah, what are you going to do? We haven't seen that one yet this weekend. Fortunately for Brady Shad, able to get back onto the track safely, and now sits in the 13th position.
Intentional, no. Overzealous, I think, yes. Shad knew that Dromalev had that momentum on the outside and was trying to squeeze him to the outside. I don't think he was by any means trying to push him off track, but a little bit of a bobble, maybe getting into a wet spot that he had not yet traversed, kind of caused that. And we're talking about that incident in Monza. You look at how many battles have been brewing and how tensions have been rising as we progress closer and closer to finals. It felt inevitable as we finally see this
the
replay.
Inside curb and just kind of shoves into Dromalev there. See, he hit Dromalev left front to right rear. As you see, oh yeah, he just a little too narrow exiting Monza. Lucky break there for Tucker Tribb to not be involved any heavier than he was to get back on track. Maybe only lost one spot, but yeah, I mean, just, you know, 2 corners in a row, just a little too narrow, clips the curb and gets into the driver above him.
So 2 incidents of Shab running shallow there.
And there was an earlier incident in the race with Jacob Majeski in the same corner in turn 4 where Shad kind of just, you know, it was right side pod to side pod, wheel-to-wheel contact, and it ended up with Majeski out in the dirt. I'd be really interested to see what the stewards might say after this one, if they say anything at all. You know, sometimes, you know, we can deem things as racing incidents if all drivers, you know, kind of make it out unscathed.
Give it the Leclerc seal of incident.
Looking out, Ben Abernathy sitting P3. Doesn't look like he's had the best run in the wet, but like we saw earlier in the warm-up, had a throttle cable issue, so
good recovery.
Good recovery for the day after a scary morning for Abernathy. P3, obviously though, with Antonino taking the points lead after Road America. You know, you do get a drop, so Abernathy's Road America is not the worst thing in the world, but you definitely, you know, when you're in this fight with Antonino, you don't want to lose, you know, you want to basically be in recovery mode to not let John pick up too much. You see a Kart off, that's the 834.
Nolan Carney, the U-Race driver.
Tough break.
And another one off after.
Yeah, there's an Energy, the 817. That's before turn 4.
As we see another. That's one of the Tonys.
Tony Kart, the 870. That's Baldock. That was the 10th position.
Slayton Baldock gets off. Is the rain getting more intense, or has something developed in the track?
I think it's died down a bit, actually. You don't see the spray as much. Like as a 206 senior, it was coming down. The puddles outside the racing line that has kind of formed are bigger, but it doesn't look like it's raining any heavier.
Back to the front with John Antonino.
This is Landon Boer for a second.
Or excuse me, Landon Boer.
You'll see the difference in the helmets of the 2 MPG Motorsports drivers. Landon Boer going with the black stealth mode helmet, while Antonino has the green, white, and red at the top. There it is. Little nice helmet for John Antonino. Honestly, it is
Do you run a pattern
definitely
on yours?
stands out. No, I got the black
Run
carbon.
natties.
We're going stealth mode.
There we go.
But yeah, John Antonino, who's been absolutely has bursted onto the national scene this year, taking wins at Stars. You know, basically has been on a run for the last 2-3 months of just winning and doing it in fantastic fashion on the final lap, just coming out of nowhere. Specifically at the Stars round when was sitting about, I want to say 3 to 4 seconds back, coming to the white flag, and ended up winning the race from 5th.
White flag for John Antonino, the MPG driver.
John Antonino, the kid.
The KR factory driver.
Bakersfield, California. Same place
there we go.
as Kevin Harvick is from. Big names out of Bakersfield. And John Antonino adding that list in his young, budding racing career.
You can look at Kyle Cuthbertson's Instagram for more awesome Bakersfield, California trivia.
Sure, yeah.
Over the tunnel for the final time in heat number 2. John Antonino almost 12 seconds apart from the pack. And in the chaos for everybody behind, it's Antonino's gain to start on the front for the final for the KA100 Juniors. Brewer comes across to make it an MPG 1-2 in heat number 2, with Abernathy coming home in P3. Easton Kabinski home in 4th. Ryan Moore, great stint for him, getting the 8-12 up into P5. And Asen Dromolev recovers for a P6 finish. Brady Shad going to cross the line P11th after his major off in the Monza. Heartbreak for Bottas Basinski, who was looking for a potential top 10 finish. Will have to come home in last. But a great recovery from Shad, Siraki, Dromolev, and others. Something special is brewing here for the finals, and we get to that right after this. Heat 2 for the 206 Masters coming up.
Well, Jackson, based on the trajectory of the moon and the sun, it looks like it's time for 206 Masters.
It was set in the stars, Kyle. Noah Stark on the inside of Lucas Rennick. Then it's William Palmer alongside Buddy Daly as we get set for 15 laps of the crazy old men.
Yeah, Noah Stark took off the morning warm-up, but
so too did William Palmer.
Yeah, who can blame him? If
you've got it dialed in, you got it dialed in.
If you got it dialed in and you don't want to do more laps in the wet than you have to, then yeah. I mean Noah Stark gets to go out here with dry gloves, which are not going to be dry for long anyways, and dry boots, which is helping. Dry helmet as well. Wet helmet sucks. That is the worst. But yeah, you get to go out fully dry. First time seeing the wet track. Will Rennick kind of have a little bit of an advantage from running the warm-up? We'll see.
Wet helmet just seeps through to the padding, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That can't be comfy.
It just
it's
comes up.
like a wet sock for your face. Oh gosh, yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Kind of always fun to see, Noah Stark taking the green flag with, arm down, one-handed, just chilling.
Here we go, green flag for the 206 Masters, heat number 2. Start to the inside. Gonna hold that line confidently, but boy, that line is being held well.
Man, it's almost like starting on the outside there was an advantage, but Noah Stark's gonna try and cross him over and get it back, and he does. He gets the advantage into 4.
With how much switchback action we've seen in that opening complex, it's almost like you do want the outside line. If you're able to hang that momentum around that opening left-hander, you've got the inside line and can potentially launch that in the run to Monza. So no attack further back from Palmer and Daly, but it looks like those two are getting into a scrap of their own. And the duel that we've been expecting over this weekend continues.
See Noah Stark takes the lead. It's a good time to remind you to head on over to social media and make sure you follow Kart Chaser and Kart Chaser Grassroots. I'm going to follow Kart Chaser Grassroots for all the action this weekend. Get you caught up on all the clips, everything that's happening in the world of karting. Those Kart Chaser. It's at kart.chaser on Instagram.
KC Kids as well, if you want to watch all of the action.
Just also want to remind you that after this race, we're going to be going on our lunch break for about a solid hour. I want to say a little less than an hour. We'll go back for main events at 12:21. But in the meantime, make sure you head on over to our other stream. Happening down in Texas with the Texas Sprint Racing Series over at Crescent. They've had some great battles. Stellar stuff, really, in K Senior, 206 Senior. The track there is basically like a giant super speedway. They're doing a great job down there in Texas. So, yeah, once we head on our lunch break, there's always action here.
Always something to do.
On Kart Chaser, something to watch. I would actually recommend if you had 2 monitors to kind of double screen them,
There you go.
Have both of them up at once, just nonstop karting action here on this beautiful, well, it's beautiful, but it is a wet Sunday here in Norway.
Beautiful for one of the squads at KC. Doubleheader weekends, always fun for us, but always a challenge. And we thank all of you KC Premium members for joining us and spending your Sunday with us. Whether you're watching our action here from Norway or in Texas. Noah Stark with a breakaway second over Lucas Rennick. And the wet weather has certainly gone the way of the Sensei, as Rennick, I don't think, has that level of wet weather experience that Stark does.
Yeah, I think, Noah, listen, to this point, I'll take everything he says as facts. He knows what he's doing, is what he told us And it's pretty cool. He's pitting out of an SUV this weekend. It's Noah Stark. It's pretty cool deal there.
If you missed us for the warm-ups, we were talking about how his entire operation this weekend is out of the rear boot of his Mercedes GLA. Old school mom and pop style, which we're certainly used to the Masters doing that approach, but to at least run by yourself, but to do it literally out of your car is something pretty unique.
Yeah, we tried to find him this morning. Get an interview for Kart Chaser Grassroots that you'll be seeing this morning, as well as a couple interviews we got throughout the morning. Now I think about it, if he wasn't running the warm-up, I reckon Noah Stark also got a nice sleep in this morning.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's another, that's actually probably another advantage.
Had the opportunity to catch up with the new owners here at Norway Motorsports Park, Mario DeMaria and Jeff Lomar, both of which have a handful of their children in the game this weekend.
It was very insightful to talk to them, and see how the weekend's going. First time since 2019 that the Route 66 Sprint Series has come to Norway. They've had a couple big events kind of coming back. CKNA has come here, or will be here this weekend for Route. They've had Fat Karting League. They've had a lot of different things coming through that wasn't really coming through the last couple of seasons. And obviously the repave, a lot of facility improvements have been made already. And, they were talking about a 3-5-year plan and just eyeing up even more improvements, wanting to get this place up and running. Maybe even a few tweaks to the layout, which I don't know if we'd all be a fan of, but we'll see. What are they cooking? What do they got?
I'll say this, regardless of what the layout will be, the reception so far from this weekend from teams and drivers has been phenomenal. They've loved the track so far. It's really, really motivated some things out driving. It's got that old school characteristic that we've been talking about, and how rapidly it bites you if you make a mistake. And you got to work for overtakes, which again, not a lot of active tracks really give you that characteristic, at least at the regional level outside of club. So a lot of guys really, really enjoying the opportunity to run at a regional level here at Norway, and Norway's enjoyed it as well. They want to certainly extend it into the near future. Oh, round. Daly with a big moment there.
That's the 677 of William Palmer going around for fourth in turn number 4.
Do we think that was...
We've seen couple.
Another big slide there for the 44. There's Daly, though.
We've seen a couple of random spins through turn 4. Like, just that corner is so flat, and in these changing conditions, I think it's just catching a few people out.
Carrying more speed than they thought they could.
It's theoretically, in the dry, it is a flat-out corner in a 206, but in here, well, now we have it. It's starting to dry out, and that's the first sign of it, of going to the inside line. Oh, and that's Lucas Rennick.
Oh, my goodness. Lucas Rennick, the next victim of turn number 1 chaos, is able to get it back up and running himself, fortunately.
He's back into P3. Let's, ooh.
And another one.
Big trouble spot in turn number 1 right now.
Palmer again.
Yeah, Lucas Rennick, that's huge. Well,
it is interesting how it's not necessarily a cautions breed cautions, but it's a case of spins breeding spins. Feeling like we've seen that numerous times so far today, where there's no such thing as one kart spinning. Feel like you can maybe pin that to guys being just that little bit off focus, seeing someone go around.
Yeah. You can see Noah going to the inside to save those tires a little bit more. And Emery Lina giving us a great point. You know, we all see it. I don't think there's more water on the offline. Like, you'll see them come in. There maybe there's a little bit more spray. Maybe the track's a little cooler, but it seems pretty much the same all across the board. But it does look like it's drying out. I don't see really any spray. There's like a couple puddles. There you go. There's a couple puddles going into 8. This is going to be huge because when we get to, you know, we have a lunch break coming up. It is, we'll get going again at about 20 or 30 minutes. We'll see if they extend that lunch break at all. But, I mean, that's time for the track to dry if it doesn't rain again. So we'll see. I don't think we expected the track to start drying at all, but, you know,
I think it's just not necessarily the sun coming out, but the rain stagnating and just the constant laps. We've had some heats.
As I say that,
north of 30 carts.
To the minute, as I check the Discord, notice from Ashley Graff that main events will start at 12:35. So there you go. We're going to extend the lunch break just a little bit and get going about 15 or 16 minutes later than we would have. So that's, I mean, more time for the track to dry. But, you know, when carts are on the track, that's going to dry the track even further, right? So the track's sitting with no sunlight. I don't know how much change we'll get, but we'll see.
Dare I ask if we're getting back into slicks range here?
That's what's going to be fun, is seeing the crossover point. And remember, tires are driver's choice. The series isn't going to make they're not going to make you run slicks or wets. So there could be some moments of some guys maybe trying some things or expecting rain. Because remember, the rain, while it doesn't look like we're going to get more rain, the way the day has gone so far since around 8 a.m., and I just checked the weather on my phone real quick, 70% chance at noon, and then down from there. So it's going to rain again.
It's just a matter of how much
and
for how long.
The sky's still gray. There's no sign of any blue sky, sunlight. I mean, I think it's going to rain again. But honestly, so the fan in me that wants to see the most exciting racing really wants to see a crossover point here where maybe
for sure.
The rain will hold off until maybe we get to a point where the dries are an option. And then we have a race where it's 50-50. Now, the worst outcome would be is if most of the field went to slicks and then we got, a red flag in the middle of a final to let guys switch over, which is understandable. I get it. You know, that's what you got to do. But the race fan in me always loves to see that, like, you know, strategy make decision, and watching the guys on slicks try to either tough it out, or the guys who went to the wets, you know, really, you know, become the victors of their decisions.
Shades of Marco Andretti during qualifying on the streets of Detroit.
Yeah.
One of my favorite onboards.
About the most memorable thing Marco did in the career, you know, stages of his career.
So Rennick back up to pace, but now 8 seconds back from Daly in second. And some more points potentially being lost there as a result. KA100 Masters set to lead things off here for the finals. Then we're on to 206 Sportsman, KA100 Senior, 206 Junior, then on to the Swift duo of the Micro and Mini Swift. 206 Senior, KA100 Junior, and then the 206 Masters Gonna close things off for us here at Norway. Once we get to the order again. Stark getting his hands off the wheel, trying to minimize the heavy grip on the wheel. And he's got the twin sticks. The ever reliable Brixton Strat 206 powering half of this field this weekend. And looking to power Noah Stark to his second heat win of the weekend. Those Briggs motors being built not too far from Road America in Milwaukee.
Yeah, kind of the same area we're in Noah Stark going all the way down to the grass, try and get more, cool the tires a little bit and save this rubber. Because I think they know that they need these wets probably for the final.
And he knows
at the end of the day.
He knows it's possible that the rain could be picking up back again at some point.
You know, so if you're starting to lose your wets now in these conditions, because most of them have one set, because what's the point?
Right.
Buying two, unless you get caught out in a position like this where maybe the track's drying. You know, hey, that'll be interesting because you want those wets if it's going to rain later. But Noah Stark, 11-second victory over Buddy Daly. There's Buddy Daly coming out of the final corner, taking P2. Lucas Rennick should be coming up behind here. There he is. That was a quick final corner there. Coming across the line, hand on the side pod. As I believe that'll do it. Might have one more coming, but that'll do it. Noah Stark, Buddy Daly, Lucas Rennick, and William Palmer. Thank you guys so much. We will be back after a quick lunch break. We're gonna go eat some food. The rest of the paddock's gonna chill out for a little bit. We'll be back at 12:35 for the KA100 Masters main events, then the rest of the classes. If you're looking for something to do, make sure you check out the Texas Sprint Racing Series stream, also happening simultaneously, but make sure you come back at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll be back.
It's time for the big show here at Norway Motorsports Park for round number 3 of the Route 66 Sprint Series KA100 Masters, leading us off with the first final of the day. Jackson Lambros alongside Kyle Cuthbertson. And the weather has died down a little bit, Kyle. I don't know if we're quite on that crossover point yet, but things could be getting real spicy real soon.
Took a walk around the paddock during lunch, and I noticed a couple teams with the later on sessions in 206 Senior, going for already putting the slicks on the kart, just getting ready. But you never know if the rain will come back. Oh, we got a spinner.
Oh,
on the outlap here. That's the 421 of Dean
Leifert.
Dean Leifert there. Just looping it around on the warm-up lap.
Was supposed to be starting fifth.
Looks
He'll
like
work his way back.
We'll get our camera crew to zoom in and get a look at the tires to see who's on slicks, who's not, if anyone tried. I would imagine that loop might have came from being on slicks. I think it doesn't look like they're on range. It looks like we're back to slicks. Yeah, we are back on slicks. It's still cloudy, but green flag for K100 Masters.
Corey Dominic leading off from pole. Adam Kreppen in third, trying to make a move on the inside of Nicky Coelho. Can't get there. Gets pushed up big time from Randy Kilmeck. As now Kilmeck tries to dig on the inside. Leifert is right there as well, though. So Kreppen will hold on to third, and it's still Dominic, followed by Coelho, as we work our way into Monza for the first time, side by side further back.
This is exciting. First time all day today on Sunday that we've seen drivers on the slick tires. We got one off in the dirt. That's the 43 of Christian Vomir. Wow.
And
big
already
off into the
major moment there.
This is interesting because we're going to see the track develop as they're sliding all over the place.
Big move there. That's Nathan Williams.
As
now
on
some
track.
self-service. Big kahuna at the lead. Oh my goodness. Kreppen handed the lead as there's some major carnage at the front. Dominic, Coelho, and Kilmeck all involved. And the lead goes back to Adam Kreppen in the 437.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. That was Coelho, Dominic, it looked like as well. There's a couple techno karts to get confused. I'm sure we'll see that one again, but I can't believe that.
Absolutely unreal. We were talking, Kyle, about how this tension was going to be building. We knew that people were still reserving a little bit of aggression for the finals. I don't think we were expecting the carnage or that level of things out driving to happen at this stage, but immediately things go back in favor for Adam Kreppen, and it's Randy Kilmeck a whole 3 seconds out already.
Here
Here's
we go.
the replay.
Let's see it. So Coelho down to the inside. They're 3 wide for a moment. Through the inside, that was the 495 of
Tap
Nathan
Coelho.
Williams.
Williams gets the tap from Coelho.
So Williams tries to make it 3 wide through the middle between Dominic and Coelho, and Coelho just a little bit understeer. Probably wasn't expecting that 495 to be there. And,
absolutely nowhere for Dominic to go as a result on the high side, and just gets collected.
Yeah, man, what a move and what a sequence of events have led to Adam Kreppen taking the lead. Absolute fireworks here in KA Masters. Nathan Williams is back into third and just went purple. I have a suspicion that
battle for second here. Klimek on the outside of Williams.
I have a suspicion that maybe the 495 shows the wet tires because he's definitely got an advantage for the moment.
Here comes Nathan once again. Lunges on the inside of turn 7 and gets P2
because he went for a spin, right? And to already be back to P2 only 5 seconds off or 7 seconds off. I mean, there's got to be a difference in tire or something here, right?
The purple lap would certainly indicate so. It's hard to tell right now. Let's see if we can get a good look at those tires. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, those are the wets. So the only driver to go with the wets right now is Nathan Williams on the 495 on that GP kart, and he's flying right now. Now, it's a 20-lap race, and we've got about 15 laps to go, so it's going to be interesting here to see where that crossover point is going to be when Kreppen starts putting in those laps. That could be better than the 495. Now that would explain the 3-wide move down the inside.
Oh, absolutely.
Because he just had so much momentum. And it almost, at the start for Nathan Williams, probably felt like a video game, being able to charge through the field with everybody struggling on the slick tires. Now, the question's going to be, was the gamble worth it?
We're going to see, because I feel like even throughout this race, you could argue that the ideal compound will work back.
Now, last lap,
Kreppen.
The delta was Adam Kreppen ran a 101.2, and Nathan Williams with a 57.9. The gap's now down to 1.2 seconds. So,
another yellow flag further up. One car stopped in the middle of the track. Looked like it could have been on runoff. But here comes Williams.
So that's
less than a second
4
between
seconds a lap right now.
him and
And I'm
Kreppen.
sure he's going to get this done very easily. Now, what's going to be interesting is Nathan Williams now has to go. He has to get as big of a gap as he can. And we'll have to just keep an eye on the lap times at this point to see when the crossover point of when those wet tires start to become worse than the slicks. This is what I was talking about at the end of 206 Masters earlier. So this is exactly what I was hoping for, that we'd have a difference in tire strategy. Now, I'm sure that the next class, the 206 Sportsmen, are going to be looking at this and just keeping tabs on what the track looks like. Now, that's 8 spots gained for Nathan Williams. You'll see on the ticker on the left-hand side. And he's already built a 1.6 second gap in half a lap. So he's going to be able, he's still 4 seconds a lap quicker, about 3 last time by. And he's just going to have to build this gap. Is it going to be enough, though? Because by the time we get to lap 15, this could, about 10 laps from now, this could completely change.
So into the open blue goes Williams, who's going to go maximum attack here to try and build as big of a gap as humanly possible. As Kyle mentioned, strategy could be very, very different. Conditions could be very, very different 10 laps from now. Something we got off camera, a pass for third from Britton, to pass Randy Kilmick. Again, the man who broke that dominant streak that Adam Kreppen had, the 2-year-long streak. What tire compound is the 417 on? Will he be able to close the gap to Kreppen and close that gap in championship points once more after round 1?
Nathan Williams, the only driver right now under the 1-minute lap times on these wet tires, and he just went purple last time by. So the slicks have yet to show that they are faster than the wets. One person, this is crazy, one person made the gamble to be on the wet tires. See Britton there, he's on the slicks. We'll take a look back.
Kilmick still
at, that is the 422 of Dominic and the 409 there of Klimek. They're both on the slick tires. Insane stuff. This is cool.
To say we didn't expect this is an understatement. Around goes the 409 in another incident for Randy Klimek. Quickly rejoins.
That's tough when you're on the slick tires here in these slick conditions.
Another major lap from Nathan Williams.
Wow. Guys
are struggling to get under the minute mark on the wet compounds, and Nathan Williams just pulled out a 56.95.
Now, longer race here for the finals. These are 20 laps. We're going from 15 to 20 laps, 5 more laps, and we're starting to see some lighter paint or lighter asphalt where the track's drying. As we see, we're going to get a replay of Randy Klimek and what happened. Just sent it a little too deep, and yeah, what's crazy
too quick of a turn in, it looks like, maybe?
Is Corey Dominic had pretty much the same correction. I think you're right. Maybe just a little. I think that's just getting a little too hard on the brakes on entry, right there for Randy Klimek. Yeah, that's just a little too. It's easy to lock up in these wet conditions, especially on slicks. I mean, you're basically driving on an ice rink at this point.
How difficult is it to really find that biting point when you're kind of testing the left foot and knowing you're right on that edge of how much you can brake before the rears lock up?
It's definitely something that you have to play with and keep in the back of your head and just basically be on your toes to know that, A, it might lock up and be ready for it. And then when you're not ready for it, that's when a spin happens. Now, this last time by, this is interesting because Nathan Williams ran a 58.2. And for the first time in this race, Adam Kreppen and Brad Britton have gotten down into the 59s. They're still a tad slower than Nathan Williams. It's a 58.2 to a 59.8, but that crossover point is starting to happen. And not to mention, the drier it gets, the 495s, tires are not going to be able to hold up. The drop-off is going to be insane on these wets. And I'm surprised we haven't seen them kind of try to go offline and try to find any puddles or any wet spots to try and save these tires, because that crossover point is about a lap away, and we're halfway through this race.
Lap traffic in the way for Nathan Williams, makes quick work of the top cart.
You got about 2 or 3 cart buffer now of lap traffic. That's good.
So pace starting to deteriorate for Nathan Williams as his drops down from the 56s back up to the 58s. And you look at Kreppen and Britton, they're starting to sink below that minute mark. And you got to imagine right now that Williams is absolutely praying, doing whatever rain dance he can in his head to try and make those skies open up once more, if just for a moment, to give that advantage further his way.
Yeah, no, we could get more rain. It's definitely, now it's showing that it's not expected as Nathan Williams now dips back down into the 57s. Adam Kreppen this time by has yet to cross the line. Last lap was a little bit worse. 59.5 this time, 13.9 seconds. That's still
Kreppen's first lap in under a minute.
It's still about 2 seconds off a lap, and the gap is now 13.9 seconds. Brad Britton does a 58.2. First driver on the slicks to get into the 58s. This looks like it's over. This looks like Nathan Williams has just fooled everybody, which could still be the case. Yeah, but if on a completely dry track, the lap times are around the 47s. So that's still, if we can get to a point where this gets dry and Williams is for sure struggling, there's still a 10-second gap between the lap times that Nathan Williams is running and the lap times that Kreppen and Britton will be running once it's fully dry.
18 seconds now separating Williams and Kreppen. And that gap is gaining on the macro level. Britton starts to chip away, though, with that better pace on the dries. So he's slowly but surely is closing that gap to his season-long rival of Adam Kreppen.
And Nathan Williams starting 8th today is Nicky Coelho. Just went a 10th better than Nathan Williams. So here it is. This is the point where the slick tires are going to be faster. That last time by for Nathan Williams, like purple again, a 56.4. Continues to go faster on the wet tires somehow with 8 laps to go. At this point, not only has he dominated this race and gotten to the position he's in because of his tire strategy decisions, but also he's just ran a great race. Hasn't outside of the first lap, that didn't seem to change the outcome because he's just lap after lap found a better line, found a better way to put these rain tires to their absolute limit and get this done. As we see Brad Britton getting around some lap carts there. That is the 421 of Dean Lafitte, as well as in front of him is Bill Vorpagel.
2 carts separating himself and Adam Kreppen on track. 6 laps to go for Nathan Williams. And sure, the asphalt is dark, but you don't really see that gathered water above the track, which is why this is so visually hard to believe why the wet tire is still the preferred compound.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. So last time by, Adam Kreppen did a 58.4. Brad Britton into the 59 flat. Had to get by the lap traffic that last lap. Nathan Williams still about a second to 2 seconds better a lap. The gap is now 21 seconds with 7 laps to go. We're reaching the point where this track is going to have to dry even quicker for someone So now when you're on the grid and you're in 206 Sportsman, you have to be asking yourself, is it worth it? Because I mean, I don't know, because I think by the end of the race it'd be slicks, but
some major debate right now.
I mean, Nathan Williams is proving that
right now
it's about 2 seconds a lot faster. If you're starting in the back, why not try it?
I think you've also just got to keep your eye on the sky and on the forecast, and maybe you approach the Sportsman race, and should you start it on the wets, you maybe approach it as a roll of the dice if you go on the wets. Knowing that you might start fast, it's going to dry up big time, but potentially you might have a sliver of rain come in and help that advantage go back to you. We're going to have to wait and see in 5 laps time, as it is now an amazing 23 seconds separating Williams and Crepin. And we're starting to get to that point, Kyle, where even if the advantage starts to go back to the way of the slicks, I don't know if this is a gap that's going to be able to be closed in 5 laps as Crepin goes off.
See, and Crepin goes off on the slicks. Nathan Williams once again goes purple on the wet tires. This is not where we expected this race to go.
This has to be absolute chaos in the Sportsman paddock right now, because the track is visually dry.
The track is dry, but like the lap times are proving. Oh, there we go. Brad Britton does a 55.8, which is about 4 seconds faster than Nathan Williams, or 4/10. 4/10. We're at the point now. We're at that crossover point as he's going to get around Adam Crepin for the second spot. There's 4 laps to go. He's going to have to get, he's going to have to gain about
Crepin physically has to make up about a quarter of a mile at this point.
Yeah, Brad Britton now in P2. He's going to have to make up about 10 seconds a lap. At least, or 5. And a 55 is not going to cut. You're going to have to get down into where you're running in dry times, about a 47, 48. And at minimum, maybe a 50. Like, you need to gain 5 seconds now in the next lap or two to even have a shot.
Now, granted, the immovable object, as we take you picture-in-picture here with Williams, is Adam Crepin. We've seen this man be up against the wall so many times, be so down in the count, and managed to dig himself back to the front. But with 4 laps to go, and just now the pace going the way of the dry tires, it's hard to imagine that this is a gap that's going to be possible. As, yes, the slicks have had the pace, but it's only been Brad Britton who's really had that pace thus far.
Brad Britton was about a 10th better than Nathan Williams that last time by. We saw in the picture-in-picture that the gap is pretty big at this point, about 26 seconds. Brad Britton is just chipping away, but I think overall, in the pace of the race, the wet tire was just better.
Which, again, it did not make sense on paper
54.9
for that to work.
Still getting better. It's not enough. The gap is just, it's just too big at this point. A 54.9 to a 57.2. The slicks are now faster, but they're going to have to.
It's going to be too little too late.
There's still a shot. It's still 10 seconds below what a natural wet time, but I don't think the track's there yet to put down a 47 like he needs.
So purple lap to Brad Britton, 54.919, with the twin sticks out for Nathan Williams, who is going to need 2 more solid laps.
It's very impressive that Nathan Williams has not slowed down either, to put that into thought, because usually the crossover point, the wets, like, we'd have a different story right now if Nathan Williams had slowed the pace down and the wets had died off to him running in the 1 minute lap time range. I mean, that there's a lot to be said about the pace of Nathan Williams later on, just being able to crank out the 57s and 58s, because, the delta, he's keeping it as slim as he possibly can and doing everything he needs to do to win this race.
Some other food for thought. Does that bumper look pushed in on the 495 to you?
Even if it is, he is leading by 20 seconds.
That is fair enough. White flag for Nathan Williams, whose wet tires probably at this point are begging for mercy running at far beyond their optimal operating temperature, but just need a handful more of corners to bring forth his first finals win. Now, if this is a pushback penalty, it will be position-based and not time-based, so we can tack an asterisk on this for now, but we're going to assume that we're going to run it as they are.
Well, definitely a different race than we thought it was going to be. One driver going with the wet tires, built about a 30-second gap. Nathan Williams on the GP kart. How about it? 8 positions gained. An accident on the first lap. Doesn't matter. Nathan Williams wins in KA Master.
An incredibly unexpected start to the finals here for round 3. As
Brad
Britton
what's
will
the
trump
final
Crampon
gap?
once again.
He brought it back to 12 seconds. I mean, if this race was 5 laps
If we
longer,
went 5 more laps, it would have been a very different story.
insane.
And again, with the pushback, it's possible, but we will have to wait and see. And that is the reaction and celebration of a man that doesn't think there's a penalty coming his way.
I love changing conditions. Have you ever seen a more compelling,
Not at all.
interesting race that ended 12 seconds with the leader ahead?
Not at all. Here's your final results. Unofficial, with Nathan Williams out in front, a dominant 12-second lead. Brad Britton, with the pace going his way, couldn't cut it back in time, but manages to fend off the dominant Adam Kreppen. Corey Dominic and Nicky Coelho going to be kicking themselves over what could have been. Randy Klemek with a major incident as well. Well, folks, we can only hope that we've got that level of unpredictability coming our way for the next couple of hours. Only one way to find out. 206 Sportsman on deck. Over to the Briggs for the 206 Sportsman Final. Dominic Yaddis on pole alongside Will Feidinger. It's Martinez Carosis on the inside of row 2 alongside Grant Heckman. In 4th, Austin Taylor in 5th. Colton Gross is 6th. Torrey Dangerous Daniels in 7th. 8th, Lucas DeMario. Arlo Barr finds his way in P9 with Rhett Johnson in 10th. P11, Evan Leish. Caitlin Daly in 12th. Jackson Benoit is in 13th. Nadis Bertulis is in 14th. Rounding out the field, Vincent Claviter and Nadis Silviskis. So 16 karts and some of the youngest kids in the 206s, as young as 7 years old, in this Briggs & Stratton 206 powered machines. As everyone trying to get a piece of the Dominic Gaddis domination this weekend. Will Feidinger has been close. So too has Austin Taylor, but he's got to work his way back from 5th. Still a lot of big guys in the midst of the pack trying to work their way to the front, and they'll have 20 laps to do so. 2 MPG cars at the front. Green flag for the 206 Sportsman Finals. Major loss there for Taylor, who loses a handful of positions on the outside through turn number 1. But we're through the opening complex in one piece. Big moves, Major off further back, one of the Coyotes. Almost in the bushes there, trying to ride that thing back onto the track. Nearly board slides it, trying to rejoin, and that dirt will be a little bit hectic during lap number 2. The 219 of Luca Di Maria slowly but surely rejoining. And now it is Martin Carosis with major gains in the whole shot. Was there an incident we missed? Or a true overtake for the lead there? Carosis leads Gaddis. Grant Heckman gains 2 positions in the whole shot. And Wolf Eidinger drops 2, going down to 4th. How about Natus Bertulis, who gets up to 5th as a result? Austin Taylor trying to make moves right now. Further back with Grant Heckman right in front. Wolf Eidinger trying to make that move right now, coming out of Monza to get himself on the podium. Back to the battle for the lead as we head into turn number 8. Big slide there. A little bit too much speed carried from Gaddis. And Carosis has not really ran in the front at all this weekend. And he might be leading and walking away with the win in the biggest heat of them all. Bertulis also with some great moves to the front. And of course, should mention maybe that help for Carosis being the wet tires that he's on. So again, big split strategy here for tires. What's Gaddis on? Is he on slicks? It looks like it. So how much will Carosis be able to maintain that pace? The switchover might already be going Gaddis' way as they go side by side into turn number 7. Gaddis goes the long way around. Inside still goes to Carosis, who maintains that lead for the time being. But again, you look at that last heat, the wet tires were just on that limit of being the faster pace. This track is not getting any wetter right now unless the sky decides to open up. But even right now on track, it seems like spots of sun are looking to peek through. Gaddis with another attempt at the inside. This time he's going to clear it. Is Carosis going to be able to mount a return here? Or are we past the point of no return for the wet compounds? Already a major gap being set right now between Carosis and Gaddis, maybe 6-7 kart lengths between the two of them. The freight train further back. Austin Taylor leading the 223 of Rhett Johnson into turn number 1. As Feidinger and Leish are right there as well. Move to the inside through turn number 2, one of the MPG karts. I believe that's Leish, or no, excuse me, Benoit making that move.
Here's Wolf Feidinger right there in the 210, making position up on Arlo Bar. Through the Mons, you can see the track drying, starting at the top and going to the bottom. Ooh.
So big losses for Heckman, who I believe had that major off earlier on. But biggest mover so far has been Taylor with 3 positions gained. Daniel's also up 4 positions as well. Well, now 8. Well, excuse me, 7.
Yeah, you know, you had to know that the wet tires weren't going to be on top forever, and now we have the track drawing. You see this group of 4 right now. Rhett Johnson in the 223 ahead of the 240. of Austin Taylor
Two
now.
MPG teammates going at it.
Obviously, the third MPG teammate is in the lead. Austin Taylor and Feidinger.
Here comes Taylor, or
both
Feidinger.
Johnson and Taylor.
Major spots lost there. Daniels is going to go through.
They both dropped a tire in sync, which allowed Will Feidinger and Arlo Barr by. Now Red Johnson's got a bit of a gap now.
Barr looking for a move, but gets blocked by the MPG car as they line up once again. Daniels holding off Barr with the two MPGs out in front. Taylor kind of playing a rear gunner right now for Feidinger. Yellow flag is out. Do we have a cart off somewhere? Here comes Daniels to the inside. Gets back in line.
Interesting to know that Tori Dangerous Daniels has the fastest lap of the race as the last lap. And now she is setting her sights on Austin Taylor. The pace would indicate this is going to happen soon. There it is.
Boom. Lightning quick move there.
Now she's going to go straight from Austin Taylor and right into Will Feidinger.
Your biggest mover of the race already looking for more as Miss Dangerous sets her sights for Feidinger and Johnson. Already right to the bumper of the 210. Back to Feidinger trying to make a move right now on Taylor. There's the peek out to the inside. Coming into Monza, no reaction from Daniels. Thought about a move to the inside. Now Daniels gives a little bit of a push, trying to get the 223 back into that action. Couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, I think Tori Daniels is a bit quicker here and just trying to make quick work of these two.
Here she goes.
Keep moving.
Past Johnson, and we'll clear that. And now the big freight train behind gives a push back to Johnson. Arlo Barr and Austin Taylor right there behind this duo.
There's so top five now for Tori Daniels. She'll be looking to make her way to fourth now, possibly be catching the top three.
Peek to the inside from the MGK machine. Done deal. Daniel still trying to make that move with a peek to the inside. Coming into turn number 8. Are we going to see it? No, goes very deep. Lap traffic here, the 205 of Caitlin Daly. Going to let the lead pack through.
And I believe that's the 271 there.
We're going to try it again here.
That's our third place finish.
Very clean. Two positions lost there.
That's the pass for third. So all of a sudden, Tori Daniels finds herself battling for a podium position.
Will Feidinger, who was hoping for a win here, is now fighting to stay on the podium with Tori Dangerous Daniels further back. It's Nedis Bertulis fending off from Austin Taylor as Taylor goes the long way around to get that move. Ooh, a little bit of contact there between Taylor and Johnson. Fights on for third between Feidinger and Daniels. 11 spots gained so far. Move number 12 will be the one that will let her bring home the hardware.
Man, 11 spots. What an impressive run here for Tori Daniels. Couple of hand signals and a meatball flag. Who's that for? Is that for? That is for the 271, I believe.
Barr trying to put the pressure on Bertulis here.
I don't think so.
Might have gotten the meatball flag. Side pod to side pod rubbing against one another through turn number 2. As we go back over to the battle for third and fourth. Are we going to see the pop out from Daniels? Here she comes on the inside. Goes all the way down to the grass. And I think actually scrubbed the front tires a bit and shed off some speed, so not able to make that move. Just a little bit too late with the pop-up there, Kyle.
Just a little too late, but she will live to fight another day. A little bit of a mistake there into turn number 8. Going to lose a little bit of time here, but Now it's time to regroup and get back after it to get onto the box and pass Will Feitinger.
Feitinger not out of the woods yet.
There's the meatball. You can see 223. That's Rhett Johnson.
What's the issue?
Oh, no. Rhett gives the thumbs up to the
Motorsports car.
Rhett gives the thumbs up to the official, letting him know, I saw you. What could that be for? Looks like
Maybe
he's not wearing a
bumper.
neck brace. That's what I'm picking up.
I think
Probably
that
had
might
a
be
neck
it.
brace fall off.
So just behind Johnson in the draft of Austin Taylor.
He's going to keep going. Interesting stuff, yeah. So if in Route 66 competition, unless you're in a senior class, it is mandated for you to wear a neck brace. And you know, sometimes those things will just fall off. You know, I don't see one.
Is there no way to secure it to your head, Hans device style?
That's in karting. A Hans device protects you in a frontal impact, and in karting, there's no seatbelts, right? So you're just going to fly out of the cart.
Right.
What you're really protecting in a kart is backwards impacts.
Right.
And, you know, it doesn't really benefit much to have it connected to the helmet. So usually you'll see, like, some of the neck devices.
This becomes the battle for second. I'm going to jump in on you, Kyle, really quickly because Carosis just lost 2 spots as Feitinger and Daniels just absolutely stormed by the wet tires of Carosis, who is now absolutely struggling for pace. So the dry tire is very much the way to go at this point. And the battle for third now becomes the battle for second, with Tori Daniels still very much hot on the heels of Feitinger. Purple lap for the 222.
Yeah, update on Dominic Gaddis, running about 2 seconds a lap quicker right now than second and third of Will Feitinger and Tori Daniels. It's interesting to see that with 7 laps to go, or 6 to go now, that this is finally the crossover point completely on where the wet tires have now fallen off. They're not just about equal or a little bit off. They are now completely off. As you see, Carosas is just going to keep dropping throughout the field. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Late look to the inside as we take a peek at Dominic Gaddis on the bottom right of your screen. Lap traffic is in front, and that will hold him up just slightly. In your main picture, though, still Feitinger fending off Tori Daniels.
You see in the bottom right of your screen, there's Dominic Gaddis. And where he is, he's over in turn 8, right as Will Feitinger and Tori Daniels are coming to exiting turn 4 into turn 5 in Monza.
So both of these guys are essentially on the podium at this point. How badly does Tori want that second place trophy instead of P3? Very badly. She looks to the inside of Feitinger. There's the move we've been waiting for coming out of turn 7.
And there you have it. Right when you're in that point where there's still 5 or 6 laps to go, you have a bit of time just to kind of wait for a mistake or wait for something to happen. So there's no reason to, you're already bringing home hardware. No reason to, put yourself in jeopardy, and that's exactly what Tori Daniels did. She was patient, waited for it to happen, and Miss Dangerous takes over the second spot.
Just behind Arlo Barr and Austin Taylor are battling with one another as well. Daniels might get a swing back. A look to the outside now from Feitinger, who's going to try and carry all that momentum to the high side. Daniels blocks and will hold on to second for the time being. Some aggressive defense, though, from Tori.
Yeah, Tori Daniels gets a great run into turn number 8 there. Huge advantage in turn number 8. Builds about a 2 kart length gap in the last sector of the circuit here. Coming to lap 17 out of 20 now. Tori Daniels goes purple that last time by. Runs about half a second quicker than Dominic Gaddis did last time by. everybody at this point are setting their personal best as the track continues to dry.
Here comes some lap traffic and some drafting help for both of them as they try not to block here. 247 of Heckman lets both through, and that actually lets Daniels get about 3 or 4 kart lengths between the two of them. As into the pits goes the 297. Not sure who that is, unfortunately. Is it 247? It might have been Heckman. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was Grant Heckman.
So day done for Grant Heckman, who had such a good start, such a good qualifying for this final, and unfortunately got caught out. Another look to the outside. Smart defense from Daniels, who's forcing Feidinger to go the long way around through the Monza.
We saw this yesterday. Tori Daniels was pretty effective at blocking, defending throughout heat number 1 yesterday. So she definitely knows what she's doing around the Norway Motorsports Park when it comes to being defensive and not letting the kart behind pass.
Great recovery drive as well from Arlo Barr, who had another big incident in Heat 2. Going for a top 5 finish as this battle rages on. Twin sticks for Dominus Gaddis. And Tori Daniels still fending off Will Feidinger, the MPG machine.
You see Dominic Gaddis in the bottom right of your screen taking the white flag. Final lap for Dominic Gaddis as the battle for second wages on here through the final 3 corners. There's Dominic making his way to turn 4. Just a great run today. Best in the rain in both classes in 206 Sportsman and in the Swift categories. Just an excellent day all around for Dominic Gaddis.
He's going to jump out of this and into the cadet for the Swift races. But man, what a motivation this will be for that performance. Another defense to the inside on the bottom right of your screen. Lap traffic for Daniels, who's going to try and use that to navigate. Ooh. Are we going to see some lap traffic negotiation? There's a look to the inside. Can't get it done. As the checkered flag comes out, it's been domination. Dominic Gaddis in the 257 is going to take it over to the rest of the podium. Have we missed the pass back for second?
I believe we did. There's Will Feidinger. He's in second now.
And at the buzzer, out of the final corner, Will Feidinger takes P2 right back from Tori Daniels.
Tori's celebrating. She got some hardware. She's on the box. P3 for Tori Dangerous Daniels.
Still absolutely a drive she should be proud of. And an incredible 10-lap long battle there with Will Feidinger.
Did you see Will Feidinger put his elbows out over the line? Did you see that? You know what that is?
No.
You might be. They're doing the Donkey Kong with the Mario Kart.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know if that was a traditional kart celly. That's phenomenal. I think we should normalize doing Mario Kart celebrations. Gaddis takes this one 19 seconds up from the field. Here's your replay of the move that got Feidinger back into P2. A late move hanging it around the inside of Daniels, using that lap traffic to the advantage, using a little bit of side pod too there, Kyle.
That was clean. That was fair. You know, that was racing. It was a good pass.
So some ethical wheel and a celebratory 266 of Clavatier, who's still very excited, it would appear, with a top 6 finish. Some good conversations. Dom Gaddis, though, going to walk away with this one with Will Feidinger, P2, Tori Dangerous Daniels in 3rd. K100 Seniors up next. Don't go anywhere. It's day 3 of round 3 of the Route 66 Sprint Series here from Norway Motorsports Park. Finals for the the KA100 seniors. Brandon Lemke on pole alongside Austin Olds. Alexander Kardashian in P3 on the inside of the very hot Quentin McPherson after a phenomenal Heat 2. Brandon Zerves is in 5th alongside Oliver Gaffer. Lane Gibbs in 7th on the inside of Cash Perkins. Dylan North and Blake Sarkia rounding out your top 10.
So we've got both of the Heat winners starting on the front row next to each other. It's going to be interesting here.
Watch Shane Reddy in 12th, the 924 Kart. What is he going to be able to do from P12? Cale Zimmerman, another phenomenal morning session for the 908 driver. What is he going to be able to do from P15? Some potential hard chargers from the back of the field. Elias Baker in 17th alongside Chaz Variale. Reed Sutherland in 19th with Vladimir Vakarva in 20th. Onto the tram lines. One of the biggest fields we have here at Norway. Onto the tram lines. Lemke alongside Olds. Green flag is out. KA100 senior underway.
Rough start there for Austin Olds.
3 wide into turn number 1. Almost one car out onto the grass on the outside, but we're through in one piece. Big move there from one of the Leslie Racing Machines, the 915, I believe. Or no, Oliver Gaffer gets his way up into P4. And it's a 3-car breakaway early on as everybody fans out. There's some side pod contact as we head into the Monza for the first time.
That's Gibbs. The 944 going wide and another one. That is the 920.
924, Shane Reddy with another incident, I believe. As another car goes very wide. So finally starting to get into a rhythm here. After the first lap, McPherson and a little bit of an island. Here comes Kardashian for the lead. Big late lunge into turn number 1 and a stealthy pass on Lemke gets himself into the front.
Yeah, you see he got Lemke into 1 there. Lemke a little wiggle off of 3.
Are we going to see a swing
we
back
got
from
one off.
Lemke?
That's
this time back
McPherson.
big off as McPherson goes for a little bit of a rally in the grass. Shane Perkins going to try around the outside. Gets the side pod somehow, some way. Stays out of the grass.
Shane Reddy.
Not the same for Shane Reddy, who for the second lap in a row has an excursion to the outside of Monza.
Ooh, don't high side it. Oh, tough break for Shane Reddy. Just high sides it and loses all the time. You can see the frustration for Shane as Brandon Lemke has lost another spot now.
Oh my goodness.
Braden Zerves. And Austin Olds, who had a rough start, kind of fell back a bit, is right back in the 4th spot, right in the mix. And, this is huge for the points for Alexander Kardashian as, with a drop round, this is going to be very close if Brandon Lemke continues to fall back as Austin Olds is right on the rear bumper.
How much conservation have we seen from Zerves to this point in the weekend? We really haven't seen him on the podium at this point so far. Has he been saving something for the final? One of the MPG carts is wide. It's Olds as Gaffer's going to go through.
Let's see.
Battle
There's a
for the lead. Another look to the inside of Zerves. And another new leader. Kardashian loses it to the 909 of Zerves.
Zerves to the lead out of nowhere this weekend. He saved his stuff for the final, and here he is. Austin Olds also gets the move done. He's up to P3. Winner of heat number 1. Can he get around Alexander Kardashian? Looks like Zerves has got a little bit of a gap now.
4-cart furball for the win, and we are constantly reshuffling here. Just 4 laps in. Zerves, Kardashian, Olds, and Lemke. Bumper to bumper is Kardashian and Austin Olds as he tries to maybe push Kardashian to a potential move here into turn number 7. Now he'll just do it himself. He goes over the curb. Zerves goes a little bit wide, and Lemke's going to go through for P3.
Austin Olds almost got a little bit greedy there. Was going to go for a move on Kardashian. Almost got a little greedy and, could have had 2 for 1. Almost did with Zerves going off, but we'll see. Now turn 1 to the inside. Austin Olds to the lead.
Kardashian first to 4th in just 2 laps, and now it's Austin Olds' turn to lead this pack with Lemke back in the 2-hole.
Still Austin Olds leading out of 4 into 5. Zerves tucks right behind Austin Olds. Hasn't really lost much time.
Lemke still right there. Kardashian now losing a little bit of ground. Braking zone into 7, going to help rejoin him.
Little
Are
check
we going
up
to see
there.
another move? Yeah. As the MPG Kart of old still out in front. Still no sense of reservation or conservation from these 4 as everyone wants some front-running laps. No pop-outs into turn number 1.
See, there's still about the exact length of a heat race to go in this thing. I mean, there's about 15 laps left. There's no slowing down for this top 4. You know, we'll see if they can finally get into a rhythm and slot into where they want to be.
Tap of the head from Zervs. I'm not sure what message he's trying to communicate there, but Lemke's going right there with him. Another bit of a nudge there to Zervs. In the TL 909, here comes Lemke with a late lunge into turn number 8. He'll try and challenge Olds for the lead now.
That front bumper on Brandon Lemke's car looks like it's pointed downwards a little bit. I'd be a little bit nervous about that if I was Brandon Lemke.
Certainly a warning for maybe backing off the usage of the chrome horn.
Yeah, it definitely looks a little crooked towards the looking down, doesn't it?
I think so. We might have missed a move here as Alex Kardashian is trying to take P3 back from Zervs just behind and does so.
Brandon Lemke to the back bumper of Austin Olds. Both your heat winners. There they are, 1 and 2. Flipped from where they started the race. Ooh, Lemke.
Big mistake there for Lemke. Goes wide into 8. And this will bring Kardashian and Zervs right back into the mix. Lemke still holding on for now. But we've seen Kardashian mount this overtake across the stripe. Are we going to see the same here? No late moves at this point. And again, with some early contact, we're starting to see guys get a little bit more reserved and maybe save something for the end. But they definitely don't want Austin Olds to break away like he is right now.
Yeah, I think they definitely got to a point where it's time to take a breath. Time to kind of file together, save your stuff for the end, and make it where it counts. I think Braden Zervs for sure didn't want to fall back as far as he did as Alexander Kardashian. Good switchback by Brandon Lemke to maintain the second position.
Zervs still
forward.
trying to go through, but now backs out as they work their way over the tunnel. These guys have not had an opportunity to breathe in this battle. We haven't had a chance in the booth. Kardashian with a try on the outside will try and make it stick, carry all of that momentum, and it's major losses as Zervs goes through as a result.
That defense, going defensive there from Brandon Lemke, that's telling, isn't it? You know, a lap before he was pointing ahead like, hey,
here
we're
comes
letting the kid go.
Kardashian to the inside once again on Zervs. Inches from one another, and somehow Zervs able to hold on to third.
Brandon Lemke maintains the second spot, 1.4 seconds behind Austin Olds. So Austin's kind of built a little bit of a gap where we saw him struggle in heat number 2 earlier today, and the dry conditions are definitely helping out the MPG Motorsports driver out of Terre Haute, Indiana.
The Brickyard Kid, as we've got another cart off.
That's McPherson.
Oh my goodness. Heartbreak for McPherson, one of the potential dark horses in this heat. In what looks to be potentially a mechanical issue?
Could be.
Not sure if he was unable to rejoin or what the issue was there, as we were trying to get footage of Olds walking away from his cart. As we rejoin this battle for P2.
Ooh,
Zervs, wow, big things out moment there. Trying to get by. And it is go time here as we are now halfway through. If you think you've got pace to challenge for the lead, you've got to get yourself to the front of this 3-car pack.
2.3 second gap that time by from Austin Olds to second place. A little bit of lap traffic ahead, which is going to, play a factor into the lead of this race.
Getting told that potentially was a flip there for McPherson as Olds navigates through lap traffic. Can only hope that he is okay.
Yeah, we didn't see McPherson by the cart or anywhere around. I finally saw him that last lap by. Good to see that he's okay and up. As a big mistake from Lemke, or a little bit of just confusion and untypical mistake there from the Wisconsin Wonder Kid, Brandon Lemke.
Austin Olds has not won a single heat or final so far this season. Only a P3 in the second heat.
Outside of the heat win yesterday.
Outside of the heat win yesterday, correct. So it's been a fantastic start to this weekend, and that's kind of popped the seal when it comes to pace, as Olds has taken off like a rocket. Lap traffic in the way here, as this could absolutely shake up the battle for second. Serves and Kardashian now starting to break away from Lemke.
Yeah, we'll see if the gap kind of went down about a tenth or two the last time by. We'll see if Zerbs can get around this lap cart a little quicker than Austin Olds did and see if this makes a difference. Last time by, not much of a change.
Here comes Kardashian. Tries the inside of Zerbs, still side by side. And Kardashian gives that position up. Lap traffic being a big help. Some drafting is going to help Zerbs defend on the high side. Is it going to be enough to carry all of that momentum ripping top? Not enough.
Enough. Alexander Kardashian. They still have yet to get around the lap cart of the 933, and even now, out of 9, gives him the bumper a little bit. Some hand signals saying, "Get out of the way," from Alexander Kardashian.
What are you doing? So Kardashian now leading, and this is going to cycle Lemke back into this conversation as well.
And another second added on to Austin Olds' lead that lap. That did not help.
Oh my goodness, from the top rope.
That was a big sound. Braden Zerbs was not expecting that move to the inside from Brandon Lemke.
Lemke out of nowhere, giving the cold shoulder. And now Lemke going to try to hit him with the Uno reverse card, potentially a follow-up move here coming into turn number 7. Further up, Kardashian trying to clear that lap traffic. Ooh. One of the
Looks
Franklin
like
carts.
Zerbs tried to send it back on Brandon Lemke that last time by, as Lemke gives the bumper to one of the Franklins.
Bumper to lap traffic, yeah. And now Kardashian with the P2 breakaway. Lap traffic forces these guys to the inside. Here's your replay. Oh, wow. Big wiggle to the lap traffic. Almost sent him sideways.
Great angle there from Hunter from the opposite end. There we go. Yeah, just a little bumper on the exit.
And the Franklin
Great
pilot
shot.
going, dude, really? Zerbs still on the attack for Lemke. Zerbs looking for his first podium for a final this season.
Yeah, it still looks like that bumper for Brandon Lemke is popped in, and if it wasn't before, it looks a little bit more evident now. It's moving around a little bit. It's still angled towards the ground. I wouldn't be surprised if Brandon knows, because it looks like it's dragging a little bit. Yeah, see, it's shaking around. That's not good news for the 901, your points leader.
So this might give the lead back over, or excuse me, give the podium spot back over to Braden Zerbs, should the penalty be handed out. And now Alexander Kardashian going to try and get on his horse and try and close that gap to Austin Olds. With 4 laps to go, I'm not sure if that's possible at this point.
Yeah, I think it's too little too late. There's about 4 laps to go. And Austin Olds, what a race. What a weekend for Austin. As he looks back and he knows he's gone. Alexander Kardashian across the line, 4.1 seconds, another 0.3 added. Austin Olds is flying.
Again, it feels like with the bigger grids we have, if you're the first guy out in the run to Monza, you're pretty much, everybody else behind you is just thrown to the wolves. You don't have to worry about that direct threat behind you, and you can just go. So it really is about being in front when it matters and kind of letting everybody battle one another behind you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's just, you got to get out front, get clean air, clean space, and just let everyone behind you fight. That definitely helped for Austin Olds, but also just the sheer pace of just adding a 10th or 2 or 3 every lap. So far, this race has been huge for Austin Olds. Another 10th that lap.
Chipping away. Great drive as well we haven't really talked about it. Lucas Kilmack in P5, Dylan North in P6. Some guys who have been just a little bit more incognito this weekend, but have capitalized on the mistakes of others and have battled their way to the top 10. Guys should be very, very thrilled about the weekend they are having.
Great top 10 right now for Wyatt Leslie in P9, Gibbs, P10 MTG teammate to Austin Olds. A little disappointing right now if you look down the field. Shane Reddy, obviously we saw him go off. He was a little bit disappointed. Cale Zimmerman fell down the grid. Cale was
still P8.
Or Cale P8, yeah, sorry, our ticker was showing something different. It looks like Cale has dropped down the order a bit into the P20 position. So not sure what happened to Cale, but top 10 throughout the two heats. I'm sure that's not what he's looking for. As Brandon Lemke has now gone to the back of Alexander Kardashian. Now this is huge in the points because with the drop round, Kardashian had a rough road America, but with the drops, he's still in it.
How about Lucas Klimek right now? Defending from Dylan North.
That's for the P5 position. Right now on screen, you'll see battle for P2, which is also the championship. White flag in the air. Last time around, Austin Olds still leads. But could there be a battle brewing between Brandon Lemke and Alexander Kardashian?
We'll stay tuned on that. But Austin Olds has had an absolute wonder of a weekend. And Alex Kardashian maybe not out of the woods yet, as Lemke is right there. Still potentially a penalty on the way for the 901 driver.
Yeah, but if he did get around Alexander Kardashian, I don't think it would mean much at this point with that bumper being pushed in.
Still TBD. Austin Olds out of the final corner for the final time. Austin Olds domination on his horse. It's MPG and Austin Olds, his first final win of 2025.
Good run for Austin Olds. Absolutely dominant performance. Finally gets it done in 2025. It was about time. He's had a lot of good runs this year. A lot of great performances throughout the season, but he finally got that win. Congratulations, Austin. Great run. That was a clinic.
Brandon Zerv's also fired up about his first main event podium of the year. And again, still potentially some pushback penalties on the way. How about Alexander Kardashian? Got to the front of that pack and took off, capitalized on the rest of the guys being fangs out with one another. Lucas Klimek, able to hold off Dylan North with Chaz Varial in P7 and Cash Perkins in P8. Wyatt Leslie, P9 with Lane Gibbs in 10th.
Yeah, obviously this is pretty big in the championship for Austin Olds. Finishing ahead of Brandon Lemke, and Lemke could have some position penalties coming his way for the pushback bumper, so that's even more points for Kardashian and Austin Olds heading into the final round.
Shouldn't be the only round of the day for Quentin McPherson, and you can only hope that he's okay, and we'll see him back in a kart here in just a couple of heats' time. As the banter begins on the scale lines here, and thank goodness Quentin McPherson able to get back in the kart safe and sound after a major spill. And we'll step away for a moment to pay the bills, but stay with us. It's round 3 of the Route 66 Sprint Series here at Norway.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Starting grid for the 206 Junior main event. Braden Dumont on pole alongside Theodore Gaffer. It's Brady Shad in third. Jack Fiber is in fourth. Colin Eddy is in fifth alongside Joseph Wilson. Evan Benoit, P7. He'll be on the inside of Ethan Leroy. Pearson Golseth in ninth will be alongside J.C. Moeller.
Braden Dumont, winner from Road America, starting on the pole. He's been pretty dominant this weekend. Theodore Gaffer, P2. Brady Shad and Jack Fiber have been the excitement of this class so far this weekend throughout the first heats. Jack Fiber is not afraid to make a move, and Brady Shad, as we saw in K Junior in that last heat, he's not here to make any friends.
Jack Fiber on the podium for every single final so far this season. A third at Whitelands, a P2 at Road America. Are we going to see a similar podium, or are we going to see some underdogs? Let's find out. Let's go racing with the 206 Juniors. Three wide into turn number one as Gaffer gets the absolute coldest of shoulders and pushed off into turn number one.
One car airborne, or not airborne, but two wheels up over the 303.
Another two cars around as
absolutely chaotic start as Dumont now puts a wheel in the dirt. Brady Shad leading.
The 320 of J.C. Moeller involved.
Back to P4 for Dumont there on the opening lap. Man, what a chaotic restart as Dumont just kind of, Brady Shad had a heck of a run. As we see now a pass, that would be, that might be Evan Benoit in the 305.
Mr. Worldwide in P7.
Ooh, Brady Shad out of the final corner, just almost loses it by himself.
As here's a replay of the hectic start. And going for a gap that kind of existed there to push Gaffer off.
Man, hate to see it for Gaffer there in the 303. Just nowhere to go. Ended up being on the outside of the three wide situation and got pushed off.
Benoit glued to the rear bumper of Brady Shad. Shad going for win number 2 of the year in the Millwright machine.
Yeah, 305 Evan Benoit hasn't really had the luck throughout the heat races and the weekend. He's looking Probably looking at this point in the race to push Brady Shad to as big of a gap as you can, because you know that Braden Domont has been dominant. See Jack Fiber.
How about Pearson Golseth up into P4? Maximizing those results. As is that Theodore Gaffer already back in the mix? Yes, he is. P10 for the 303. So down but not out. But we do have one kart out.
That looks like a Franklin.
One of the Franklins.
I wonder, we'll have to see at the front of the field, but nope, there he is. I was going to say, I really hope that's not Pearson Golseth in the 312,
no.
But there he is. He's still there.
P4. As some big shuffles here in the mid-pack. Two karts looking to the inside. A couple of confused hands are up.
It's Ethan Leroy in the 373 in the blue. Behind Jack Fiber. That's the fight for 8th behind Jack.
And here comes the big train. Both the Eddy siblings side by side into the Monza. As Fiber trying to look for a way around, squeezes his way to the inside, side by side, pointing at one of the Eddies. And trying to find a way through the great wall of Eddy right now, though.
Yeah, Jack Fiber not the happiest with the 300.
Fangs out driving here as we are quarter in, and all of a sudden a light sprinkle has worked its way on to Norway. Late move there from Fiber to take one from Eddy. Alyssa Eddy should mention. One Eddy down, one to go as Fiber now going to look to the inside of Colin.
Down the inside of Colin Eddy through Monza.
Might be some brother-sister help here. Alyssa trying to maybe push Colin to the inside. Can't do it, but now here comes Leroy just behind in that blue 373.
Yeah, all of a sudden we've got some possible light rain within the next hour. And we're hearing reports of a light sprinkle around the track. As you said, Jackson, this could throw a wrench in things. You see a rolled black flag for, I believe that was for Alyssa Eddy. Ooh. Big hip check from Ethan Leroy there in turn 2. Gonna do a switchback as well.
Not quite clear. Line will go back to Alyssa. And she keeps that spot as there's a big off. And Leroy not happy with that.
I believe that's Theodore Gaffer making up spots.
Yes, it is.
I can't lie. That was there was some hard racing there. I think Leroy kind of gave Eddy a hip check into 2, maybe another one into 3, and I think Alyssa just said, yeah, into 4, I'm not going to give you the space.
Playing rear gunner right now, trying to hold on to P7 with her brother Colin just up the road. As now we got a 3-kart race for the lead. Brady Shad, Evan Benoit, and Braden Dumont at the back there in the 309.
Yeah, Braden Dumont now has closed the gap. He's now in right on the bumper of Evan Benoit. Brady Shad took the start 3 wide. Took the lead as it hasn't looked back.
Farthest up Evan Benoit has been at this point. Big movement there to push Shad offline. And both Dumont and Benoit going to go through.
Yeah, Shad not happy with that move, but yeah, it's Evan Benoit and Braden Dumont now 1-2.
Clear frustration there from the 309.
Still see the frustration from the 365 there. Brady Shad down the front straight.
Another car abandoned, it looked like, on the inside of turn number 7. Or excuse me, turn 5. As here's that replay of that move. As Benoit maybe getting a little bit on the chrome horn there to move Brady Shad out of the way.
Yeah, just kind of pushed him into the corner. and put him a little wide. Didn't punt him though. Yeah, that's kind of up for
some morally ambiguous wheel, shall we say? Oh,
There's
big move!
Domont
Another
kind
move from
of,
Domont.
giving it back to Benoit.
Taste of his own medicine, and a point there.
Ooh.
Chad calling his shot, Babe Ruth style. They're side by side,
spicy.
working over the hill. Fangs out driving, and Chad doing the Luigi death stare to Benoit.
Ooh,
black
rolled
flag.
black flag. There's a warning.
To which one, though?
It's a great question. I would say probably to Benoit. But, you know, Braden Domont just kind of gave it back to Benoit, did the exact same thing that Benoit did to Shad the lap before.
Domont pedaling, trying to hold this lead from Shad and Benoit. The replay of the Uno reverse card, it really was kind of initiated.
Domont didn't
by
no contact there.
It was kind of a Benoit mistake initiation there.
Did you see Brady Shad almost lecture to Benoit
Yeah,
to slow
dude.
down? He said, hey, slow down. Get behind me.
Let's go. That's awesome. It's only the 206 juniors that are so communicative with one another behind the wheel, and I love it. So Domont, Chad, and Benoit still this 3-car pack for the lead, just behind Golseth on the bumper of Jack Faber. As there's
See,
that
there it is
replay.
again. He's telling him this.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Hey, back up, back up.
Hey, back up, back up. No, and he's doing it before Benoit can
He's
even
even
see
to the
him.
bumper, yeah.
He can't even see him yet.
Oh,
And
my
he's-
goodness.
All right. Braden Domont, Brady Shad. Shad right on the bumper. Halfway through this race. Still a long way to go.
As now it's become a little bit of a 2-cart breakaway here, with Benoit struggling to stay at pace. Golseth still battling with Jack for 5th further back. As now a little bit of a look. Good momentum for Shad coming out of turn 2, but can't get the switch back to work. Who's got the better exit here? Shad does. He's going to look to the inside and asks for teamwork. Domont doesn't want any part of it. Side by side coming out of Monza, nearly going off into the grass.
I think those hand signals almost hurt him there. I think
it's possible.
I think he lost a little bit of time entering the Monza.
And Chad's going to say, okay, you want to play it that way then.
And you can see the frustration
yeah.
going into 8 of him saying, oh, come on, man. I just said let's work together and go to the front. Now you want, I just don't think Brady wants to run second. I think he just wants to run in the lead.
Yeah. But you totally understand where Domont's coming from.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
going to lift off and give you the lead.
I mean, they already have about a 2-second gap, which they may not know that, but they're already sitting pretty.
As far as they're concerned, they think Benoit is still right there.
Yeah. They think they're sitting pretty right now. They're doing okay.
A little bit of bump draft action here with Chad and Domont. Big look to the inside there, the late apex from Shad. And here comes the rain.
Yeah, you can see it just a little bit. You see now, here comes the field, and
Here comes
Domont.
Shad, who gets that position back. Shad leading once again, and this time he had to do it by force.
Yeah, Domont made a little bit of a mistake. 2 wheels in the dirt when we got to him. We'll see if there was any contact or... We get a shot back here, our replay on that. Yeah, it's a little too hot exiting the final corner.
There it is.
Not only did he get onto the curb, he went beyond the curb, which is kind of rare, and that was a wild ride for Braden Domont.
Yeah, impressive that
And
Domont
he's
was
gonna go
able
for
to
the
hang
lead.
on. Here he goes for the lead. A little bit in the grass once again as they go over the hill. Let's see if he can maybe force Shad into the same mistake. Can't do it. Dude, still with the nonverbals with Shad saying, nuh-uh, we're going to lead. I'm going to lead. You're going to push me. Then we can fight in like 2 laps.
They've lost a little bit of time to Benoit, but I mean, yeah, there's still 6 laps to go. I think that they should probably maintain status quo for a little bit, as Braden Domont's going to tell me no, and go for the lead into the Monza. Brady Shad back to second. Domont takes the lead.
Maybe not. A little bit of a switchback. Are we going to see a brave move into turn 7? Shad thinks smarter of it.
Yeah, Shad has shown that he's, again, not afraid to make enemies. He's here to win. So, yeah, in the final 2 corners, Domont got a little bit of a gap there. We'll see, I reckon by the time we get to the back straightaway after 4 into 5 into Monza, that Shad will be right back on the rear bumper, and I don't know, maybe we'll see some more gesturing to who wants to lead.
Plymouth, Wisconsin's own Brady Shad, full season at national level with Rolson Performance Group with Millwright this weekend. Continuing to put the pressure on Dumont as these two remain in lockstep. We got 5 laps to go. And further back, it looks like Jack Fiber's gotten to Benoit. And
down
Dumont
the inside
has started to give up that position to Shad. Shad's going to try and make it work around the outside.
Shad squeezed
holds on
him
to
a
it
little
for the
bit there
switchback
and
and gets it done.
Yeah, Shad squeezed him a little bit there on entry, made it work. That was impressive.
That final section of corners has been Shad's song and dance. We saw that move earlier on.
We got a pass for third
and
here.
Pass for third.
Jack Fiber on Benoit. See, Jack Fiber, throughout the last 2 races that I've been to and seen, he's been quick, he's been up there, but he has not had the luck to just have a race where he can start in third, stay in third, and race for the win, but he's always, by the end of the deal, on the box.
Do you think there's enough pace pack in there for the 381 to maybe get to the front 2 here?
I mean, Shad and Domont are going to have to just have an
really go at it.
Enormous battle here at the end for that to happen. I think the gap is just too big, but we'll see. Shad and Domont haven't been afraid to pass one another or get into it, so you see the gap now coming to the front straight. Fiber exiting the final corner kind of as Shad and Domont enter turn 1. Gap's certainly not too far out, but it's going to take some battling here. About 4 laps to go, or 3 laps to go.
Another move further back as Benoit tries to defend from Leroy. And then Eddie on the bumper there of Gaffer. That might be lap traffic, actually.
There's Ethan Leroy. This is 5th spot.
Another look to the inside. Traffic. Trying to clear. Colin Eddie right there.
Here's Domont. About 2.5 laps to go. Right on the rear bumper. I think Domont has realized that, yeah, to just kind of wait it out. You know, what's the best position to be in here?
Right.
First or second, right? I mean, passing into 5 is real easy. You can get a pass, you know, possibly and under exiting 8. I don't know.
Should be twin sticks. This time by 2 more laps for Shad and Dumont. Ooh, attempted over under and a big nudge there
All right.
from Dumont. Going to try and make it stick to the outside, but can't make it work.
Brady
and has to
Shad.
gather it back up. Shad still in front.
He's started to defend a little bit. This is about the time where I think he's going to start blocking, start defending into each corner. Let's see if he goes low in 5. He doesn't. Well, he takes a little bit more narrow line. Definitely isn't leaving it open.
Here he comes,
corner.
looks to the inside, going into turn number 7. It'll be the long way around in 8, but he's got the nose ahead. Sets up for the over-under, launches, but Shad defends. It'll be the white flag this time by, and Dumont running out of opportunities to prevent another Shad victory in 2025. What can Dumont do to potentially steal this win? White flag is out. They're side by side across the stripe.
Shad's still defending. I don't know if trying around the outside was the move, but we'll see how close he can get into 5. I think Shad's going to defend into here. I think Domont's best chance is going to be into turn 8, but we'll see. Around the outside, into Monza.
Side by side into Monza. Dumont trying the long way around. Can he make it stick? He goes back in line, now looks for the over-under. The fastest crossover you're going to see today. Tries to make it stick around the outside. Shad goes to the outside once more to block. Dumont can't get past.
See if he goes defensive. He does. I think he's going to have a
Running out
run
of
around the
opportunities.
outside.
Here he comes to the inside. Side by side into the final corner. Shad goes to the inside and around. Dumont's going to take the checkered flag and win the main event for 206 Junior in a controversial finish.
And Jack Fiber is going to get second. Brady Shad's going to call all the way back to 5th. Oh, my.
Did we see what we just saw?
Insane final couple corners here in 206 Junior. I can't wait to see that again.
That's going to need some race control.
Shad went
overview.
defensive, and I think Domont just kind of had a better exit of the corner. And, you know, you talked about it yesterday. If there was able to be a pass there in turn 11 before 12, and, Braden Domont did it. But there's just physically not enough space entering the final corner. And Domont kind of clips the curb, hits... do
you want to call this a racing incident? I mean, Domont is ramped up on the curbing on the inside.
I mean, he was...
Not a lot he could do to prevent that impact.
He was side by side with him. It's always... I think it's the passing carts... I think it's Domont's responsibility to pass him clean. I think that's where that falls. Ultimately, though, you know, you just physically can't pass there. I don't like using passing in a corner that you can't pass in as an excuse, though. I hate that. I think that was absolutely a racing incident. I mean, that was just tough.
Dumont had every right to work for that.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
Yeah, he got beside him and just kind of ramped the curb. There's just not enough space for two carts to be there, and, you know, yeah, it's a tough call.
So unofficially, Dumont, your winner here for the main event. It'll be Jack Fiber coming home in P2. Colinetti gets the promotion with Evan Benoit going from 1st to 4th. Brady Shad, P5. Brady Shad losing those positions. And a uneventful conversation where absolutely nothing is going to happen in the scale lines. Micro and Mini Swift coming up. Stay with us here at Norway. It's been the Liam 4 show in Micro Swift, and he leads us off for the main event alongside Dylan Braun in the 37, Evan Leish in P3 on the inside of Austin Taylor, Harrison Apel alongside his brother Cam in row 3, then Asterius Zaremba trying to work his way back after a major mishap in heat number 2. He'll be alongside Caitlin Daly.
Yeah, it's been a big weekend. Big last 2 races, actually, for Liam 4 after Road America winning the pole. Didn't have the final he wanted, though, so hopefully for Liam 4, this final goes a bit better than it did at Road America. You never know, things change from the heats to the finals, so this could be a completely different ball game than what we saw yesterday and earlier on today.
Liam 4 alongside Braden DeMont. Have we learned our lessons with the slow starts? We have! Main event for the Micro Swifts underway, side by side, and it'll be DeMont leading along the outside for the first time as some major positions lost there. More pressure from behind. One of the MPGs trying to pass 4 gets the job done.
Austin Taylor moves up a spot. Liam 4 down 2 spots in lap 1, and this is 2 MPG Motorsports drivers of Dylan Braun and Austin Taylor 1-2.
Single file already here as they work through Monza, and it is all MPG up front. Liam 4 already trying to mount the comeback as he sets his sights on Austin Taylor in the numero uno.
Yeah, Austin Taylor is caught right up to the bumper of Dylan Braun. Liam 4 hasn't gone anywhere either. To complete lap number 1.
Now Taylor starting to put the pressure on his teammate Dumont. Are we going to see a pop out here? Still biding their time with plenty of racing ahead of them.
Plenty of time here to go, but it's Dylan Braun leading Austin Taylor. Austin Taylor had a great run at Whiteland here in Micro Swift presented by Top Kart USA. Swept the entire weekend in Whiteland, and then we went to Road America where he wasn't on the box a single session. Today this weekend he's had a topsy-turvy weekend in both classes, 206 Sportsman and the Micro Swifts. But a sitting P2 right now behind his teammate. Three wide.
One of the Burrell ART cars in the middle. And I believe on the outside, that's Evan Leish, who's going to get major losses there.
Yeah, it's
As
Evan
it's a
Leish
4-car
going
freight
back.
train further behind.
Evan Leish back 2 spots there in the 17.
Seeing a lot of guys tap the sides of their helmets. Is that trying to communicate something, or is that just trying to knock the visor back in place?
That is telling you, the person behind, to push you, basically to work with you.
Chad just had the different way of saying that with just pointing forward.
Yes, well, there's a couple different ways. There's
right.
the point forward, tap at the back of the helmet. The one you'll see most often is the tap. Like I think that's pretty much just instinctual for some of these drivers at this point. Especially when you're younger, in the younger divisions like Micro Swift. You know, I remember when I was a little kid, when you see the older drivers, you look up to like the senior classes, right? So like when you see them tap the back of the helmet or like tuck, that you'll try to do it just because you want to be like the cool
go-karting
kids.
equivalent of like the Soto Shuffle.
Yeah, you want to be like the cool kids.
Right. So 4 still looking for a way through.
Ooh.
Stood on the pole as we've got some big things out driving from the MPG carts as 4 is going to get through Braun and try to get through Taylor now as there's a swap in leaders between the teammates.
Yeah, pretty much just shuffled the teammates around. Dylan Braun the third. Liam 4 just staying consistent now.
Liam 4 unable to get on the crates in the opening round at Whitelands, but stood on the pole at Road America. Won Heat 1 and a runner-up in Heat 2. And provisionally leads the points right now with Bo Wyatt being a no-show this weekend. So big points still on the way. But, I mean, we talk about the big four in Micro Swift, Wyatt, Taylor, Braun, and Liam 4, all of them absolutely in the mix right now.
Yeah, Bo Wyatt, first 2 rounds on the box, unable to be here this weekend, is now Dylan Braun thought about it.
Unable to get there.
Thought about it, not quite on Liam 4.
I'm kind of a fan of the white. Is that? It's so hard to tell with the saturation of the cameras here, just because of the clouds. Is that unmarked or is that a Tony Kart livery on Liam's
Tony
cart?
Kart livery on Liam 4's cart.
I feel like the Tony Kart livery is like the New York Yankees pinstripes of the karting world, like immediately recognizable, immediately iconic.
Yeah,
one of the most iconic liveries, I'd argue.
It is definitely one of the signature looks on a kart. For sure, it's between the Tony Kart and the Burrell. I think is probably the
Burrell's
two,
up there too.
Like, ask anyone on the street, maybe to what a go-kart looks like. Those are probably the 2 recognizable ones.
Yeah, I think Sodi is also kind of recognizable just because of that fluorescent orange going on. But do you have a favorite livery?
No. Not really.
Damn.
I don't know if I'm allowed to either.
What if I extended it to, like, larger race cars?
I don't know. I like red cars. Doesn't make me a Ferrari fan, but my favorite color was always red.
You can just say you like the Scott Dixon Target car. It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Here
yeah,
comes
yeah.
Braun to the inside of 4. And is able to get that move done. I miss that livery so much. All the Target Ganassi cars were phenomenal.
Yeah. The lightning bolt. That's another pass for the lead.
There we go.
Dylan Braun to the lead. These 3 are just going to keep mixing it up, I think.
Yeah. This is your battle for the win right here. But if you look just a little bit further back, it is everybody else battling for the best of the rest. So MPG cars back in front. A little bit of a look from Taylor trying to get past his teammate, but thought smarter of it. Again, just so hard to get that move done into T1, and you're pretty much risking pushing your guy all the way off if you're trying to go for that dive bomb.
In the top 3 through the Monza. Dylan Braun. Yeah, I think if I'm Liam 4, I'm a little scared to see the MPG carts kind of get together and push each other.
Potentially some ability for... I don't know how capable they are of breaking away if 4 is still right there, because he's the guy that can just tuck in the draft.
Yeah.
Maybe some rear gunner action from Taylor, but not excessive blocking, obviously.
Yeah, I think Taylor's probably more... I think his headspace right now is trying to get to the lead. I think they all want to lead. I don't think there's any thought of trying to keep Liam away from Dylan.
Well, I also think the main priority in the 7-year-old's mind is to just be at the front of the race.
Yeah, which right there, Dylan was a little bit on the outside of, or Austin was on the outside of Dylan, and surprised that they were able to make it through turn 4 without Austin being able to make a pass on Dylan Braun.
Another look to the inside from Austin, who's doing a really shallow exit there coming out of turn 8. Tunnel, easily one of the most iconic parts of this track. Lydia talking to us yesterday about how those are actually used as scale lines for the kid kart rounds here. which I just think is so cool. Braun still leading over Taylor, and the teamwork is actually coming to use right now. The pushing is in full effect. And the two karts from My Parents' Garage start to break away. Not actually My Parents' Garage. That is what MPG stands for, which I learned this morning.
Yes, sir. Team owner Billy Vincent wanted to pay homage to where it all started with his karting team by calling it My Parents' Garage, MPG Motorsports, which has dived into other forms of racing like the Michelin Pilot Series recently with a Hyundai. Team manager Chase Jones, based out of Whiteland Raceway Park.
I think people fail to realize on the surface how many real life, not real life, but big car racing teams dip their toes in karting. Pfaff Motorsports immediately comes to mind. Totally forgetting that they have a karting program as well.
Yeah, Pfaff Karting just started up.
Vassar Sullivan as well. That sort of coming to development right now.
Yeah, James Sullivan, his son races in Texas. They're starting up.
And now it becomes a battle for fourth further back. Evan Leish and the Apple brothers, Cameron and Harrison, with Zaramba right in the mix as well.
Coming to 7 laps to go this time around. Evan Leish has had an up and down weekend so far. Missed the first round in Whiteland. Had a decent round in Road America. The NSEW number 17. I saw a Johnsonville sticker on the 17 cart this morning.
Right on.
You know, Wisconsin native. Gotta love some.
Gotta rep.
Gotta love some bratwurst. You know.
Is it true that they took down the Johnsonville sign at Road America?
It did. It did.
It used to be a real country, Kyle.
Well, it was Velo for the IndyCar race.
Right.
And then the next weekend when we came for the karting race, it was back to Speedville. But no
Okay.
Johnsonville laps.
Okay.
No.
Is the Sargento one still up, or has
Yes.
that been? Okay, thank God.
Yeah,
If I lose that, I mean, that's like losing a Hollywood sign in racing.
We're going double screen now to show you the battle for the lead. Liam Four has actually lost a bit of ground from the top two, the MPG Motorsports drivers of Dylan Braun and Austin Taylor. And then on the main screen, that's Evan Leish in the 4th position, followed by Cameron Apel, Harrison Apel, and Zaremba.
I'm actually kind of baffled for how these two were able to break away from Liam, because realistically, the only way that they could, I mean, they can't really break away so long as Liam is just able to stay glued to their bumper.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes a mistake or two, and also these two are just working together in all the right places. I mean, a few difference of a couple tenths a lap will do it. As we come now to about 4 laps to go. Austin Taylor right on the heels of Dylan Braun. I think this is going to blow up once we get to 2 or 3 to go. You know, it's going to be interesting to note, you know, now that Liam Four is about 2.5 seconds back, when is Dylan Braun going to make that decision to start blocking?
Do you reckon that this battle between the two of them potentially could be hectic enough to bring Liam Four back into the mix?
It could. I don't think Liam Four, in a matter of 4 laps, is going to be able to fall far enough back that a titanic battle between the top two would leave him out of being able to catch back up. I mean, we've seen crazier things in the past.
Right. Purple lap, by the way, going to Austin Taylor with a 50.343.
50.4 for the top two, and then a 50.8 for Liam Four. So about 4/10 a lap is how far behind Liam 4 is falling off the pace.
But I mean, everybody's lap time within a second of one another right now.
Evan Leash is falling back about a 10th. He's about a 10th faster than Liam 4, but about 8 seconds behind.
Has to be
third place.
Absolutely infuriating for Liam 4, who can really do nothing right now except pedal the heck out of that.
That's got to be the most frustrating
Kart.
part, is just looking ahead of you and seeing the top two that you were just racing just fly out into the distance. We're coming to 3 laps to go this time by. 3 to go now, working lap 18 out of 20. There's we're looking at Liam 4 about 3 seconds behind Dylan Braun and Austin Taylor. So there's Evan Leash, your 4th runner right now, ahead of Cameron Apel. About 2 laps to go now. Looking at Evan Leash. Dylan Braun is just ahead of Austin Taylor. Coming now to the final lap.
Now we're going to get things out.
Let's see. Will Dylan start defending Austin Taylor? Or will the two play nice? We'll see. Going to turn 1. Nothing yet from the 37 of Dylan Braun.
Big opportunity going to be into Monza with these karts. But again, you get to that second hairpin, and there is an opportunity. Now we'll run to the outside. Could try the over-under with a launch. Not going to be enough, but the draft is going to help significantly. Middle of the track to defend for Braun. Forces some commitment issues for Taylor. They both go to the middle of the track through the Monza, and now there's a slightly better exit for Taylor. There's going to need to be a big move here from Austin to try and get this move done. But Braun is able to stretch that gap on the brakes. Now the gap closes once again from Taylor as they slowly close up, working their way through the Martinsville corner and over the bridge, running out of opportunities. A late lunge is all that's going to be needed to make it, but it's not going to be done. Side by side at the line, and some frustration from Taylor, but it's going to be Dylan Braun who wins the main event for the Micro Swifts.
Yeah, a lot of frustration there from Austin Taylor across the line. I think he knew there was something different he might have done as Leash crossed the line. 4th, Cameron Apel, Harrison Apel, and then Darius Saremba in 7th position. Caitlin Daly rounds out the 8th position. How's your field? Man, wild stuff in Micro Swift.
Great duel between the MPG guys as they work their way over to the scale lines. We'll step away briefly, but the second Swifts are up in just a moment's time. Stand by for Mini Swift.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
All set for mini Swift action. Cameron Johnson on the inside of Dominic Gaddis. Heavyweight title for the lead here on the front row. And it's waved off.
Waving off the green flag, not what the starter wanted. That's okay. Will give us time to go through your starting grid.
Cameron Johnson on the inside of Dominic Gaddis, as mentioned. Will Feidinger in P3 will be alongside Simon Jack Klein. Camden Clay in P5 with Yakov Sheriev in 6th. Brett Johnson is in 7th with Mark Sheriev in 8th. Michael Sapaika going to have to work his way forward once again from P9 with Rod Vinsarfi in 10th.
There's your top 10. Interesting set of heat races in the mini Swifts. It was Dominic Gaddis in the wet. Yesterday in the dry, it was Cameron Johnson.
So let's try that one more time, asking all of the minis to get on their brakes. And Dominic Gaddis in the 114 gonna try and go for his second final win of the day. Green flag for the mini Swift main.
Rough start there for Dominic Gaddis. Loses a ton of spots. Looks like he was signaling for him to slow down at the start, but the inside lane got a huge run.
Sheriev given the hockey check there going out of turn number 2 and was wheeling that thing to keep it from going around as we're nearly 3 wide at the very back of the pack heading into the Monza for the first time.
See Tori Daniels there getting past. Tori decided to take off the second heat this morning in the wet, but is here for the final.
Ooh, big sideways moment there for one of the carts further back. Managed to gather it back up, I believe. Who is that? It's the 111. It's Sheriev, who I was talking about, was clearly loose at the start of this race earlier on, just at the opening complex. So it is Cam Johnson out in front with Wilt Feidinger in second. Camden Clay, though, gets promoted up into P3 after overtaking Gaddis in the whole shot. Michael Supaika already up a handful of positions, going from last to 6th. As now he wants the over-under. Big airtime there for the 32. It's Simon Jack Klein.
He is passed by Supaka in the 185 Techno, as well as Simon Jack Klein. There's Supaka making a move on the 182.
Bless you. Huge thanks to all of our partners here at Route 66 Sprint Series. For the Swifts, Micro Swift brought to you by Top Kart USA. And Mini Swift brought to you by BBS Racing Engines. Cam Johnson still out in front and starting to peel away now with a nearly second-long gap between himself and Will Feidinger. Purple lap to the 185 of Michael Supaika.
See a Shop AKR replay. Yeah, that was Simon Jack Klein getting around the 182 and then going wide.
Jumping out of that seat like it was on hydraulics, going through the grass. Here comes Gaddis. Will look to the inside of his fellow MPG teammate. And will clear him, slingshotting through the Monza. Up into P2 for Dominic Gaddis, looking for his second final win of the day.
both drivers up front in first and second now. Each have a win this season. Cameron Johnson taking the win, and Whiteland. And then it was Dominic Gaddis, Road America. And each of them have won a heat race this weekend as well. So the points battle as well,
dead even.
tightening up.
Dead even is a hyperbole, but it's close. We'll say that. Couple of home state kids in this heat as well, with Tori Dangerous Daniels from Channahon, Brett Johnson from Columbia, and Rodvin Sarafi from Plainfield. Only a handful of true Norway natives out here. I'll tell you what, though, we did find one true hometown hero here. And he'll be coming up next with the 206 seniors, Jeremy Mason with Coyote Motorsports, as we're watching an overtake for the lead. Gaddis overtaking Cameron Johnson for P1 on the exit of the Monza. Are we going to see a swing back from Johnson? A little bit on the inside on the dive there. I think maybe tried a little bit of a spook for Cam, but wasn't buying. Now gets the good exit as they work through Martinsville and into Rainbow Road. Can't get it there. So Johnson able to take that spot back as we come to the line to complete lap number 6.
Lap number 6 in the books. Now Dominic Gaddis right on the bumper of Cameron Johnson.
This is going to bring Feidinger and Sapaika into the fight. Sapaika right back there now in that Top Kart USA red, white, and blue kart. No dive this time from Gaddis. Johnson continues to defend. And this is your battle for the lead. Are these two going to break away and do some teamwork here to get into the lead further? Or are we going to see some aggression, some selfishness? And will that bring Feidinger and Sapaika back into the fight?
Yeah, Sapaika was purple last time by. But the gap is about a second. So, I mean, they're going to be there by the end. This could turn into a 4-kart race. It easily could go from a 2 to a 4-kart race in any instant with this gap. I mean, it was about a 10. Sapaika was about a 10th better than Cameron Johnson last time by. And with 13 laps to go at a 1.1 second gap, if Michael Sapaika can keep this up, then, yeah, we've got a 4-kart race in our hands any lap now.
Ooh, big mistake there. Feidinger going a little bit wide. Here comes Sapaika to the inside and works himself to a crate spot.
Now, that's not going to help the delta of Sapaika, but having one less car in your way to getting to the top 2 is certainly going to help.
A lot of non-verbals from Johnson as Gaddis fires it up the inside through the Monzas. Gaddis tried the late apex there. Johnson tried the late apex to fire himself back into it. Now goes for the dive bomb into turn number 8. Some great defense, down but not out, Cam Johnson. Here's a replay of that mistake from Feidinger. Just carries a little bit too much speed coming out of the final corner. We've seen a couple of the younger drivers get themselves sideways, running that curbing on the outside just a little bit too much. And again, cost Sapaika a little bit of time in that moment. But boy, has that dragged him into this battle overall.
Yeah, Sapaika has had an up and down set of heat races so far this weekend. But halfway through this race is looking like he's in a really good spot to possibly take home the win. as we're now looking at Simon Jack Klein, who was kind of in no man's land in P5. There's Camden Clay, P6, also kind of by his lonesome. Now if you look back, there's the 101. There's the getting passed by the 111. Shiriev.
The two Shiriev brothers going at it here.
Both.
111 and the 101, the two Franklins.
Both in similar helmets and the same go-karts, different colors. Same livery, different color. As Dominic Gaddis did go purple last time by. The gap to Supaka in third did increase. As Cameron Johnson had a little bit of a poor exit out of the final corner. Dominic Gaddis is going to close right up to the back bumper of the 110.
A lot of family ordeals here in the younger divisions of karting. The Shiriev brothers, not the only pair of siblings we've seen today. Brett Johnson also waiting in the wings further back in the 123. It's Yakov leading right now, his brother Mark.
Status quo remains for the top two. Dominic Gaddis, question remains, when is the move going to happen? I think they know that Supaka is right behind in P3.
Gaddis still putting the pressure on Johnson, as believe we have the Shiriev brothers still going at it. The two Russian Americans for U-Race. That was a cool shot. We watched the two brothers go in just at the bottom of your screen there, and you can still follow that bottom right picture in picture. Supaka still just not quite in striking distance. I don't know what needs to happen there for him to close that gap.
There was a moment where Supaka looked like he was going to be catching the top two, and it kind of fell apart a couple laps ago, and now see Dominic Gaddis literally pushing Cameron Johnson right on the rear bumper, but not making a move yet, not trying to make any brash decisions, probably just trying to push away from Supaka to make this a two-car race rather than a three as we come to 5 to go.
5 laps remaining. Supaka ducking down as hard as he can to try and maximize that straight line to join this battle. He's praying that Gaddis gets more fangs out with Cameron, because all that's going to do is bring him right into this mix. He might not need it. They're starting to fan out, and Supaka's right there.
Whoa.
We're going to think about going 3 wide, but Gaddis is going to shoot it up the inside of Johnson and take the lead.
And where did Supaka come from? He just went from about a second away to right back in the mix. Commentators curse right after I say that. The opposite happens.
Here comes Supaka right on the bumper of Cameron Johnson. Looks to the outside, coming through Martinsville. And again, lets that hang to the inside through Rainbow Road. I love that section so much. Being able to stick it around the outside long enough and carry that momentum until it becomes that preferred lower line over the crest of the tunnel. Beautiful moves there from Michael Supaka.
What happened to Cameron Johnson from leading the race, and it takes a look back at the engine? Something must be going on. I bet Cameron's just as confused as we are to how from leading to just off the pace quite a bit. There's that outside pass from Supaka over the hill.
God, that's so satisfying. Love
Clean
it.
move, and a little bit of a moment there for Cameron Johnson out of the final corner. Yeah, what a head scratch. I think Cameron's looking down at the engine once again just to see if there's anything wrong. Very confusing.
How does one calculate to make sure you have enough fuel for your heat?
Usually you're pretty good. It's usually not a problem to the tank at a certain point. I mean, you can calculate it and just set the point in the tank.
Well, I mean, the last thing you want to do is run it heavy.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. There has to be an issue with Cameron Johnson. You see, he is basically
now losing another spot. Fightinger going through.
Just getting out of the way of Fightinger. Man, weird deal. That either the motor has gone sick or there's something wrong with the 110 of Cameron Johnson.
He's looking back at the motor.
It's just going slower and slower.
Something's up with Cameron Johnson. Shut the fuck.
We see Cameron Johnson, Dominic Gaddis over Michael Tsupaka. For the lead, about 3/10 gap. I mean, Tsupaka's right back in this thing as we are still unsure what was going on with Cameron Johnson.
Still trying to get a look at that. Not entirely sure what the issue is, but he is carrying on in fourth. That's 3 spots lost as the Twin Sticks are out. New battle now. Gaddis has a new rival for the lead. And what a story this would be for Michael Zubka.
As we see Tsupaka up 7 spots since the beginning of this race. 2 laps to go.
No laps led for the 185. Is he going to do it for the one that matters?
We're going to come to the white flag this time by. Does Tsupaka have anything to say for the win against Dominic Gaddis? Dominic Gaddis, a little bit of a mistake out of the final corner. Tsupaka through the inside to the lead.
Fangs out driving and seizing the moment there. Finding that open gap. Zubka to the front for the first time today. What does Dominic Gaddis have to bring it back? Is it maybe a little bit too soon of a move? Now the draft goes to Gaddis.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Tsupaka could have done differently. I mean, Gaddis just a little bit of a mistake. Overdrove the final corner, went over the curb to the
Here
inside.
Here comes Gaddis to the inside, side by side. Coming out of turn number 8, Gaddis back to the front. How many more chances does Gaddis have to take it back through Martinsville and onto Rainbow Road? It was too soon, Junior, for Michael Zubka. And Dominic Gaddis is going to dominate once again here. Main event for the Mini Swift goes to Dominic Gaddis.
Almost didn't get it on the final lap. Mistake coming to the white. There's Simon Jack Klein across the line, P4. P5, Cameron Johnson, whatever issue he ended up having, still maintained a top 5. That's big in the points. Camden Clay clapping across the line, and there's the Sheridan brothers.
Oh my
man.
goodness! At the line, Yakov takes it from Mark.
Yeah, you can see the front fairing was unclipped at the front on that machine out of the final corner. There's your top 10. What a final lap in Mini Swift. Next up, the 206 seniors. We'll be right back after this break.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Welcome back. Right as we come back before this final, Jerry Fandry with a bent axle on the warm-up lap. What happened to the 537?
Goodness. The man who came into this weekend as the one to beat, and some major vibrations for the 537, who's going to have to limp that kart all the way back. Oh my goodness. The most brutal lap of his life as he takes it back to the pit lane. Heartbreak for Jerry Fandry. Here's your starting grid, though. Shane Reddy on the inside of Quentin McPherson. Then it's Jackson Barr alongside Miles James. Nagisa Yoshikawa in the lone Sodi alongside Kyle Lomar. Jerry Fandry alongside Wyatt Leslie. And it's Patrick Brennetwicks on the alongside Owen Oler.
Yeah, Jerry Fandry from P7 on the grid. He's going to have to go to the scale line, and he's done. So basically move everybody 8th on back up a position. That's a tough break for Jerry Fandry. All of that work from 33rd to 7th through the 2 heats.
Here we
Green
go.
flag in 206 senior. Shane Reddy with a great start over McPherson. And now McPherson.
Oh, big moment. McPherson able to gather it back up. Now has the inside as their 3 wide. 3x3 everywhere you look. And everybody on top of each other as we work our way onto Monza for the first time. And it's still Reddy out in front. Major spread outs, almost 4 wide. The Sodi of Yoshikawa out. A lot of the Krug karts spread out as well. Oh my goodness. NASCAR style racing here going through Monza. One of the Leslie Racing karts pushed off as well on the exit.
Lots of scrambling happening at the rear of the field. There's the
Trouble
544
for the 544.
off track.
Thomas Ryan with a big moment there.
Yeah, that's at the last half of the Monza. That's a big spot to be off track. So now let's see what the order is after the first lap of racing. It's Shane Reddy, Yoshikawa, Jackson Barr, Wyatt Leslie, Miles James, Oliver
Here comes
Gaffer.
Leslie, gets around the outside of Yoshi and gets back in line. And now it's all out attack right now. But a major breakaway from Shane Reddy. More pressure as the Tony kart of James tries to jam it up the inside. Gaffer tries to go with him. Major spots lost there. We thought Yoshikawa was able to recover from the technological woes he had in Heat 2. Maybe not. Another big dive from the 516 of Gaffer. He's able to clear James.
Ooh, couple karts dipping a wheel off on
Oh my
exit.
goodness, throw
so
a blanket
much
over this mid-pack.
Oh, big
2 karts
crash.
around into the barrier. The big
Xander
kahuna.
Clements is
Xander
off.
Clements involved, and he's going to be fired up. Looks like one of the Coyotes involved as well further up. 3, 4, 5 karts in this mix. Oh my goodness. One of the biggest incidents of the day here at Norway.
Yeah, that's just a big gaggle of karts going 3, 4 wide into a place where you just don't want to. You can't do that. You just eager to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, it looked bound to happen with just how tightly packed everybody was. It felt like just a matter of time with that NASCAR-style Talladega Daytona pack racing, and everybody's got to tiptoe through this major accident here with at least 5 cars involved.
There we go. There's Wyatt Leslie chasing down Shane Reddy, Oliver Gaffer in the 516, P3, Miles James, P4, and Jackson Barr rounding out the top 5.
Oh, big move there.
There's Quentin McPherson trying to make a move. There's Connor Fashing in the 511 with Braden Zerves in the 509 in the middle. As we see, let's get a replay of the big incident. There's another angle. This will give us a better view. So Xander Clements goes to the top. There are 3, 4 wide. One car spins at the bottom, and then everybody just gets tagged.
Oh, my goodness.
I believe that was the Sodi of Yoshikawa that goes airborne. He's falling back. Just tons of momentum lost. Yeah, and it looks like Xander was one of the guys up on the top lane that just got clipped from the guys who spun on the bottom side. Let's see that again. Watch Yoshikawa. Goes over the bank. Has another guy behind him. They fall back.
Oh, my goodness.
This thing,
5 wide going into Martinsville.
So where that happened was the 577 went to the gap on the inside, saw the gap, made it 3 to 4 wide, and then tagged the TB cart on the inside. The first of the TB carts, I believe, was still in the race too.
Wow, big air there from the
Big air.
Sodi on the inside. Or excuse me, I believe that was one of the Bobby Krugs.
That was Yoshikawa with the big air, I believe.
No, it
is.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, big incident. It was just wrong place, just, split-second decision.
Yep.
Go to the inside. As change for the lead, Wyatt Leslie has taken the lead away from Shane Reddy as we were watching the Shop AKR replay.
And it's become a 2-car breakaway as just further back, Oliver Gaffer is leading in absolute freight train right behind with Miles James, Jackson Barr, and Jack Sutton hot on the heels. Look over the shoulder for Leslie, trying to see if Shane's going to strike back. No move just yet, and now we're starting to get into a rhythm here with 1/4 away here in the 206 senior main.
Yeah, it's so much has happened that it's easy to forget that we're only 6 laps into this main event out of 20. So still a long way to go. Shane Reddy, he had a little bit of a break of 5 laps to just kind of ride and run some qualifying laps, but there's still plenty of time for the rest of the pack to reel these guys in. But I think Shane's a smart guy. The World Black Flag going
One
to
of Franklin's.
I think that was to Connor Fashing. He put his hand up in the air like, what did I do?
Tony and James still trying to put the pressure on Oliver Gaffer, who is now actually starting to break away. Here comes a move to the inside from one of the Bobby Krug guys. As big frustration there further back. It's one of the TVs. I'm not sure who it is.
That's Miles Beaudry in the 554, waving a hand to Quinn McPherson. Quinn McPherson's a little harder to read because after the apparently the flip in turn 2, he is rocking with a different helmet, which is a little. His original helmet was pretty cool, so I hope there was no damage to the helmet.
And that big rollover, yeah.
I think maybe the rain is a different reason, but
I think they wanted to play it safe. Here comes the 509 of Zerbs getting through Gaffer, and now will lead the best of the rest.
Braden Zerbs up to P3. That's not going to help their case in trying to catch the top 2. Already a 4.4 second gap. As you see, there's McPherson. We're getting word that that might be Cale Zimmerman.
Oh, wow.
Racing for McPherson in the VLR suit.
How about that? Battle for the lead still going on here. Leslie leading Reddy.
Still nose to nose, or tail to nose.
We'll see if we can get a confirmation on that with McPherson. One cart
off
in turn 1. Big off there. Miles James to Tony. How's that for a safe rejoin, though? Making sure he's offline. And now gets back into it. That is absolutely ethical wheel. Look to the inside from maybe Quentin McPherson, maybe not.
I think there's a name on the back of the suit.
It is hard to tell from here. So to confirm, it is indeed Cale Zimmerman checking in for McPherson. Now trying to get by Beaudry. halfway home here in the 206 senior main. Leslie over ready, and Zerbs leading the whole rest of the pack. One of the TVs on the move, or at least trying to do so. Boy, Fodry seemingly unable to get away from Cale Zimmerman.
There's a
move. Ben Nacelle there. You see that for the crew cart? I believe that's one of the Clementine carts. Just behind, I want to say it's Jackson Barr.
Of the 530. Yeah, well, Jackson Barr.
Well, no, it's Aiden Leiber.
Yeah, Aiden Leiber with the Bobby Krug racing team.
Look at the nacelle of that machine, very bent.
Aiden Leiber in the 507 now chasing down the 513 of Oliver Gaffer, 516. Trying to make a move. Yeah, it is a bit bent. That'll happen, you know, with the pushing.
Yep, trying to get on the inside. One of the Franklin carts on the move as well.
There's Cale Zimmerman.
As Zimmerman tries to go with him, has finally found a way to clear Miles Fodry. And the minute I say that, another TV cart finds its way, Jackson Barr.
See, my only question is that's definitely Cale Zimmerman's suit.
Right.
But that's, I don't think that's his helmet.
We're going to have to find out.
It's definitely not the helmet that Zimmerman used in KA.
Could it be, could it be potentially a backup suit and helmet?
509, Braden Zerbs
What's
has an
happened
issue.
to Zerbs? Oh my goodness. Heartbreak for Braden Zerbs. Second one that's gotten away from him today. Oh my goodness. As the Briggs and Stratton power plant given up. Further back, big moments here through the Monza. Oliver Gaffer still right in it, but he's got a ton of people on top of him right now.
Zimmerman looking to the inside on Fashing into turn one, not going to make it stick.
Big aggression there. Now Gaffer trying the outside, tries to carry that momentum, but can't get to the bumper of Zimmerman. At least who we think is Zimmerman. And now Cale gonna try. And now we're being led to believe that maybe it is indeed Quentin McPherson.
We're just gonna call it the 579.
We'll call it the spade a spade.
We're gonna say it's the 579 going around Connor Fashing now as Fashing.
Big losses for Fashing there.
Of mistake there, but now the 579 is in P6. Look, there's a lot of factors that could have happened here because we have not gotten any confirmation, but that is definitely not McPherson's suit. We know that. Could have ripped the suit in the crashing KA, but we did see him a little ginger, you know, after the getting up. So we don't know. We're only speculating at this point. But that's definitely not his suit and not his normal helmet. But it's also not Cale Zimmerman's helmet. And if it was Cale Zimmerman, he would have had to drop to the back. So we're just going to say...
The new suit is kind of what stumps me.
Yeah. Well, maybe he just wanted a dry suit and Cale's a nice guy.
That's, you know, that's just what makes the most sense.
There's so many things
so many variables into this, like, enigma driving the 579 right now.
We're just going to say it's the 579.
We're just going to say it's Quentin McPherson. Until proven otherwise, it's Quentin McPherson, who is now leading Oliver Gaffer, Miles Fodry, and Connor Fashing with 5 laps to go here.
What is also leading me is he's sitting really tall in the go-kart, which tells me that it is Quentin McPherson.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, Cale is also really tall.
Yeah. God, it's hard to say.
The mystery in 206 Senior continues as Wyatt Leslie and Shane Reddy are still a tenth apart. There's still a battle for the lead to happen at some point towards the end of this race with 4 to go. Right now we're watching the battle for really third on back.
Here comes McPherson. Tries to lunge up the inside and will get it done. Big lunge there, and somehow, some way, McPherson gets that position. McPherson off a dominant Road America. Out front in every single event with a Grand Slam in Wisconsin. And has been knocking on the podium.
Just received a little bit of information on the outlap incident involving Jerry Fandry. Apparently it was Nagisa Yoshikawa that spun. Jerry got into him, which led to the bent rear end. Such a shame for the 537, the defending champion of Route 66. So there was a spinner on the outlap.
Well, the karma certainly came back to Yoshikawa, if that's the case, as we've got a new leader at the front. Coyote Machine of Shane Reddy back out in front over Wyatt Leslie.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is not going to be the end, as you see the 206 ducking there down the front stretch. Shane Reddy versus Wyatt Leslie here. Coming to 3 to go. We've seen a lot of passing into turn 5. I don't think we're going to see it this lap. I would reckon we're going to see it a little bit later on.
Ooh, early flick to the inside there. Was trying a ghost move there going through the Monza. But again, it's going to have to wait. It'll be twin sticks next time by. As further back, McPherson tries to hold on to that bottom spot on the podium with a massive freight train behind. Nobody losing spots. Well, let's go picture in picture. As we're talking, everybody still in contention within the top 10 to change positions. This is the battle for the top 10 right now, though. Jackson Barr. Kraus, easily one of your biggest movers, up an incredible 22 positions. So too is Jackson Mann running in 8th. So some major movers as we are side by side for the lead going into Monza. Look to the inside from Leslie, but can't get it there.
Yeah, the gap is big enough at this point that I think the gloves are off. I think it's time to start battling. I don't think you're going to get Quentin McPherson back into this thing, which, by the way, has moved up into the 3rd spot over Aiden Leiber. So onto the podium for McPherson. A good recovery drive. Unless that is, in fact, Cale Zimmerman. We'll never know.
Wyatt Leslie.
The white flag is out.
Wyatt Leslie trying to carry that momentum after a P2 finish in Wisconsin at the final. Wants to do one better. Meanwhile, Shane Reddy has not finished first in an event, in a heat, all season long. It could be the big one here, where he breaks that.
That was a big run by Shane Reddy there. Took a narrow line into the Monza, but I think it actually benefited him. Wyatt Leslie lost a little bit of ground. He's inside.
Gets to the bumper side by side as we head into Martinsville. Leslie back out in front as we head into Martinsville. At the buzzer, is Leslie going to be able to run away with this? Are we going to see a return back from Leslie, or excuse me, from Reddy? He can't get it done. Oh my goodness.
Wyatt Leslie is pumped.
Wyatt Leslie, first win of 2023. Comes in a major way. It's heartbreak for Shane Reddy, but still a phenomenal drive, a phenomenal duel all the way to the bitter end for Shane Reddy. And how about Quentin McPherson able to battle back? Leslie's pumped, and he absolutely should be.
The emotion, he is pumped to get this win.
And, I mean, you want to talk about perfect execution. Waited until pretty much the last opportunity to take that position. Let's find out who our mystery man is in the 579.
We're going to see some emotion from Wyatt Leslie in the scale line, I'm sure of it. But we're also going to Scooby-Doo this. We're going to see if this is, in fact, Quentin McPherson in the Cale Zimmerman suit or not. See, there's your top 10, Wyatt Leslie, Shane Reddy, the 579, Aiden Leiber, Oliver Gaffer, Miles Fodry, Connor Fashing, James Mann, Owen Uhrler, Max Kraus. Up 22 spots in the end.
A lot of major movers here. Absolutely phenomenal racing. And Wyatt Leslie, who was down in the count when he saw the white flag, timed his final overtake perfectly to take the 206 senior main event. As we're still waiting to see him.
You're waiting eagerly.
Get that fire suit off. And now get that helmet off. Top left of your screen, KC showrunner Xander Clements.
It is, in fact, Quentin McPherson in the Cale Zimmerman suit. So we called him Cale Zimmerman for half the race.
We did.
And I think Cale will think that's funny. I think we looked kind of stupid.
We
were led to believe that it was Cale Zimmerman.
There's no reason you slap Zimmerman on the back on your back. We're gonna call you Zimmerman for at least a little bit.
It's fair. The suit probably got wet. Cale's a nice guy. Loaned him the suit. You know.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, you know, we were led to believe a thing. We should have known better.
Yeah.
And yeah, glad Quentin's okay though.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Wreck.
Insane resilience there from McPherson
Still
to have that
P3.
crazy spell and come home P3. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So mystery solved and winner crowned here in 206 senior at Norway. We'll step away for just a little bit, but KA 100 juniors coming up here at Norway. Time for the KA 100 juniors and their main event. John Antonito leading off from pole position alongside Landon Buer. Then it's Benham Abernathy in P3 alongside Hasan Dromalev. Ryan Mort on the inside of Easton Kabinski. Brady Shad in P7 will be alongside Tucker Trieb. Then it's Brandon Teriyaki alongside Jacob Majeski to round out your top 10.
Okay, juniors always one of the most exciting classes of Route 66 competition. We saw that at Road America. What are we in store for today? John Antonino's been on a roll. Landon Boer in the 820 looking to get himself his first win. And it's Ben Abernathy trying to chase down John Antonino and Ace Dromalev. Not to mention the drama between Dromalev and Brady Shad from heat number 2 today.
Been more drama in this class than a Coldplay kiss cam. What are we going to see here in the main event final? Green flag is out. KA100 Junior underway. Ooh, major contact further back. Did we have anybody go around? I don't think so.
A little bit of argy-bargy there between, I believe that was Shad and the 819 of Brandon Siraki. I think that is in the 4th position. What a start from Siraki. Yeah, that's the Franklin.
Wow.
819. What
major
a
gains
start.
in the whole shot. We might need to get a replay of that because it's major
Ben
gains.
Abernathy to the lead.
Wow! What a move from the Holtz development driver. Gets his way to the front over the MPG cart.
Got a race on our hands now. The 897 Holtz driver development.
Oh, big dive to the inside. 2 carts. Ooh. Dromalev, one of them, and I believe not McPherson, it's someone else.
The fire has been lit underneath Brandon Siraki, and he is here to play.
Everybody looking back at going into Monza, they know they're looking for moves.
Ryan Moore as well had a big start. He's up into the 3rd position. There in the 812, he's in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic with the white front bumper.
So Holtz development driver, then it's 2 MPGs.
And then Brady Shad.
Yep. Brady Shad in the millwright machine. Looking for redemption.
Ben Abernathy has actually built a little bit of a gap. Brandon Siraki's Landon Boer in the back there putting 2 wheels in the dirt. But up front, Brady Shad and Ace Dromalev.
Abernathy, remember, was leading the points coming into Road America before major drama there crashed.
Yeah,
and then gave the points lead back to Antonino.
Certainly would love to get a win here so then you can forget about Road America and use that as your drop.
Right.
And just take the points lead.
Was starting to become a 2-car breakaway between Abernathy and Antonino, but Mort, Shad, Dromalev, everybody still in this picture. Sariaki trying to pedal to get to this freight train as well. And then once you start getting to Buer and Kubinski, I mean, you really still have a lot of guys in the fight for the lead as we're just getting now to the first quarter of this race.
The top 4 seem to have closed together. Ace Dromalev still tacking along
through the Rainbow Road section. I feel like we're going to get everybody into a rhythm here before we start seeing some moves, but there's a little bit of a look further back from Shad, as it looks like further back it was Kubinski trying to make a move on Buer.
That's Ethan Kubinski in the 838 ahead of Landon Boer in the 820.
Ooh, big moment there.
2 wheels off for Mort. They're 3 wide. Remember, Dromalev and Shad have history.
Here comes Dromalev. Here comes Dromalev side by side with Shad and is able to clear him. Or excuse me, that's Dromalev clearing. Mort, big dive to the inside from Dromalev.
Ooh, and Shad over the curb and into Mort a little bit.
And now Dromolev going to try and get to the top 3. Cutting through everybody in the top 5 like butter so far. Chad already back to it, putting the pressure on into turn 1.
They can't let Abernathy and Antonino get away now, so they have to form up and work together.
As we watch the replay of 1 lap ago, Chad trying to split the middle with Dromolev, I think maybe initiating that with a little bit of his bumper.
Yeah, maybe he got into the back of him just a little bit. That's a flat-out corner in turn 4, not one that you normally would go off.
Abernathy versus Antonino, and then right behind is the other duel. Black flag, I believe, for Dromolev there.
That could have been for Shad as well.
It was someone in that 2-car pack.
Yeah, but I think they're doing the smart thing now. They kind of have to pack up and keep status quo so that way they can get back up to Ben Abernathy and John Antonino.
Very reserved driving at this point. I think everybody knowing that any overtake within the train is going to be an expensive move, and that could potentially, risk everybody not being able to catch up to the front. Ryan Mort gets the purple lap, the 46.786, but has nowhere to go as he continues to try to close in on Chad. See Mort there with the white front bumper and the red and white helmet. Right behind is Sariaki in the highlighter and carbon fiber. Kart, oh, big dive to the inside from the MPG machine. You are making the pass on Kabinski there for P7.
How about this run from Brandon Saraki, still P6 in the 819 Franklin, just behind Ryan Mort.
Yellow flag, oh, big trouble, oh my goodness.
One cart upside down. See the driver getting up.
Thank goodness.
Appears he's all right.
Here comes Brady Shad on the inside of Dromolev. Gets that move done. We'll see if we can get a number on that cart and let you know who was involved there. Further back trouble for Ryan Mort, who is losing positions. Sariaki right there.
There's Ryan Mort just ahead of Brandon Saraki. That's the 5th and 6th position. If Brandon Saraki can get around Ryan Mort and get into the top 5, that would be huge for Saraki.
Looked like one of the camera mounts was actually empty. I'm not sure if one of those got knocked clean in an incident maybe during the opening lap.
There he
goes. The arm is there, but the frame is empty, and through goes Saraki. P5 for the Franklin driver.
Great run here for Brandon Saraki. See, Abernathy's actually opened up the gap a little bit to John Antonino as we get the halfway flags.
So now a little bit of a breakaway for Abernathy as further back. MPG machine trying to put the pressure. It's Buehrer versus Kabinski.
Maintaining status quo for now. Venom Abernathy 7/10 over John Antonino. Brady Shad is 1.2 seconds back. Shad about to end up right on the rear bumper of John Antonino.
Looking for a move in Antonino. So rarely do we see Antonino kind of struggling to be front running. But Shad now getting the purple lap of 46.545 is closing in on Antonino. And there might be some front-running pace in that 865 Millwright machine. Should he be able to clear Antonino? How aggressive is he going to be this time by? 7 laps to go. Here he is, move to the inside. Lightning fast move. And here comes Shad trying to take that lead from Ben and Abernathy.
Antonino just lost another 10th in that last lap. And Brady Shad is definitely moving forward right now.
Pressure for Saraki. Here comes Mort to the inside as Trev trying to take that position back as well from Buer. Mort still leading Saraki here. As further back, packed up is Mort, fending off from Kabinski. Watch that gap on the top left of your screen. What kind of pace does Shad have left in that Millwright car? Can he close that gap to Abernathy? Any pressure from behind? Some head pumps from Antonino. He's clearly frustrated. Here comes Saraki on the inside of Mort once again, but unable to clear him on the inside.
Personal best last time for Ben Abernathy, about a 10th better than Brady Shad. Gap's about a second. John Antonino obviously frustrated. As Landon Buer, that was tight.
Oh my goodness.
Underneath Brandon Saraki. Saraki still holding on to P6.
Here comes Saraki once again trying that look. Almost more of a defensive move there against Buer. Five laps to go here in the KA100 Junior Main.
Brady Shad about a 10th better than Abernathy last time by.
Big defense continues there from Saraki as Buer almost pushing him now. Are we going to see a move into turn number 7? Yes, we are. Here's the dive. And Saraki can't get the crossback. Now Kabinski going to try and get in that battle as well. Look over to Abernathy.
See what is it
Shad
this time
is
by.
right there.
2 tenths better last time by, bringing the gap down to 6 tenths. Brady Shad over Benham Abernathy.
Slowly chipping away. Stay tuned. This could be a spicy fight to the finish here.
Down to turn number 5 in the Monza. How much does Brady Shad still have in this thing? He's got to push now. It's now or never.
The heartbreak of 206 Jr. was so close to victory earlier on today. Can he finally seize victory here at Norway? Putting everything he's got into the cart, slowly but surely chipping away at that time gap between himself and Benham Abernathy. Just over half a second now.
Just equaled him that last time by. There's still 4 laps to go.
Antonino nowhere to be seen. Could Dromalev potentially overtake him and get himself on the podium as well? His bigger priority right now is defending from Buer.
So close to just being half a second behind.
This is where that tire allocation strategy becomes so important. How much have you saved for these final 3 laps? How much is left in the tank tire-wise for each of these drivers? Major time gain that time for Benham Abernathy. Purple lap to Landon Buer.
Last time by, Benham Abernathy was actually a little bit better than Brady Shad. Just 2.5 laps to go now. now or never for Brady Shad. He's going to have to bring in at least 2 or 3 tenths this lap. It's qualifying laps now. He's got to hit his marks, be perfect for 2.5 laps, and a Route 66 victory is yours.
Twin sticks are out for Benham Abernathy. Is he going to be able to bring this one home? What does Brady Shad still have in the tank? John Antonino still trying to hold on to a podium spot.
Benham Abernathy digs deep, goes a tenth better than Brady Shad that time by.
It's going to need to be a monster lap, as just behind Ryan Mort, things are starting to heat up behind him. Landon Boer, Brandon Siraki, and Easton Kabinski all putting the pressure on.
Here's Ace Dromalev running P4 ahead of Ryan Mort and Landon Boer. It's going to be a battle for P4 as Benham Abernathy taking the white flag. One more lap.
What's
Brady
the gap to
Shad of anything?
Still holding him at bay. It's
just better.
It might be too little too late for Shad, who continues to push. It's going to take a lot of something to take this one away from Abernathy. Big moves here. Look to the outside from Mort. Still can't get there. Are we going to see a brave dive bomb here on Ascend Dromalev?
I think Dromalev's going to be defensive. Mort to the outside.
Hangs it all the way around. He's in the grass, and we'll lose 2 spots as a result.
Landon Boer gets around him now, and now he's in the hands of Brandon Siraki. I don't think he's going to have enough time. Benham Abernathy gets the win in KA Junior. Brady Shad in second, John Antonino third, Ace Dromalev, Landon Boer, Ryan Mort, Brandon Siraki, Ethan Kubinski rounds out your top 8. There's Tucker Tribb in ninth. And it's going to be Tyler Johnson in P10, not without a little battle with Pierce Golseth.
And some points of respect there between Brady Shad and Benham Abernathy.
Man, those
not the way John Antonino wanted
those last
this
5 laps between Benham Abernathy and Brady Shad were just intense. Just 2 drivers putting it all on the line, running qualifying laps to see who was faster than the other. It was Benham Abernathy in the end. Final race of the day, 206 Masters. It'll be Noah Stark versus Lucas Rennick when we come back after these messages.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Last main of the day, 206 Masters out on track for 20 laps of 206 action.
Noah Stark has dominated the two heats. Yesterday, it was a race between him and Lucas Rennick. This morning, it was a bit more of a runaway. Green flag in the air.
Rennick already slotting in now behind Stark, who's going to try and run away with this thing. And now actually get some pressure behind from Buddy Daly as we get to the backstretch for the first time. Any early movers? Not yet.
Noah Stark leads through the Monza over Lucas Rennick.
Reserved start here from the Masters as now Rennick starts to apply the pressure to Noah Stark. A little bit of a peek to the inside. Some of the biggest karts here, the last thing you want to do is push someone off into one.
Bit closer than what we saw this morning.
Oh, absolutely.
In the wet, it looks like Lucas Rennick not favoring the wet racing, but is here to play when it comes to the dry.
Rennick and Daly, the waiting game. We still haven't really seen that much pace from Daly after a phenomenal second place finish, capitalizing on the rare mistake from Lucas Rennick in Heat 2. You
can see a lot of the 206 drivers still running the protection over the air filter in case of any puddles or if it does come down and rains, because there's always a chance. There's I think there's a chance until 4 or 5 today. Small chance, but could get rain any second, anytime. It could happen. So they're staying ready and prepared, covering those air filters.
How much power is lost there with that protector?
I don't think it's much,
really,
if anything.
Maybe it's a little bit more noticeable, I'd imagine, in the KAs.
Well, the KAs run
more of an airbox protector already, yeah. Rennick starting to dig on the inside of Stark. As Daly is still right there. Had the purple lap last time by a 53.134. Here comes Rennick to the inside. Daly.
How about Buddy Daly?
Right there and going to take that spot as well from Stark.
Buddy Daly staying in the mix today. Huge change of pace from what we've seen the entire weekend. Buddy Daly is actually purple. Fastest car on the racetrack is the 644.
We thought this was going to be a heavyweight bout between Stark and Rennick for the lead, but out of nowhere comes the 644. So Rennick now leads, and it's Buddy Daly. This might be some frustration coming Stark's way. And if there's any holdup from Daly, Stark's going to be on the gas. Oh, my goodness!
No!
The commentator's curse absolutely strikes hand in the air for the 44 and will instantly throw in the towel and retire. Oh, my goodness.
You know what I'm thinking? An engine runs its best right before it ceases. That is my only thought. But so unfortunate for Buddy Daly. Had such a good run going. All weekend it's been Lucas Rennick versus Noah Stark. And all of a sudden in the final we had a 3-car race in 206 Masters, which is now whittled down to a 2-car race.
Not an engine problem. Our cameraman Hunter Bolton reporting it was the chain popping off for Daly.
Very
tough.
Not
the first time we've seen that issue this weekend.
And in fact happened to me on Friday.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Is there any reason why you feel like it might be more prone to that happening here?
I don't think there's any. There's a lot of reasons a chain could come off. A, you run over the curb because there's about an inch difference in the pavement. We saw that with Will Feitinger on Saturday. You could be running a new chain, and usually after a session or two, the chain will start to won't be as tight, and usually you have to move the motor forward a little bit, and if you just have the timing wrong, it could just pop off. Or you don't tighten the motor mount, and the motor kind of slides back, which is also a problem. That's a bigger problem than the first two reasons for a chain popping off, but can happen.
Right.
I think Noah Stark's just going to play it patient here in P2.
Oh, absolutely.
On the bumper of Rennick.
But again, I feel like it's that Indy 500 closing lap mentality. Last thing you want to do is take that spot too soon and give him a chance to swing back.
Yeah.
Purple lap this time goes to Lucas Rennick. 52.919.
Almost had a peek to the inside there, exiting the Monza.
Huge thanks to all of the Route 66 partners for making this racing possible throughout the 2025 season. Bobby Krug Racing Services, Greyhound Racing Seats, Mac Paving, Lawson Speed Shop, P1 Engines, Millwright Inc., BBS Racing Engines, and Top Kart USA.
Use this opportunity as we're about to approach halfway in about a lap to remind you to go check out Kart Chaser Grassroots on Instagram and Facebook, as well as some of the other broadcasts that we have going on over the weekend down in Texas. This is the last race of the day for us here from Norway. But once you're done, we'll go check on the boys down in Texas for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, see what they got going on. A lot of action here on Kart Chaser. If you are watching this, you are a KC Premium member. So you can go over and watch, see some more racing action from across the country, from down south in Texas. Those boys are doing a great job, and it's been pretty entertaining down there in Crescent.
Oh, absolutely.
As it has been here in Norway. Another reminder, next weekend we'll be live at the Superkarts USA Summer Nationals. Be sure to tune in for that. That's going to be the can't-miss event of the summer. Huge championship implications in the top class of the country in the Pro Shifter. You're not going to want to miss that coming up next weekend. Like I said, today, make sure you follow Kart Chaser Grassroots on all the social media platforms, as well as Kart Chaser. If you don't already, there's Noah Stark to the inside.
Here we go.
Lucas Rennick just dropped a wheel a little bit, and there we go. Change for the lead. I don't think it's going to be the last one. We're only halfway. Coming to 10 laps to go this time by. Noah Stark was about 2/10 off last time by. This time Rennick loses about 3/10. I also want to use this time as we're halfway before we get to the finish and see what's going to happen here. I just want to give a huge thank you to our camera crew this weekend.
Big shout.
Braved the rain, took the cameras out. Hunter Bolton has been here since Thursday, building go-karts. He helped me out a lot on Friday on getting me out on track for my birthday to go run a few sessions in Xander Clements' kart while Xander was setting up the stream. Huge shout out to Hunter Bolton. Could not do any of this weekend without him. He's been absolutely a trooper, as well as Michael out in turn number one.
Trial by fire and rain for him as well. His first weekend, my first weekend on the mic.
Absolutely. Those guys outdoors braving the storm. Shout out to our producer, Emery Lida. Been with the company for a few years. He's going into his final weekend with us next weekend. Very sad about that. Our resident statistician, we're still gonna be texting him.
Oh yeah.
Throughout the next couple months and years to use his knowledge. Runs deep in karting.
Emery sobbing in the production room next to us.
Yeah, hold it together,
mention
Emery.
of his name. Tell you what, if you guys would love more of Emery Lida, plenty of long-form content featuring the Walking Karting Wiki with Grid Talk, our in-house podcast, most recently having Jamie Saraki as well as Jake Drew. Always a good watch. 7 laps to go. Still Stark out in front. Rennick in lockstep.
Honestly, I would want to be P2 right now. I think Rennick.
I agree.
Making a mistake was probably what Noah Stark didn't want to see.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I would have been happier running second right now.
I think again, it's always. Do you feel like it's always easier to be on the attack than on the defense?
Yeah. I think so. Especially around here. I mean, you can play it defensive into turn 5, but that's just going to allow the guy behind to have a better run through the Monza, and then he's just going to get you into 8. So it's hard to defend here, because it's hard to defend into 8.
Right.
We've seen a lot of over-under moves through 8 and 9. It is tricky to defend when you have a guy as close to you as Noah Stark has Lucas Rennick behind him right now.
I will say it's been surprising how much the wheel-to-wheel action has been, because again, with how wide and narrow it's been, as we see Palmer now having issues, and then there were 2. So it's an all-out battle for the lead now with Palmer retiring.
All eyes on Noah Stark and Lucas Rennick right now in 206 Master.
And the high-octane game of cat and mouse. And the question is, when is Lucas Rennick going to pounce? How's Stark going to react?
Coming now, 6 laps to go. Coming down to crunch time. I know the experience and knowledge of Noah Stark leading. I'd reckon he's pretty comfortable right now.
Oh yeah.
I think even if, like right now, if Lucas Rennick were to make a move, you kind of let him by, do his thing, and I think you're still confident in your ability to win. But either way, I think he's pretty good.
No,
I think
absolutely.
He's solid.
And now that gap's actually spread out pretty significantly coming over the crest for that attempted move from Rennick. And Stark paying the price, has to gather it back up to try again. 4 laps to go. And now the pressure starts to build.
There's a bit of a gap now. Lucas Rennick has gotten around and opened it up a little bit. Let's see. I think that's enough time for Noah to get back. But if Noah can't get this done, I know he's going to be pretty unhappy with that.
Yeah.
After the weekend he's had so far.
If he's out of drafting range, though, it's going to be curtains.
Out of the back of an SUV for Noah Stark this weekend.
Yeah.
First time running anything bigger than a club race or a practice day since 2014 for Noah. You know, he's been spending his time coaching, building engines, just helping out. Long time member of the paddock.
Three to go, and Stark right back in it. Good run. Coming down the back straightaway. Are we going to see the pop-out move? Not yet.
Well, he's back to the rear bumper of Rennick, so it's game time now.
Little bit of a look into 8. And at this point, you got to imagine it's going to be probably a lap 19 overtake.
Is that the shot you're calling? Saying lap 19?
Lap 19, late move. Lap 19, move into turn 8. Dive bomb up the inside, goes middle to defend. What you got?
I think it'll be lap 20. And it's probably going to be turn 8, because I think turn 5
Following
is
lap
too
turn 8?
predictable.
You don't think he's going to be able to hold it afterwards?
No. I mean, we'll see. I mean, if I'm Noah, I'm waiting until the very last lap. I'm not going to give Lucas a chance to. I don't want to spend the last lap defending. And then if you don't get it done from second, going on the offense, then you tried your best. But I would hate to be out front and be the sitting duck in the draft and not get it done. But we'll see. We're on lap 19 now, so let's see.
Twin.
Are you right, Jackson?
Yep,
Let's
twin
find
sticks out. We've done this whole thing without even mentioning the possibility of an overtake at Monza. Are we going to see a move?
Lucas thinks he's expecting it. You saw him look left a few times to see if he was there. See, when he's expecting it.
A little bit of a run. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, to get the nose out in front. Big dive bomb. And now we start asking, can Rennick hold on to this for a whole nother lap? What does Stark have left in these tires? White flag is out this time by, and it's the young gun, Lucas Rennick, trying to fend off from the legend, Noah Stark.
Into turn number 2. Noah's right there. He's going to have a run down to 5. Let's see if Rennick has the option here to go defensive. One last shot for Stark. There it is.
Here comes Stark to the inside. Ooh. Side by side, the low line for Stark through Monza. It might not be over yet with Rennick getting the high-speed switchback into turn number 8. Low line will be preferred for Stark, but the over-under again for Rennick. Still not totally clear. I'm saying it's not over till it's over. It's Stark back out in front, but there could be a last-minute move as we head over Rainbow Road for the final time. Into the final corner, and at the buzzer, it's Noah Stark who's back in victory lane for the first time in years.
A little bit of get the number one from Noah Stark and a little bit of frustration from Rennick there over the line.
Understandably.
Man.
What a finish. What
Rennick.
neither of us expected. I knew Monza was a possibility, but not at all was I expecting that to be what we were going to see.
Rennick disappointed with a P2.
Big thumbs up from Noah Stark.
To the camera from Noah Stark. Good stuff from 206 Master. Gave us a show. Lucas Rennick dominating in Road America. He was stopped this weekend by Noah Stark. Those are the top two, the only two finishers in 206 Masters, and that'll do it. Jackson, how was your weekend? What did you think? First weekend in the Midwest? Give me a recap.
I've been here before, but what a return it's been to see Route 66 back here at Norway Motorsports Park. High energy, and definitely surprised us with the amount of action that was out on track. And this championship fight in many of the classes is only heating up as we head on to the final round in just a couple weeks' time. Thanks so much for watching round 3 of the Route 66 Sprint Series. Our producer and our Kart Chaser staff, thank you for the work put in. And for everybody here at Kart Chaser alongside Kyle Cuthbertson, I'm Jackson Lambros saying thank you so much for watching. So long from Norway.